I'm requesting orders from Mountain Chieftain. If there are none, then I will take my leave now. Miao Yi cupped his fists, turning around to leave. Stop right there. Qin Weiwei was furious. She wasn't deaf. Seems like she's livid with humiliation after being exposed, Miao Yi muttered to himself as he gradually spun around. He cupped his fists, asking, Do you have anything else you wish from me, Mountain Chieftain? Qin Weiwei's chest heaved, rising and falling for a brief moment. Calming down her emotions, she coldly answered, Those people out there speak nonsense. It's not what you think. Hong Mian and Lu Lu were extremely alarmed. The Mountain Chieftain usually felt it was beneath her to explain this. What had happened to her today? Both of them instantly looked towards Miao Yi, intending to comprehend the current situation from both of their reactions. The Great Cave Master Miao let out an "oh," cupped his hands and said, I understand. Looking at this act, Qin Weiwei began to boil in anger again. She fixed a glare at him, curling her fists as she asked, What do you understand? How would Miao Yi understand it actually? At the very least, he should show consideration for others even when he held no regard for her. Even if he was honoring Yang Qing, he didn't want to have a falling out with her in public that could go out of control. Thus, he changed the topic. East Arrival Cave has been leveled into ruins. I have to think of ways to rebuild it. If the Mountain Chieftain does not have anything to ask of me, then I'll take my leave now. Hold it! Qin Weiwei once more shouted with brittleness, having the sudden urge to charge forward and violently beat him. But upon seeing both Hong Mian and Lu Lu widening their eyes at her, she immediately noticed she had lost control. She strived to calm herself down and said slowly, Stay at Mount Calming Sea for now. When all the cave masters have arrived, you can accompany me to transport some things to Ever Peace Manor. This had been a sudden order from Yang Qing. Qin Weiwei was also uninformed of Yang Qing's plans. In brief, Yang Qing had personally mentioned Miao Yi by name, so this time he would need to go transport the items. Within the recent report, Yang Qing kept insisting over and over again that Miao Yi must be there. As to why, Yang Qing did not clarify. Miao Yi didn't give it much thought, and assumed that Mount Calming Sea was understaffed at the moment. And that the reason he was being brought along was to securely transport the items, so he cupped his fists in reply, Understood. Waving her hand with her back turned, Qin Weiwei signaled him to step down. Miao Yi swiftly went down the loft. Seeing that Gongsun Yu was still pacing about the courtyard, apparently reluctant to leave, he sneered inwardly, How could there be nothing going on between this treacherous couple? Cave Master Miao. Gongsun Yu faced him. Miao Yi pointed his finger at the loft with a teasing smile. Go on quickly. Mountain Chieftain is waiting for you. Gongsun Yu was immediately alert. He cupped his hands and headed towards the loft with quick steps. In the end, not long after he entered the loft, Qin Weiwei's angry roar resonated from it. Scram! A distressed Gongsun Yu quickly ran out to settle the score with Miao Yi. He had been tricked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, It's easier to bury enemies than to bury the hatchet with them, 3. Chapter 188, It's easier to bury enemies than to bury the hatchet with them, 3. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Even after he found the Great Cave Master Miao, Gongsun Yu felt he couldn't really get back at him. First and foremost, he wasn't sure who would get the shorter end of the stick if they went at each other. Respect was something earned through ability. If it were in the past, Gongsun Yu might have actually picked a bone with Miao Yi. However, the current East Arrival Cave Master was not the same man as before. Who would dare say that Miao Yi wasn't competent enough for the post of East Arrival Cave Master now? He was bold enough to ask for a one-on-one battle against Mountain Chieftain Xiong. That was why Gongsun Yu could only grumble when he found Miao Yi. Cave Master Miao, you really did a quite number on me. How was the Mountain Chieftain even waiting for me at all? Miao Yi replied in surprise, everyone in South Edict Manor is aware of your relationship with the mountain chieftain. Since you were waiting downstairs, who else could the mountain chieftain be waiting for, but you? Don't tell me you thought that mountain chieftain was the one who asked me to call you over to meet her? Gongsun Yu was suddenly at a loss for words. He was very pleased with what he heard, but he still couldn't help asking, is something the matter with the mountain chieftain? She was throwing such a large tantrum. In all his years of knowing Qin Weiwei, it was really the first time he had ever seen Qin Weiwei throw such a large tantrum at him. She normally spoke to him in an amicable manner. It was also the first time he heard Qin Weiwei using the word scram on him. He was a little bewildered by her behavior. Throwing a tantrum at you? I don't think it could be that bad. Well, I suppose it could, she has always had that sort of temperament. I have already gotten used to it. Miao Yi said, shrugging his shoulders. You mustn't speak of her that way. The mountain chieftain does not have a bad temper. Gongsun Yu anxiously tried to defend Qin Weiwei. The two of them continued chatting as they stood in the pavilion. As for Qin Weiwei, she had already been upset by what Miao Yi had said earlier. Then, when Gongsun Yu suddenly rushed up and said that Miao Yi told him that she was waiting for him, it made it seem like the both of them really had some sort of illicit affair between them. To make matters worse, Gongsun Yu was looking at her with such a gentle gaze that Qin Weiwei immediately felt like she was being humiliated. With that, she couldn't hold back the rage burning in her gut and let all of it out. At the moment, she was still pacing back and forth in the loft with her emotions in disarray. Hong Mian and Lu Lu observed her silently. The two of them had lived with her for a long time and understood her personality all too well. When Cave Master Miao tricked Cave Master Gongsun into coming up here to meet with the mountain chieftain looked as though she was a little hurt, but why would the mountain chieftain be hurt by this? The mountain chieftain had never cared for that kind of gossip by outsiders. It took until the next afternoon for all the cave masters to arrive and hand over all the harvests from their respective caves. Then, Qin Weiwei led the 10 cave masters on their dragon steeds into a lightning-fast pace as they rushed to Ever Peace Manor. Compared to the journey to South Edict Manor in the years past, the distance was almost doubled. It would be Miao Yi's first time visiting Ever Peace Manor. They were hit by another blizzard on the way. With a stony expression on her face, Qin Weiwei continued to press on as she led the way, not uttering a single word. Somewhere along the way, Gongsun Yu felt a little concerned and asked whether or not the mountain chieftain wished to take a break. This caring sentiment made Qin Weiwei purse her lips. She didn't bother responding, and only focused on the road ahead. Without stopping, as soon as they reached Ever Peace Manor, Qin Weiwei left the rest behind and silently entered Ever Peace Manor's Grand Hall. The others were given temporary resting quarters, while Qin Weiwei was escorted to the back by Qin Ju to meet Yang Qing. Surprisingly, the first thing Yang Qing said when he saw her was, "Did you bring Miao Yi with you?" But he knew that Qin Weiwei and Miao Yi had a poor relationship, so he was afraid that Qin Weiwei wouldn't bring Miao Yi just because she disliked him. There were no outsiders at the moment, so Qin Weiwei stated with an unpleasant tone, "He is here." Yang Qing knew her all too well. He could tell with a glance that she was displeased, so he couldn't help but ask, "What is the matter?" Some things could not be shared even with the closest of kin, so Qin Weiwei quickly found another excuse to hide behind. With a flip of her hand, she flashed out a jade archive and brought it over as she said, "You will understand once you see this." Yang Qing received the jade archive suspiciously, and imbued his transcendence energy to examine the contents. What he found inside was none other than the name list that Miao Yi had submitted after replenishing his forces. When he read the contents, Yang Qing furrowed his brows. There was no problem with Miao Yi replenishing his forces, but the issue was that they were all men from the school of Blue Jade. He had even recruited Blue Lotus experts into East Arrival Cave. Yang Qing turned to look at Qin Weiwei and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "The result of losing a bet to Miao Yi," Qin Weiwei replied. Qin Weiwei immediately recounted how after Yang Qing left, Miao Yi set his sights on the school of Blue Jade troops, how she didn't believe that the school of Blue Jade would dare join South Edic Manor again, and so, in a fit of rage, she told Miao Yi that she would approve as many as he could recruit. Unexpectedly, Miao Yi had actually pulled about 20 men from the school of Blue Jade into East Arrival Cave in a single stroke. The situation had become difficult for her to back out of, so she could only agree. After Yang Qing was done listening, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "Wei Wei, why did you make such a bet with him? Both of you have known each other for some time now. After going through so much, can you still not see it? If you don't want Miao Yi to do something, then keep a firm tone. Otherwise that straightforward idiot will definitely not disappoint you. Tell me, when has he ever not turned the impossible, possible? He was bold enough to even run off to the Sea of Constellations, and still came back alive. I have pretty much conceded to that brat's foolhardiness. In his eyes, there are only things he would do, and things he wouldn't do. He never considers if he can, or can't do them. At the very least, he doesn't think too deeply about them. That brat isn't someone who treads cautiously at every step. As long as he feels it will be worth it, then he will definitely do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run off to the Sea of Constellations in the first place. As an esteemed mountain chieftain, did you really have to make that bet with him? Indeed, he had a knack for understanding men as well as using them. His interpretation of Miao Yi seemed to be pretty spot on. Miao Yi was surely not the calculative type. I already spoke out in front of my subordinates. Do you expect me go back on my words? Replied Qin Weiwei, as she ground her teeth together. Ultimately, the authority rests with you. It doesn't matter if I agreed to it, you can still reject it. For new recruits below the rank of manor head, the authority to approve them or not, typically rested with the manor head. This was because those at the level of Hall Master would have at least reached a cultivation at the Red Lotus realm. This was an entirely different world compared to the White Lotus and the Blue Lotus realms. Red Lotus cultivators couldn't be bothered with those cultivators at the lower levels. Even though Hall Masters, Palace Lords, Overlords, and even the Six Sages have the authority to reject recruits approved by the manor head, for such matters, one normally wouldn't make things difficult for their own subordinate manor heads. They didn't need to. Even if the subordinate manor head were to recruit several lowly cultivators, it still wouldn't pose a threat to them. As long as you could afford it, and it didn't affect the revenues of the upper echelons, you could recruit as many as you liked. As such, the likelihood of recruits being rejected was rare. However, it was different for manor heads. If anything happened, they still needed to rely on strength in numbers, so they obviously would not allow their subordinate cave masters and mountain chieftains to have the authority to approve personnel. Otherwise, they would definitely lose control of their subordinates. This was also why Qin Weiwei had said that the final authority rested with Yang Cheng. Yang Qing mulled it over for a while. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Forget about it. Those few people won't be able to cause much of a disturbance. Don't forget that he saved you, and when he and Xiong Xiao were about to have a go at each other earlier, I sided with Xiong Xiao again. Let's just consider this as a form of compensation. What's more, that brat is a little rash. If his mind keeps getting plagued by me taking his men away from him, I can't expect what he'll do this time. Just let him have them, since he can afford them. Even if he has more men, they will be working for me regardless, and the school of Blue Jade is no longer a problem." As he said this, he quickly invoked his arts to sign on the Jade Archive, approving it on the spot. He then handed it to Qing Mei beside him, asked her to make a copy of the name list, and have it sent to Suppressing Second Hall. Once Suppressing Second Hall tallied the loss and gain of manpower from each respective domain, it would report to Traversing Moon Palace. In turn, Traversing Moon Palace would report to those ranked above them, and so on, until the report finally reached the realm beyond heaven. This was the state of the entire Celestial Nation's cultivator system under Mu Fanjuan's grasp. After Qin Weiwei confirmed the harvests of Mount Coming Sea in this past year directly with Qing Mei, she was just about to leave when Yang Qing shouted out, "Weiwei, don't let Miao Yi go back yet. We will bring him to Suppressing Second Hall later." Bring him to suppressing second hall, asked Qin Weiwei in puzzlement. Why are we bringing him to suppressing second hall? Yang Qing shook his head, and replied, it wasn't my choice. Elder Auntie asked for him specifically, and said that she wants to meet him. Xiong Xiao as well. Of course, Qin Weiwei knew that the elder Auntie Yang Qing referred to definitely wasn't Qing Mei, but that elder Auntie Tian Yu of suppressing second hall. She asked, elder Auntie Tian Yu wants to meet Miao Yi? What for? I haven't figured out the reason yet. I suspect it has something to do with this battle. Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi both accomplished great deeds in this battle. Maybe they were a little too conspicuous. There won't be any danger, will there? I don't think it's that serious. If she really wanted to eliminate the both of them, Elder Auntie wouldn't need to do it personally. As for what she has planned specifically, I am still mulling over it right now. Since someone from suppressing second hall wanted to meet Miao Yi, even Yang Qing could not refuse. Naturally, Qin Weiwei could only follow orders as well. When she returned to the courtyard assigned for the members of Mount Kangxi to rest in, Qin Weiwei ordered, Wu Tong, Miao Yi, the both of you will accompany me to escort the manor head to suppressing second hall. The rest of you will return to your respective domains. This was an old rule, it was the same every year. Each mountain chieftain would bring 2 capable subordinates to help escort the manor head to suppressing second hall. However, when they heard the order, many felt that it was a little strange. Miao Yi was a little shocked, wondering why she had picked him to go to suppressing second hall with her. Didn't she always pick Gongsun Yu every year? However, he immediately believed he understood why. Firstly, he had proven his strength. He was obviously one of the most valiant general of Mount Kangxi, so he had the qualifications to assist her in escorting manor head. Secondly, he had the most subordinates, thus, it was easiest for him to leave. That being said, he was still surprised that she didn't choose to bring Gongsun Yu. Gongsun Yu was also a little taken aback, he hadn't expected it. Stepping forward, he cupped his fists and requested, Mountain Chieftain, your subordinate is willing to follow the Mountain Chieftain on this journey, but... The other cave master Wu Tong had no intention of sabotaging his proposal. Everyone in South Edict Manor was well aware of the relationship between the Mountain Chieftain and Gongsun Yu, he was willing to play Cupid. He was just about to cup his fist and relent dash. Unexpectedly, Qin Weiwei cut him off coldly and said, this matter is decided. You need not speak any more of this. When she said this, she threw Miao Yi a furtive glance to catch a glimpse of his reaction. Gongsun Yu's expression froze. All he could do was respectfully acknowledge the order. On the other hand, Miao Yi was sneering. He believed that it was probably because he had let the cat out of the bag. He thought, Our Lady Mountain Chieftain is intentionally avoiding suspicion. The harder she tries, the more it means that the two of them have something going on, and that she has a guilty conscience. Stop pretending, you despicable couple. The thing with humans, once they have established a certain preconception, it was difficult to change it. This was why first impressions were very important. Qin Weiwei seemed to understand the great cave Miao's twisted thoughts from his warped smile, because it truly carried a heavy hint of mockery. She felt as though whatever she did was useless. Silently tightening her fists, she ground her teeth and quickly turned to walk away, fearing that she wouldn't be able to restrain her anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Lone Vassal. Chapter 189, Lone Vassal. Translator, Kalad Editor, Tom Yummy. The master of Ever Peace Manor had been taken from his throne in the Grand Hall, along with the handmaidens standing beside it. Although the cultivation bases of Zhengdeqing's handmaidens were not considered low, they had attained the cultivation of White Lotus 8th grade, they were still executed without mercy by Yang Qing. Serving as the handmaidens of a domain's leader had impressive and highly regarded aspects that came with the position, yet there was also the extremely dangerous aspects to consider as well. As the most trusted of all trusted aides, they essentially held the highest position within their domain, aside from that of their masters. For instance, no matter how high a position the subordinates held, they'd still be required to respectfully address these handmaidens as auntie at every meeting. Their status and accomplishments would all come from their own master. And it was precisely because of this, that upon losing the war, the victor would never leave them be. Keeping such people at their side was too dangerous. As the loyal subordinates of the predecessors, they had every right to avenge their master at the nearest opportunity. In conclusion, if these types of handmaidens were determined to follow one particular master, it would last a lifetime. The others could surrender, yet even if the handmaidens surrendered, it would be futile. They would still be executed, leaving them to follow their lifelong master even beyond death. The respective mountain chieftains gathered at Everpeace Manor. Those that should have been exchanged had already been handed over. They were in relatively good spirits as their gains had been doubled, so how could they not be happy about it? Even after meeting Yang Cheng upon gathering at the Grand Hall, they cheerfully bid their farewells. However, Qin Weiwei was the only one among the mountain chieftains who did not have her benefits doubled. If she were still rewarded after losing a battle, how could Yang Cheng convince the masses from then on? This kind of practice mustn't be encouraged, so naturally she was put to the side. Yet everyone understood all too well. As the manor head's adopted daughter, her losing out was only temporary. After the official matters had been discussed, Yang Qing rode his dragon steed, personally leading the respective mountain chieftains as they swiftly traversed to suppressing Second Hall. Being among them, Miao Yi was a little ecstatic as he rushed forth at Qin Weiwei's side along with Wu Tong. He finally had a chance to find out where the main gates of suppressing Second Hall were facing. Despite his excitement, he felt a little disappointed that Xiong Xiao was also a part of their group. A meeting between enemies causes deep anger on both sides. However, due to the system's restrictions, he couldn't do anything about it. The same logic applied to Xiang Xiao as well, who was also restricted by the system's rules, so he didn't dare to openly mess with Miao Yi without fear. Otherwise, he'd be long dead by now, as Miao Yi would have killed him without delay. Snow enveloped the landscape, blanketing the towering mountains and precipitous ridges, as well as the strangely shaped pines littered between them. The waterfall was found to be ice cold. Treading on the snow, the dragon steeds journeyed through the mountains in regions. Occasionally, piles of snow would slide down, preventing the dragon steeds from passing through. This place held the location of suppressing Second Hall. The network of complex buildings that made up its headquarters were scattered around the top of the 4 surrounding mountains. Situated at the highest peak was a magnificent, large courtyard. Within this courtyard was a richly ornamented building complex that had the resemblance of a genuine palace hall. The snowy weather was clearing up, and one couldn't help but observe the building's imposing presence, as its grand air shrouded the mountains. To be set in the mountains with such terrains, one wondered how much work had been put into building it. While Miao Yi was admiring the uniquely beautiful and dangerous scenery, it soon dawned on him that it was true. The higher one's position was in the cultivation world, the more increasingly spectacular the mountains one occupied. It was unlikely that he'd ever be tired of these familiar mountains and rivers once the snow melted. As he followed the rest in traversing down to the foot of the mountain, they were soon stopped by 2 men. The majority of the company had gone ahead to the courtyard to make preparations for South Edict Manor. Of course, both Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao trailed after them. But nobody expected Yang Qing to turn around to point at the 2. "Both of you, come with me." Caught off guard, the pair of enemies exchanged odd looks with each other before naturally acknowledging the order. The pair then trailed after Yang Qing as they traversed through the inclined slope towards the magnificent courtyard situated at the main peak. As for the others, they were barred from entering without express permission. The 3 of them dismounted their dragon steeds outside the main gate and kept the steeds to the side. Once the gatekeeper verified their identities, he allowed them entry. The moment they passed through the palace gates, they were struck by the grand building's air of magnificence. The 3 of them did not directly proceed to the main hall. Waiting at the side, a small handmaiden dressed in palace attire extended her arm. "Please follow me." She then turned around, guiding the trio to drink tea at a waiting room located in the side courtyard. The waiting room was decorated with an assembly of small tea tables and chairs, with a group of people already seated and waiting inside. When Yang Qing entered, he immediately cupped his hands to greet the crowd, to which the group graciously returned. They appeared to be quite courteous to Yang Qing. However, the situation was different compared to when Zhang Diqing was alive. After seating himself, both Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao discreetly stood behind Yang Qing, as they weren't qualified to be seated. Upon hearing everyone's exchanged greetings, they knew that this group was made up of all the manor heads of suppressing Second Hall. For Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao, how were they, in any way, qualified to be seated on equal footing with such people? But Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao were puzzled to find that Yang Qing was apparently the only person to have brought two people here. The rest had arrived alone and unaccompanied. Occasionally, the other manor heads would stare at the two men behind Yang Qing, but they never inquired about it. Neither did anyone ask about the fight between Yang Qing and Zhang Diqing. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about Zhang Diqing. Although Xiong Xiao had no relations with these manor heads, it wasn't his first time accompanying Yang Qing to suppressing Second Hall, so he had seen most of them already. On the other hand, Miao Yi was listening attentively to their conversations, silently memorizing which manor each manor head belonged to. Since he was here now, then it shouldn't be in vain. He had to gain a bit of insight. The group exchanged polite conversation with each other, and after a while, another little handmaiden dressed in palace attire came in. After she bowed down to the rest, she said loudly and crisply, "Is everyone present?" They smiled, "Everyone is present." Only then did the small handmaiden nod her head and say, "The hall master has left, and is calling together all manor heads to discuss official matters." The group of manor heads immediately stood up, before walking out in a line. Unexpectedly, the handmaiden extended her arm out to stop the two men behind Yang Qing. She asked, "May I ask Manor Head Yang, are these two men Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi?" Both Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi were taken aback. How could this little handmaiden know their names? As for the other manor heads who had departed from the room, they also couldn't resist the urge to take a second glance, traces of astonishment flashing past their eyes. Yang Qing lightly nodded his head, replying, "That's correct." The handmaiden then said in a crisp voice, "While the assembly is going on in the grand hall, uninvolved personnel shouldn't enter. It's better for the two to remain here." Slightly surprised, Yang Qing turned and said to the two, "Both of you stay here, but..." Understood. The two of them cupped their hands and stayed behind. By the time all the manor heads had left, the little handmaiden once again extended her arm to say, "Both of you, please wait here. Please help yourselves to tea while seated." They were left to obediently find a place to sit down. Prior to this, they hadn't had the chance to rest their feet. But currently, the waiting room was empty with no one else in sight. Only the two old foes, Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao, remained, glaring at each other from time to time. Not a courteous word was exchanged. Neither did they break into a fight, which was a good thing. It was only because they didn't dare to stir up havoc in this place. The little handmaiden was quietly standing at their side waiting. On seeing that they had finished their tea, she promptly refilled their cups. "Little sister, how do you know who we are?" Drinking another cup of tea, Xiong Xiao asked her cautiously. He wanted to indirectly find out what was going on, since he felt it wasn't a simple matter for Yang Qing to bring them along. The little handmaiden smiled. After refilling their cups of tea, she invited them to drink but said nothing more than necessary. Xiong Zhao's expression froze. It wasn't appropriate for him to force answers out of her if she refused to reply. This wasn't a place where he could behave atrociously. Besides him, Miao Yi couldn't help but chuckle with glee upon seeing that Xiong Xiao had suffered a setback, giving the impression he took joy in the other man's misfortune. Xiong Xiao cast him a sidewards glance and scoffed. After waiting for a while, Miao Yi, who was glancing around, was beginning to feel the atmosphere in here was too uncomfortable for him to bear, especially when Xiong Xiao was sitting next to him, looking like he wanted to splash Miao Yi's face with a cup of tea. As time passed, Miao Yi was starting to feel restless, so he couldn't resist the urge to ask, "Little sister, I'm a little bored staying here. This is my first visit to suppressing second hall. Can I stroll around outside?" The little handmaiden responded with a smile. "Don't go too far. Don't go to places you shouldn't go to." Hee, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the advice, little sister." Immediately, Miao Yi gleefully stood up with cupped fists, casually retrieving a red packet from his storage ring, which he then stuffed into her hands. "This is just a small token to show my respect for you. I hope little sister won't be too courteous about it." The little handmaiden nodded and accepted it with pursed lips. Just like that, Miao Yi strutted out of the room. As he left, he clasped his hands behind his back before leisurely wandering away. Xiong Xiao was slightly dumbstruck. He seriously had not prepared any red packets for a small character like her. Since Miao Yi had given his share, it wouldn't look good for him not to do the same. Turning around to conceal himself from sight, he quickly tidied up his storage ring and made a red packet as an offering to the little sister, since he was implicated by association. Within the suppressing second hall grand hall, Wu Liang Fan Jian was seated expressionlessly on his high seat, dressed in a thin, long gray robe, with his hair bound by a jade hairpin. Without saying a word, he slowly lowered his eyes, occasionally sweeping his keen gaze across the group beneath him. Even if Zhang Diqing was at fault, you could have reported that you killed him, and the hall master would have personally hand-picked the next manor head for Ever Peace Manor. Why did you seize control of Ever Peace Manor? What gave you the right to hand over Ever Peace Manor's harvest for this year? Hallmaster Yang Qing's motive is despicable. Within the grand hall, the advisor Yan continued to shout as he argued with authoritative force, solely condemning Yang Qing. Naturally, it was still because of what had happened between Yang Qing and Zhang Diqing. In the beginning, Yang Qing had given logical and concise justification for his actions, and pushed all the blame onto Zhang Diqing. As for Yan's condemnation, he refused to say a word in response and didn't attempt to defend himself. It was as if he was a bystander, coldly observing how long Yan would last. It was clear in his mind all the things he'd brought to pass, including what he should and shouldn't have done. Thus, debating the matter was pointless. He had killed the trusted aide of the advisor Han Luping, betrayed the advisor Feng Jiwan, and then killed the trusted aide of advisor Yan. Nobody would be speaking up for him anymore, and he had become a lone vassal at suppressing Second Hall. Saying anything more was fruitless. Further explanations could possibly backfire on him. It would cause everyone to think that he, Yang Qing, was arrogant and disrespectful. Ultimately, the decision still fell on the hall master. Actually, he wasn't the least bit worried. After he had seized Ever Peace Manor, there was no immediate reaction from the hall master. Since then, he had the vague feeling that he'd safely passed this round. The brain-racking effort he'd put into the war in order to turn the tide should have entered the discerning eye of the hall master. There was no fault in how he'd responded. After saying what he needed to say, he kept silent, and Yan became the only person in the grand hall to release his anger and frustration. As time passed, even Yan himself was starting to realize that something was amiss and that he was the only one pointing fingers and profuse admonishment. His voice was the only one ringing inside the grand hall. When compared to the unperturbed Yang Qing, he resembled someone putting on a claptrap to please the crowds, resulting in a great loss in an advisor's elegant demeanor. The imposing air he held was gone, thus the topic of argument couldn't help but weaken. Sitting high up, Wu Liang Fan Jian scrutinized the crowd, realizing that Yang Qing had seriously offended everyone. None of the three advisors were helping him out, and none of the manor heads or deacons chimed in to support him. Had he become a lone vassal? Good. What he wanted was a lone servant who had no one to rely on and offended everyone. Without support, he could only listen to him and him alone. Opening his eyes, the silently waiting Wu Liang Fan Jian suddenly voiced out, interrupting Yang Qing. Yan was speechless as Yang Qing stepped forth with cupped fists. Your subordinate is here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Another Horse Deputy. Chapter 190, Another Horse Deputy. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Seated on his high throne, Wu Lingxiao stared at Yang Qing indifferently and said, Zhang Diqing attacked a fellow comrade without permission. As such, he deserved to die. This hall master shall allow you to manage ever peace manner. You are to safeguard both manners well. If there are any mistakes with the tributes from either manners, I will hold you accountable for what you did this time as well. You would be punished for both offenses, and will most definitely not be pardoned lightly. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Let Yang Qing manage both manners? If Yang Qing had resources from both manners to aid him, then would it not be that the hall master was trying to help speed up Yang Qing's development? Forget about the reaction from the others, even Yang Qing was stunned. The reason he had tried so hard to turn the tables was simply to show the hall master his ability, to show that he had no trouble overseeing a manor, and wasn't inferior to any of the others. It had been purely out of self-preservation. He would have immediately heeded the order to withdraw if the hall master willed it. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would be allowed to oversee both manors. These situations were very rare, and he never imagined that it would happen to him. After all, there was his current cultivation and strength to consider as well. Yang Qing really couldn't believe that this situation had happened to him. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea for a moment, and even believed that he had misheard. Oh? Wu Lingxiao mused aloud with heavy mockery, instantly silencing everyone. Are you perhaps unwilling? Yang Qing was suddenly brought to his senses. He struggled to hold down the exultation in his heart, as he cupped his fists and confidently replied, Your subordinate acknowledges the order. I, Yang Qing, shall spare no efforts, so as to not betray the hall master's high expectations. His tone still gave off a sense of barely suppressed exhilaration. Having worked himself to the bone from a measly peon to a cave master, a mountain chieftain, and then finally to a manor head, what had it all been for? Wasn't it for the sake of earning more cultivation resources, within the boundaries of the game set up by the 6 sages? Was it not for the sake of walking further, and living longer on this road of cultivation? Without any ability, those unforgettable figures on their lofty perches would never favor him. Without enough strength, he would barely even have the chance to approach the other party, and speak more than a couple of lines. Now that the hall master was allowing him to manage 2 manors, he was practically given twice the cultivation resources, giving him a shortcut to walk even further on this road. As such, he was incredibly grateful towards Wu Lingxiao's reward. The other manor heads casted envious gazes at Yang Qing. During the suppressing second hall's assembly, everyone believed that he was a dead man. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had received such favor from the hall master. The expression on the 3 advisors darkened in response. The hall master was using this opportunity to take away their cultivation resources. While they had 10 manors providing them a share of the profits before, now they were only left with 8 manors. As such, their hopes of obtaining the prize throne of hall master were even bleaker than before. From now on, the 3 of them could only fight for the remaining 8 manors. They wouldn't even think of touching South Edict Manor and Ever Peace Manor. The hall master had clearly stated his intent to protect Yang Qing. In future, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to even consider openly targeting Yang Qing. Han Luping and Feng Jihuan silently cursed Yan, useless trash. You had the chance, but you couldn't even do something so trivial. Yan felt incredibly vexed. What do you mean by Zhang Diqing attacked a fellow comrade without permission? If it hadn't been secretly authorized by you, the hall master, how could I have allowed Zhang Diqing to go about it so boldly? Yan felt like Wu Lingxiao had completely used him, then turned around and slapped him in the face. However, some matters couldn't be spoken aloud. Even if everyone clearly understood it, they couldn't speak of it. The matter was simple. It wasn't that the hall master hadn't given him a chance, he, himself had failed to accomplish the task. After being given the opportunity and failing to succeed, what more was there to say? As such, the hall master had given the opportunity to someone more capable. If he were to give it to him still, would the two advisors not be dissatisfied as well, Those were the rules of the game. Everyone had the same opportunities, it was just a matter of seeing who had the ability to take it. He felt like taking the burning ire in his heart out on someone, and glanced back at Wan Shunchang behind him. It was bad enough that this useless fool had messed things up. He didn't even know how to say a few helping words in the grand hall. It wasn't that Wan Shunchang didn't want to help, he didn't dare to. If it came off that he had run away pathetically from Ever Peace Manor, after being chased off by Yang Qing, how would the hall master look at him from now on? Would the hall master not treat him as a worthless coward? If that were to happen, then he would definitely be excluded from anything significant thereafter. He would never have suspected that Hall Master Hua Lingxiao had already known about it a long time ago. If there is nothing else, then our assembly is adjourned. Each manor is to hand over their respective tributes to Tianyu and Lu Xing, then return to your own domains. Hua Lingxiao said a single line, before stepping down from his throne, and began leaving on his own. After everyone sent him off, the 3 advisors and 6 deacons also left the grand hall. The 9 manor heads then handed over their tributes to both aunties. Yang Qing, who had received the other manor heads' courteous congratulations, took the initiative to stand furthest in line. It was best to remain humble when he should. Once the other manor heads were done handing over their tributes and left, Yang Qing stepped forward and delivered both manors' tributes. Then he cupped his fists and said, "Elder Auntie, your subordinate wishes to meet the hall master. I hope that you can convey this for me." Tianyu and Lu Xing looked at each other, and smiled. Tianyu said, "We must congratulate Manor Head Yang again for being bestowed the great responsibility of managing both manors." Yang Qing was fortunate to have received the hall master's grace, Yang Qing replied, as he cupped his fists towards the back of the hall to display his respects to the hall master. Tianyu replied, "There is no need to meet the hall master. The hall master already knows what Manor Head wishes to say." Lu Xing then followed with, "The hall master has mentioned that you should just focus on doing your own things. If any matter comes up, you need not discuss matters with the 3 advisors, or the 6 deacons. You can simply look for Tianyu and Lu Xing to request a direct audience with the hall master." Tianyu again chimed in. "The hall master has also said he is aware that you lack manpower to handle both manors, and there is no way to gather enough men in such a short time. As such, he will allocate 300 of suppressing second hall's direct subordinates to you. For the remainder, you will have to deal with them yourself. The hall master will not do everything for you." Yang Qing was shocked. This was quite a pleasant surprise. This was the hall master's way of giving him special privileges, allowing him to disregard the 3 advisors, and report to the hall master himself. Thus, he wasn't required to present any tributes to a single one of the advisors, and he would be able to save up more cultivation resources for himself. The hall master was treating him as a trusted aide, but with this, Yang Qing had never been a simple man. He immediately began reviewing his current situation. He no longer had any choice now, but to continue offending the other 3 advisors. He could never again ally with the other forces within suppressing Second Hall. However, he also would no longer be one of their pawns. From now on, he didn't need to consider much beyond obediently being the hall master's lone vassal. Otherwise, should the hall master ever decide to withdraw his protection, none of the 3 advisors would let him off easily. Was there a need to be this attentive towards a Blue Lotus 5th grade cultivator such as himself? Yang Qing laughed wryly to himself. As the saying goes, one cannot make an omelette without breaking an egg. At least for now, what he gained had more than made up for what he had lost. Within a courtyard on the highest peak of suppressing Second Hall, there was an eerie silence hanging about. In addition, no one had ventured out to remind him which of the places were restricted. As it was his first time walking around this area, how the heck would Miao Yi know where he shouldn't enter? He could only remind himself not to stray too far. After making a few turns, he suddenly caught wind of the faint fragrance of plum blossoms. When he looked in the direction of the scent, he caught sight of a moon gate. He walked towards it, and popped his head inside, stealthily scanning about. There was no one inside. Only a beautiful plum forest with snow-tipped branches, alongside a pavilion and a rock garden. The scenery was quite impressive. Miao Yi looked to his left and right again, before tentatively asking, "Is anyone around?" After a few more calls, there was still no response, only the forest of plum blossoms laid there. Thinking that it would be okay to peek around a little inside, this Miao Yi actually strode in with his hands behind his back. He brought his nose before a plum blossom branch, and took a whiff. He nodded with a satisfied expression on his face in response. Then, reached out and plucked off a sprig from the plum blossom branch. The branch trembled as a pile of snow slid off the end. "Who goes there?" an impassive voice loudly questioned from the other end of the garden. Miao Yi jumped in fright, and quickly turned around to look. From another moon gate on the other side of the plum garden, a middle-aged man stalked in. He wore a simple, thin gray-colored robe, with a blue hairpin holding up his hair. He looked relatively unremarkable otherwise. At the moment, he was looking at Miao Yi with a cold expression, as he slowly approached with his hands behind his back. Trying to keep the awkwardness from his face, Miao Yi waved the plum sprig around in his hand and laughed wryly as he said, "Try not to misunderstand. When I noticed the snowy plum forest, and that wafting fragrance, I could not help but be tempted to come inside and admire it. I did ask if there was anyone around before I came in, but nobody answered, so I entered of my own accord. Oh. And I forgot to introduce myself." After saying that, Miao Yi casually tossed aside the plum sprig that he had just plucked, then he cupped his fists and said, "I came from South Edict Manor's Mount Calming Sea territory. I am the cave master of East Arrival Cave, Miao Yi. May I be so bold as to ask for the esteemed one's name?" The other person glanced at the plum sprig that was thrown away like dirt, then cast a probing gaze towards Miao Yi as he said, "East Arrival Cave Master Miao Yi? What are you doing here?" Miao Yi chuckled and said, "Waiting in the room was boring, so I came out for a walk before stumbling into the plum garden by mistake." He again weakly asked, "May I ask what is the esteemed one's name?" The other person seemed like he was trying hard to hold back a laugh as he heard this. After considering it for a while, he replied, "Shaoizhu, suppressing second hall horse deputy." Suppressing second hall horse deputy? Miao Yi was shocked. He had been worried that he had entered a place that he shouldn't have, and stumbled into someone important and incited his wrath. It turned out, he was just a horse deputy, a post normally without any status. This, he had experienced personally. His mind was instantly relieved as he chuckled, and said, "It seems it must have been fate for me to stumble into Senior Shao. I was also been a horse deputy once." Shaoizhu replied with an "Oh?" Then said, "Is that so? What a coincidence." Miao Yi nodded and said, "May I be so bold as to ask how high Senior Zhao's cultivation is?" Shaoizhu eventually replied, "White Lotus 3rd grade." Miao Yi was even more reassured when he heard this. He rubbed his hands and said, "What a coincidence. I also have a cultivation at the White Lotus 3rd grade." The other person suddenly began rebuking him, "This is the Hall Master's plum blossom garden. Are you not afraid that you will get into trouble by entering of your own accord?" Miao Yi waved his hand dismissively, and said, "I only came here to look around. I don't suppose someone who could become a hall master would be so petty, no? However, you plucked off a sprig from the hall master's cherished plum tree. Usually, the hall master would not let anyone freely touch it. I shall report this to Auntie. She definitely will not let you off easily." Shaoizhu began showing a threatening expression as he noted Miao Yi's attitude. Miao Yi's expression froze. He looked around and, on seeing that there wasn't anyone else, took 2 low-grade orbs of wool from his storage ring and grabbed Xiao Yizhu's hand, stuffing the 2 orbs of wool into his hand. He came close and whispered, "Both of us have been horse deputies and know how difficult it is. It must also be fate for us to meet, so here is a small token of my appreciation. One should always be forgiving when it is possible." Senior Xiao can just act like you saw nothing. "I will be taking my leave now, so let's keep this a secret between the 2 of us." Bribery? Xiao Yizhu was taken aback. His gaze slowly fell on the 6 storage rings on the other party's hand, and lingered there for a while. His lips seemingly curved as he said, "No can do. If the hall master finds out, I would become your accomplice and be punished together with you." "Surnamed Xiao, do not test my patience," said Miao Yi. He revealed a vicious expression as the inversed scale spear instantly appeared in his hand, with the sharp tip of the spear readied at the other party's stomach. "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. A mere White Lotus 3rd grade cultivation, and you dare to be so impudent before me? I have lost count of the number of White Lotus 3rd grade cultivators that have died by my hand. Do you not believe that I will end you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 191, Pledging Brotherhood in the Plum Garden. Chapter 191, Pledging Brotherhood in the Plum Garden. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. You dare? Even if you could kill me, there's still enough time for me to scream. You won't be able to escape either. Xiao Yizhu was being extremely stubborn. Pooey. I wouldn't survive even if you did report me. Do you think I have anything else to fear? How about I kill you as a scapegoat first? Miao Yi threatened ruthlessly. Contrary to what one might expect, Xiao Yizhu didn't appear to be alarmed. After he groaned to himself, he nodded his head, saying, "All right. I promise I will pretend I didn't see it. Let me go." Really? Miao Yi still felt considerably suspicious over his casual surrender, which didn't tally with his usual understanding of the problem. Xiao Yizhu smiled. Really? The other party was behaving too calmly and didn't appear the least bit afraid. Miao Yi's mind was thrown off by his current demeanor. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this bastard wasn't someone that could easily be dealt with. What if this bastard was trying to pacify him for now, but was actually going to report the incident the moment he was safe from harm? What would Miao Yi do then? "Why do I feel like you're harboring ill intentions?" asked Miao Yi. "Am I?" Xiao Yizhu laughed involuntarily, shaking his head as he said, "You're overthinking it. Let me go. The more we dawdle, the more likely someone will spot us here. I feel like something's not right. I'm not sure I should let you go with such ease." "Then what do you plan to do?" The great cave master Miao was instantly put on the spot with no way to back out. He regretted running around so blindly. It was really unfortunate that he'd chosen to break off a plum sprig belonging to the hall master's favorite tree. In the hall master's eyes, a small cave master like him truly couldn't be compared to a plum sprig. With the spear tip pressing against the other party's stomach, he pondered for a while. All of a sudden, he broke into a smile and said, "How about we share our happiness and hardships together?" "Oh," said Xiao Yizhu in amusement. "I'd like to hear the details. How do we share our happiness and hardships together?" Miao Yi pursed his lips at the surrounding plum forest in full bloom. "We should bask in the hall master's light and pledge brotherhood in this plum garden." Pledge brotherhood? Xiao Yizhu was at a loss for words, unable to wrap his mind around Miao Yi's intentions. It was all because Miao Yi's suggestion had come out of nowhere, outstripping the current range of his thoughts in a flash. "We were horse deputies before and are at a cultivation of White Lotus 3rd grade. Being able to meet in this plum forest could also be considered as fate. How could we miss this opportune encounter bestowed by the heavens above? After we become sworn brothers, we will share our happiness and hardships together." Although my Easter rival cave is small, I'm still the master of one cave with a myriad of followers under my reign. Naturally, we're not lacking in beauties and fine liquors as well. If Brother Shao has the time to spare, you can always enjoy yourself at my Easter rival cave. I definitely won't treat you shabbily. How about it? The great cave master Miao offered up a pile of vain temptations, and he didn't know how much of it he could honor. In short, he wanted to secure the other man's goodwill first. Becoming sworn brothers. Xiao Yizhu was nonetheless stunned from the proposal. Don't hesitate anymore. Without another word, he quickly fished out 2 jade archives and stuffed one into the other man's hand. Using the inversed scale spear to force the man, he urged, I shall trouble Brother Shao to write a card stating our brotherhood and then we will exchange it. Xiao Yizhu was once again rendered speechless as he stared at Miao Yi like he was a freak. He understood Miao Yi's intent. Wishing to become sworn brothers with him was just a facade, whereas wanting him to write on this sworn brotherhood card was real. Once Miao Yi let him go, then if he ever dared to report him, Miao Yi would definitely take out this card and say they were sworn brothers. People who could betray their own sworn brothers had grave issues in their moral integrity. They shouldn't dream of doing well in suppressing Second Hall in the future. This was trying to use the sworn brotherhood card to blackmail him. When did the act of pledging brotherhood become like this? Miao Yi jabbed at him again with the inversed scale spear, and continued to threaten, hurry up and write. Stop wasting time. Xiao Yizhu wanted to say something but then seemed struck by a sudden thought, and began to smile while shaking his head. Unexpectedly, he invoked his arts and wrote down the sworn statements in the Jade Archive. After Miao Yi examined it, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Keeping it inside his storage ring, he also wrote another one, imbuing it with his transcendent seal before handing it over to Xiao Yizhu. Then, he proceeded to laugh heartily as he cupped his fists and said, You're much older than me. I, your little brother, will respectfully address you as Big Brother. Big Brother Xiao. Caught between tears and laughter, Xiao Yizhu cupped his hands and said in response, Little brother. You flatter me. It's our first time meeting and so suddenly, too. I didn't prepare any gifts but I have a pot of superb liquor as a small token of my gratitude. I hope Big Brother Xiao doesn't mind. After stuffing the pot of wine into the other man's hands, Miao Yi immediately bid a hurried goodbye. Little brother still has some matters to attend to. Since Big Brother is busy, I won't bother you further. When you're free next time, come and visit my Easter rival cave. I will definitely give you a cordial reception. Don't bother to see me out. He had said everything in a hurry, not giving his big brother the slightest chance to reply or to bid farewell. He quickly turned and ran off, unwilling to stay behind for a moment longer, fearing that an undue delay would cause more trouble. Thus, he swiftly rushed out of the plum garden. Staring at the direction that the great cave master Miao had disappeared to, Xiao Yizhu remained silent for a long time. So just like that, their brotherhood pledge was considered complete? He could tell that Miao Yi's inversed scale spear had been made using extraordinary refinery skills. He initially intended to ask about its origin, but unexpectedly, his little brother wouldn't even spare him a chance and had run off without a backwards glance. He simply couldn't catch up with the quick leaps in Miao Yi's line of thoughts and behavior. Those who weren't fools would know that the great cave master didn't hold this brotherhood pledge to heart or with any esteem. It was clear that he didn't want Xiao Yizhu to take it seriously as well. It was purely done to act as a handhold for an easy escape. The next time he met Xiao Yizhu again, it was still questionable as to whether he would recognize Xiao Yizhu or not. This convenient sworn brother's tactic was handled too abruptly. It's as though it fell from the sky. No common person could ever think a pledge and a pot of wine would be enough to dismiss me? Supporting the wine pot in the palm of his hand, Xiao Yizhu muttered to himself as his lips curled into a teasing smile. He once again looked at the item on his other hand. That conveniently sworn little brother had not only given him a pot of wine but a sworn brotherhood jade archive, as well as 2 low-grade orbs of will. Glancing back at the pot of wine in his hand, he invoked his arts slightly, instantly popping off the ceiling clay on top of the wine pot. A wave of fragrance that suppressed the sweet-smelling plums of the garden made Xiao Yizhu's eyes gleam. Just one whiff and he knew that the wine was extraordinary. Instantly, a stream of crystalline jade liquid came flowing out of the wine pot. Xiao Yizhu opened his mouth to receive it. He sampled a little and immediately narrowed his eyes, a look of captivation appearing on his face. After savoring the aftertaste for a long while, he gently breathed out an intoxicating alcoholic breath. Suddenly opening his eyes, he revealed a look of amazement as he glanced at the wine pot in his hand. Gradually shaking his head, he clucked his tongue and said, "He really didn't fool me. It's truly a rare bejeweled nectar. The spiritual fluid is amber-colored, suggesting an aged wine that's used spiritual herbs as a medium. A taste like this is impossible to be brewed unless it's done by an expert in wine. It leaves a rich aftertaste. Simply memorable. Where did that brat manage to get such a good wine as this?" He didn't know that this expert in wine had been part of 72, and all of them killed by little brother in one sweep. If such a thing were discovered by a person who loved liquor, they would wring their hands and lament as they stamped their feet and hammered their chest, since it was truly a crime against nature. Taking another sip of the crystalline jade liquor into his mouth, he continued to stare at the pot of wine in his palm, recalling the matters that had transpired earlier. "Little brother?" Xiao Yizhu smiled. He heard the faint sound of familiar footsteps coming from outside the garden. Turning around, he exited the plum garden. It was uncertain as to who he had bumped into outside the garden, and he could be heard saying, "Try tasting this." Soon, a woman's voice could be heard, "Amazing wine. You can't find an excellent wine like this in suppressing second hall." Xiao Yizhu's hearty laughter sounded from the distance. "My sworn brother gave it to me." "Sworn brother?" The woman's voice carried a trace of confusion. Xiao Yizhu's voice became faintly discernible, traveling from afar as they both walked away. He explained in detail the incident that had transpired, eventually disappearing into the distance as unrestrained laughter rang out from the woman accompanying him. Inside the waiting room, Xiong Xiao was abiding by the rules as usual. He obediently sat at his former seat, and didn't try to leave. He didn't overstep his bounds and refrained from saying anything excessive. It was because he understood that when arriving at a place like this, it was better to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Should he cause a disturbance, there was a high chance he would have to bear the consequences. A cultivator like him, who hadn't even reached the Blue Lotus realm, was considered as nothing in this place. As a person who had lived for a long time, he knew from experience the truth of that fact. And Miao Yi, who had hurriedly returned, was a good example of it. Even breaking a plum sprig could cause such trouble. The great cave master forced a smile towards the little handmaiden, cupping his hands. He went back to his former seat, with trepidation lingering in his heart. He was feeling slightly anxious, and he hoped the sworn big brother would be smart about it. If by any chance he chose to be a brainless idiot by daring to report it, then the aftermath would be difficult to predict. Honestly speaking, he'd only thought of this method of coercion because he'd been at a loss about what to do. He sincerely felt that it didn't count as a brilliant countermeasure at all. While he sat restlessly, another little handmaiden dressed in palace attire came in from outside. Her voice was exceptionally sweet as she asked, "Who is Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi?" Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi naturally stood up to cup their hands in response. "Elder Auntie wants to meet you. Follow me." With that said, the little handmaiden turned and left. The two foes exchanged glances with each other. The aforementioned elder auntie must be the elder auntie of suppressing second hell. Why did she want to meet them? What was the meaning of this? Not daring to hesitate, the two trailed after her, all the while pondering over this baffling turn of events. They moved through the palatial gardens, and after some distance, Miao Yi realized that the path was a bit familiar. He'd been here before, when he was taking a stroll earlier. By the time he caught sight of the moon gate of the plum garden's entrance, the great cave master Miao's expression became distorted. He had just left this place, why was he back here again? He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Why would the elder auntie of suppressing second hall want to meet with a small cave master of East Arrival Cave? Could it be that the fool had truly reported him earlier? All of a sudden, an elegant, extraordinary and beautiful woman emerged from the Moon Gate entrance. She stood in the middle of the Moon Gate, her eyes looking straight at them. The little handmaiden immediately went forth, giving a courteous bow as she said, "Elder auntie, I brought them here." As it turned out, this was the legendary elder auntie Tian Yu of suppressing second hall. Miao Yi secretly sized her up with a glance. Xiong Xiao, on the other hand, had met her before. The two of them got up to their feet and bowed. Xiong Xiao, Miao Yi, greets elder auntie. Tian Yu gestured with her hands to indicate there wasn't any need for formalities. She stared at Miao Yi and asked, "You're Miao Yi, the cave master of East Arrival Cave?" "Correct." Miao Yi readily nodded his head. Upon raising his head, he eventually realized that this elder auntie Tian Yu had been staring at him in a weird manner. She scrutinized him from top to bottom before sweeping her gaze back up, as though she was staring at an oddity. Feeling guilty as a thief, Miao Yi's heart instantly raced. Could it be that the fool had reported him? Even Xiong Xiao had noticed that the elder auntie was looking at Miao Yi with a slightly peculiar expression. It wasn't just slightly, it was incredibly strange. What on earth was going on? The look Tian Yu gave was enough for Xiong Xiao to feel nervous as well. "Send Cave Master Miao back." Tian Yu smiled as she gestured with her hands. A look of surprise flashed past the little handmaiden's eyes. She felt that the elder auntie was treating this small cave master with a little more politeness. Without thinking further on it, she immediately invited Miao Yi to follow her back. Tian Yu's gaze dropped onto Xiong Xiao, and she curbed her smiling demeanor. With an indifferent tone, she uttered, "You, follow me." The vast difference in attitude shown between the two only served to heighten Xiong Xiao's anxiety, and he submissively followed her into the plum garden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, An Honest Man. Chapter 192, An Honest Man. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Upon returning to the waiting room, Miao Yi felt like a burden had been lifted off his chest. It was good that there were no issues. He sat down on the chair and heaved a heavy sigh of relief, before twisting his body to hurriedly grab a teacup and frenziedly pouring himself a cup. Not long after, with a trace of glee on his face, Yang Qing returned to the room. He was about to gesture for both of his subordinates to head back with him, but noticed that one of them was missing. He couldn't help asking Miao Yi, who had stood up to salute him, "Where's Xiong Xiao?" "He got summoned by elder auntie." Taken aback, Yang Cheng understood. The reason he'd brought the two of them here this time, wasn't it due to the elder auntie wanting to meet them? Pressing his hands, he gestured Miao Yi to sit down with him and explain in more detail, preparing themselves to wait for Xiong Xiao to return before they could depart. Once seated, Yang Cheng asked, "Elder auntie didn't summon you?" "I already met her just now with Xiong Xiao. She didn't even say much to me and told me to come back here." Xiong Xiao was then taken away. "Oh?" Yang Cheng frowned, as he couldn't make heads or tails of it. He wanted to inquire more in detail, but after seeing that the little handmaiden was still present in the room, he held back from asking more questions, and prepared to wait for Xiong Xiao to return first before asking further. It didn't take long and soon, Xiong Xiao came back. His face held a faint trace of happiness. The moment he barged through the door and caught sight of Yang Qing, he froze and quickly saluted him. Being in the presence of outsiders, Yang Qing stayed quiet. He turned to leave, ordering, "Let's go." The three of them departed from the palace gate, retrieved their mounts and went down the mountain together. The forces of South Edict Manor waited for them at the foot of the mountain. Although this wasn't Qin Weiwei's first time going to suppressing second hall, she had never stepped foot in the grand hall situated at the main peak. It had never crossed her mind that her subordinate cave master would enter it before she did, and she threw Miao Yi a slightly perplexed look. Wu Tong eyed Miao Yi enviously. The other mountain chieftains were also gazing at Xiong Xiao in envy. After everyone welcomed Yang Qing, he galloped away and departed the area, the others in tow. After exiting the mountain range dwelling of suppressing second hall, they returned to their route. Suddenly, Yang Qing slowed down, turning his head to ask, Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi shall remain. The others should go on first. It was obvious to everyone that Yang Qing had some matters to discuss with them in private. However, even though it was within expectations for Xiong Xiao to be detained, for Miao Yi to also be involved seemed a little. The manor head really did look at Miao Yi in a different light. Qin Weiwei bit her lips in secret. Acknowledging the order, everyone made haste to continue, while Yang Qing slowed down to look towards Xiong Xiao and inquire, "What did the elder auntie summon you for?" Xiong Xiao hesitated for a moment before answering, "She brought me to see the hall master." "She brought you to see the hall master?" Yang Qing was caught by surprise. Earlier, when he'd wanted to meet with the hall master in private, he had been denied entry. Conversely, his subordinate had been summoned to meet him instead. What was the meaning of this? He couldn't help but continue to ask, "For what purpose did you meet the hallmaster?" Miao Yi was also scrutinizing Xiong Xiao oddly. A mere mountain chieftain like him was given the right to personally meet the hallmaster? Then why was he stopped from going? He wanted to see what the hallmaster looked like, too. Could it be that in the hallmaster's eyes, there was a huge difference between a cave master and a mountain chieftain? Xiong Xiao faltered. The hallmaster inquired about thriving 10,000 manor and their involvement during the battle with Zhang Dicheng. Void of emotions, Yang Qing probed, "Did you tell him the truth?" Xiong Xiao said with gritted teeth, "I didn't dare to conceal the truth from the hallmaster." "Manor head, please punish me." "Forget about it. What's done is done." "I'm sure the hallmaster already knew about this matter." Yang Qing appeared to be indifferent about it. He then added, "Is there anything else apart from this?" After I answered honestly, the hallmaster rewarded me with 2 mid-grade orbs of wool before sending me back. "There isn't anything else." Xiong Xiao replied carefully, but hesitated from sharing all the details. He held back from mentioning that Hu Lingxiao expressed his admiration for Xiong Xiao's abilities, and that he would be promoted once his cultivation base increased. He already held the position of mountain chieftain. What would a promotion mean then? Wouldn't that mean he'd be a manor head? The whole situation kept Xiong Xiao in a constant state of delight. One could see that Hu Lingxiao had effortlessly planted a seed in Xiong Xiao's heart. Should a chance arise, sooner or later the seed would blossom and bear fruit. Except that, he would never dare to inform Yang Qing about this. Yang Qing tilted his head slightly, glancing at Xiong Xiao with a calm expression. When he turned around, however, he gazed sharply into the distance, his eyes deeply filled with suspicion. It was unclear how much he really trusted in Xiong Xiao's words. As someone who had been fought over by 2 hall masters, he, Yang Qing, was naturally not a simpleton. While Lingxiao's position in cultivation may be higher than his, but when it came to skills and stratagems, Yang Qing wasn't necessarily inferior to Hu Lingxiao. He might even surpass him in that respect. To Yang Qing, the true meaning behind some of Hu Lingxiao's moves couldn't be considered as brilliant. He could see through them with just a single glance. Although he didn't know what exactly had been discussed between Hu Lingxiao and Xiong Xiao, he was aware that their meeting had resulted in a link being formed between Xiong Xiao and the hallmaster of suppressing second hall. The logic behind this was simple. It meant that Xiong Xiao was now acquainted with the hallmaster and had conversed with him in private. For instance, for the rich and influential households in the secular world, it was perhaps difficult for an ordinary commoner to enter and meet with the master of the household. However, if they had a prior connection beforehand, that was a different matter altogether. If they paid the master another visit, the servants would naturally announce their arrival. Otherwise, nobody would know who they were. It wasn't as if a mere commoner like them could meet the master of a large mansion just because they wanted to. Did they even have the right to meet the master? The servants would have asked that person to leave the premises without even declaring their arrival. From Xiong Zhao's viewpoint, the situation was the same. Under normal circumstances, what right did a small mountain chieftain like him have to meet the hall master? If there were any matters to be addressed, it should have been handled by the manor head. As for the future, whether the hall master would request Xiong Zhao's presence again, that would all depend on Xiong Zhao's performance. Yang Qing sneered in his heart and didn't question Xiong Zhao any further. He gradually relaxed his perplexed gaze, before turning to look towards Miao Yi. He then asked, since Elder Auntie called for you too, why did she ask you to head back? Miao Yi was slightly at a loss for words. Like hell he knew why. He was only a lowly cave master. The complexity involved with the higher-ups was considered too far-fetched for him currently. It's most likely that he realized my position was too low to warrant a meeting. Maybe when I become a mountain chieftain, he might want to meet me then. He boasted without shame, and earnestly declared his intention for a mountain chieftain's seat. He didn't even think about the likelihood of a person becoming mountain chieftain just because they wished for it. Even if he did become a mountain chieftain, not every mountain chieftain could guarantee a meeting with the hall master upon request. It should be borne in mind that there were many mountain chieftains who had yet to pass through the main palace gate of suppressing second hall, Qin Weiwei included. Inwardly, Xiong Zhao cursed Miao Yi for overestimating his own capabilities without any sense of shame. On the other hand, Yang Qing was unable to restrain a smile. This brat made it seem like he'd be a mountain chieftain sooner or later. Daring to talk of this in the presence of a manor head? He really didn't care about concealing his own ambitions. However, Miao Yi's character had always been to his liking. He was immoral, yet was consistent in nature. He reeked of the common townsfolk, and placed great value in both affection and loyalty. If one understood his temperament, then it was easy to get along with him, so Yang Qing didn't need to worry much. However, Yang Qing was more or less still puzzled. Since both had been called forth, surely the hall master wouldn't reject meeting one of them because of his lowly position? He couldn't hold back the question, "Brat, did you do something wrong or say something you shouldn't have said?" Miao was hit by a pang of guilt. He almost did cause trouble, so he laughed dryly, "I'm an honest man." You should know that by now. What sort of misdeeds could I possibly do? Yang Qing rolled his eyes and asked, "You consider yourself an honest man?" Inwardly, Yang Qing censured his actions. That bastard had destroyed his own mountain gates and pinned the blame onto his own subordinates. He'd even taken the opportunity to kill his own subordinate, so honest, my ass. Of course. Miao Yi guaranteed. Instead, he cast his gaze at Xiong Zhao, revealing a mocking look. I'm not some filthy scum who acts one way in front of a person, and another way behind their back. He swears that he's fine on the surface, but then delivers fatal blows from the shadows. It wasn't news that he and Xiong Zhao didn't get along. And it wasn't as though Yang Qing didn't know this as well. At every opportunity, Miao Yi never hesitated to provoke him. Xiong Zhao glared daggers at him. Who are you talking about? You'd better watch your mouth. Miao Yi instantly countered. I'm not even talking about you, so why are you replying? What are you feeling guilty about? What, are you looking for a fight? Without saying anything more, he flashed out the inversed scale spear in his hand, pointing it at Xiong Zhao's nose and yelled, "Filthy scum! Are you bold enough to fight me to the death?" This was too sudden. Xiong Zhao was rendered speechless. It wasn't meant to turn out this way, so for a moment, he didn't know how to react. But soon, he also took out his blade and brandished it, saying with uncontrollable anger, "As if I'm scared of you. Manor head, you've seen it. I'm not talking about him and yet he insists that I must be. He's the one who started this fight, so if I happen to hurt him by accident, I'm not. Silence. Yang Qing roared sternly. Both of you can fight to your heart's content if you don't want to work for South Edict Manor anymore. As he said this, he shot a merciless glare at Miao Yi. He realized that this brat was getting more and more rebellious. A mere cave master dared to challenge a mountain chieftain so brazenly. Miao Yi hurriedly and obediently put away the inversed scale spear and pretended to be an obedient, honest man. Well, he had to act more obedient than Xiong Xiao, at least. He knew a fight wouldn't break out if Yang Qing was present. He only intended to provoke Xiong Xiao into striking out at him, and then he would have the excuse to lead his troops and wreak havoc on Xiong Xiao's territory. Otherwise, by the time spring arrived, bringing with it warmer weather, then what would happen to those corpses hanging in East Arrival Cave? Xiong Xiao was angry beyond measure, dying to skin Miao Yi alive. At the same time, regret filled his heart as to why he had provoked the wrath of such a troublesome bastard to begin with. However, what happened then was then. At the time, Xiong Xiao honestly hadn't expected he'd face any difficulty in killing Miao Yi and had assumed he could get rid of him effortlessly and without any issues. In order to exact revenge on behalf of his handmaiden, he wasn't opposed to making a fool of Miao Yi. Instead, he'd stirred up more trouble for himself, and was being frequently slandered as filthy scum. If this went on, Xiong Xiao was going to become the joke of South Edict Manor. If he had known all this from the start, either he would have avoided Miao Yi entirely, or unleashed his full power to kill him off in one sweep when he had the chance. The troops made their way unhindered, rushing towards Ever Peace Manor. Yang Qing didn't dismiss the mountain chieftains and had instead summoned them to discuss matters of importance. This didn't apply to Miao Yi. After Qin Weiwei said that they could return to their respective lands, Miao Yi did not behave like Gong Sunyu, who had waited for her at Ever Peace Manor so that he could protect her from harm and escort her back. If not for his line of duty, Miao Yi would love nothing more than for Qin Weiwei to die an early death. Since his own forces were massive in number, he might even become the mountain chieftain of Mount Comingxi. Who would have guessed that his forces would end up being the greatest in the entirety of Mount Comingxi? The feeling of having an army for his own use was superb. He cupped his hands at Gong Sunyu when they ran into each other, laughing on the surface while slandering the illicit couple in his heart. Afterwards, he immediately departed with Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan, who had been temporarily stationed at Ever Peace Manor. Both were first-rate, elite bodyguards from East Arrival Cave, and if the circumstances allowed it, then he'd never let them go. After spending so many resources on them, he wasn't going to let his efforts to support them be in vain. He'd taken great pains to obtain those cultivation resources. He needed to quickly think of a way to deal with Xiong Xiao. He couldn't afford to delay it any further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Discipline. Chapter 193, Discipline. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. A rank at the level of a cave master wasn't qualified to attend the manor's assembly, so Miao Yi left with the others in tow. However, chaos had erupted inside Ever Peace Manor Grand Hall. Within the Grand Hall, Yang Qing sat on his high throne, studying the crowd respectfully standing beneath him. He officially declared, "Everyone, the Hall Master has honored us. From this very day onward, he has permitted me to govern both South Edict and Ever Peace Manors. I hope everyone will work together with me to avoid disappointing the Hall Master's great expectation." On their journey back, Yang Qing hadn't leaked any information before this moment. Everyone thought the reason why the manor head had assembled them was to make preparations to withdraw from Ever Peace Manor, and make haste to South Edict with their men. They would never have expected the manor head to unveil such shockingly amazing news. The Hall Master had actually allowed manor head to control two manors. What did this mean? When the manor head ate meat, everyone at least had a bowl of soup to drink. Who would want to devote their life to him, if only the manor head reaped all the benefits? Wouldn't this mean that there was a chance the territories they seized would now belong to them? An uproar instantly broke out within the Grand Hall. Everyone was overwhelmed by surprise and happiness. After the first clamoring roar, they eventually settled down and together faced Yang Qing seated on his high throne. They cupped their hands and shouted loudly in unison, "Congratulations, Manorhead! Congratulations, Manorhead! Your subordinates are willing to serve Manorhead faithfully." The crowd truly meant what they said from the bottom of their hearts. Any lingering apprehension they felt from their seizure of Ever Peace Manor for fear of punishment from the upper echelons was swept away by Yang Qing's continued bold actions and relentlessness. The manor head really had everything in his grasps. Yang Qing smiled as he pressed his hands together. After seeing everyone's expectant gazes, he knew they were anticipating his next words. He didn't disappoint them. "I already said as much. If nobody betrayed me, I certainly wouldn't treat everyone unfairly. The past few days have seen everyone stationed at 2 mountains simultaneously looking after both lands and manors. It's tough, so I want to once again divide everyone's governed land, and make it easier for everyone to administer. Are there any objections?" It really was true. The group was ecstatic, every one of their eyes were alight. Naturally, they would agree to dividing the territories once more to rearrange 2 separate manors and mountains together. Otherwise, it really was too inconvenient. They all cupped their hands in response, and said, "We will follow Manorhead's orders without question." Yang Qing nodded his head in satisfaction, but then began furrowing his brows. "There is one more matter that I've been having difficulty with, so I wish to confer with everyone." "We are all ears," the group once again replied. From his seat between Qing Mei and Qing Ju, Yang Qing stood up and clasped his hands behind him. He sighed, "We are short on men. It is possible for us to manage 2 manors simultaneously, however, it will be difficult to maintain in the long run. The hall master empathized with us, and has given me 300 men, who will be arriving within the next few days. At first, I wanted to divide these 300 forces to everyone, but I wonder if it will really be alright for us to divide them all?" As they listened to the tone of his words, everyone instantly felt their heartstrings were being tugged. The hall master had allocated 300 men to them. If they scattered them all and didn't give any concessions, even if the hall master wasn't suspicious of them conspiring against him and they were firm like a metal bucket, he would still be upset, and those 300 men definitely wouldn't just accept it. Were they simply going to be subordinates for everyone once they were sent down from suppressing Second Hall? For cultivators with low cultivations, there wouldn't be any issues with such an arrangement, but what if they were established cultivators? If they actually decided on this arrangement, it wouldn't be easy for them to manage such a difficult person among their subordinates. This was him hinting that he intended to separate some of their territories from them. Nobody was willing. The smiles on their faces had disappeared without a trace. Yet they still spoke as one, "We will comply with the headmaster's arrangements." That was the line Yang Qing had been waiting for. He nodded and said, "I wish to set aside 1 mountain from each manor to help settle them. I want to know if anyone here is willing to let go of 1 mountain?" It was easy to offend people with such actions. Should he have forcefully arranged it, nobody would have dared to have any objections regardless of who he picked, and they wouldn't be willing to part with their mountain either way. It was inevitable that there would be resentment. It hadn't been easy for them to battle for cultivation resources little by little, they needed a more effective way to gain it. Wasn't it for this exact reason that Yang Qing had resented Liu Yu, and decided to stage a revolt? Even if Yang Qing hadn't risen in rebellion, he would have seized Liu Yu's nuts from behind by colluding with outsiders, and worked to harm him from the shadows. However, such people were easily singled out by others. For instance, Yang Qing was targeted by Feng Jihuan and, with his help from the shadows, Yang Qing had struck up a rebellion. The most important point was, that it would be easy for his subordinates to grow distant. If the hearts of his men fell apart, it wouldn't be easy for him to lead the team. When he spoke, silence engulfed the area below him. People were lowering their heads quietly, or glancing speechlessly at each other, completely unlike their previously boisterous and exhilarated mood. Yang Qing shot a gaze at Qin Weiwei from under his lowered lids. Qin Weiwei picked up on his hint and stepped forth with cupped fists. At the battle in East Arrival Cave, I knew nothing of the enemy, and behaved recklessly. In being tricked, I almost consigned the entire South Edict Manor to eternal damnation. I cannot escape my punishment. I am willing to relinquish Mount Kangxi. Everyone was shocked. After that, all of them unconsciously turned to Xiong Xiao to see how he would react. To tell the truth, everyone felt that Xiong Xiao was the most suitable choice. This bastard had 3 mountains in his clutches, one more than them. Everyone felt that it had been a little unfair from the beginning, but alas, the man had indeed performed a great merit. There was nothing they could say about it. However, now the situation had changed. Who was Qin Weiwei? She was the adopted daughter of the manor head. Since Xiong Xiao had taken more than his dues, shouldn't he consider loosening his grip a little? Was he going to watch on impassively as Qin Weiwei fell? Everyone was in the same boat. They all had 2 mountains under them. There was no law that punished the majority, so they didn't have anything to worry about. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. When Xiong Xiao felt everyone's gaze on him, it was as if he was under a great pressure. The topic didn't have anything to do with him, yet the pressure had suddenly fallen on him. Yang Qing didn't even glance at Xiong Xiao. Without any pretense of trying to delay it further, he firmly continued to eye Qin Weiwei as he nodded, and said, "It's good that you know your mistake. All right. Relinquish Mount Kangxi, and prepare to manor head." All of a sudden, Xiong Xiao stepped forth from his line to stop him, and exclaimed loudly with cupped fists, "I beg Manor Head to give Mountain Chieftain Qin one more chance. I have 3 mountains under my command. I am willing to part with one." For those following Yang Qing up till this moment, unless they made some grievous mistakes, none of them had ever stepped down from being defeated in a war. It was normal to kill, win, and lose in the cultivation realm. Yang Chang always gave everyone a chance, and wouldn't kick someone out because of a loss. The most he would do was punish them. Once Yang Qing did this, he would have a hole in his heart. If he were to do this to Qin Weiwei now, then he could go after Xiong Xiao next. When that time comes, Yang Qing would have the means to make Xiong Xiao give up all 3 of his mountains in one go. Although the Hall Master Huo Lingxiao had given Xiong Xiao hope, it would still depend on Xiong Xiao's performance. The Hall Master would never allow an incompetent person attain a high position. He had to at least raise his cultivation level until he was qualified for it. Being stripped of one mountain, or having none at all, it was a simple decision to make. What's more, Yang Cheng had always treated Xiong Xiao kindly, so reasonably speaking, just on sentiment alone, he needed to lend Qin Weiwei a hand. "That's not right, isn't it?" said Yang Qing, shaking his head slightly. Xiong Xiao once again cupped his fists to reaffirm, during the battle with Zhang Diqing, the fault did not lie with Mountain Chieftain Qin. From before, Zhang Diqing had long ago hatched schemes with her as the base. If I were in her shoes, I might have been tricked as well. Even if Mountain Chieftain Qin was at fault, she has also done a meritorious deed. If it wasn't for Mountain Chieftain Qin destroying Zhang Diqing's scheme at the most crucial moment, all of us would not have the chance to hold 2 manors. In reality, Mountain Chieftain's great service was greater than her errors. Earlier, she didn't receive a reward. To my benefit, I have felt uneasy since. How can I watch as Mountain Chieftain gets punished? Manor had already once rewarded Xiong Xiao, then how could you still punish Mountain Chieftain again? I am willing to offer 1 mountain. I hope Manor Head can understand this. Yang Qing appeared to be placed in a difficult position. However, Xiong Xiao's words were reasonable, so he couldn't help but ask everyone present, "What do all of you think? Xiong Xiao makes sense." I second Xiong Xiao. Everybody was speaking on behalf of Qin Weiwei and Xiong Xiao. Qin Weiwei remained calm and still, but everyone could feel their heartache for Xiong Xiao. A mountain had been given away, just like that. Xiong Xiao understood that these group of bastards weren't actually helping him, they were helping themselves. They didn't want Yang Qing to begin forcing them to step down from losing in a war, otherwise, there was a chance that one of them would be out of luck. Of course, there were also some who were envious of Xiong Zhao's social status. Since everyone has said so, then it's decided. Yang Qing waved his hand and slapped the board. As usual, he complied with the majority when it came to matters of distributing their gains. Everything was agreed by them, without being forced by him. But in reality, everything had always been in his grasp. After that, everything else fell into place. Dividing everyone's territories once again brought the separate governance of two mountains to an end. By placing the territories next to each other, it made it easier for each of the mountain chieftain to control and administer, and inevitably, their forces had to be shuffled around ever peace manner and South Edict manner. Although Qin Weiwei didn't get punished again, she still only had Mount Kangxi in her hands. It was honestly due to her current ability in cultivation base. Yang Qing had already made an exception for her by promoting her to a mountain chieftain. Should he allow her to govern two mountains, it would be going too far. The remaining mountain was naturally left for the men of suppressing second hall. A portion of them would be taken out to enter this mountain. After the assembly was over, apart from Xiong Xiao, the others were visibly delighted and quite satisfied. The next thing they had to do was to invest some time into tidying up their territories. Within the courtyard, Qing Mei trailed behind Yang Qing and asked, "Won't Xiong Xiao grow resentful?" Even though the outcome of the assembly just then had gone with the majority decision, those with keen eyes had already noticed that it was an outcome steered by Yang Qing. Xiong Xiao wouldn't be unaware of that either. Yang Qing coldly scoffed, "Does it matter if he bears a grudge against me? I have always treated him kindly and taken his side. What happened today was done to discipline him, so he won't think that just because he had a few words with the hall master that I won't dare touch him." This was to make him clearly understand that this still isn't the time for him to indulge in his fantasies. I can take back whatever I have given him. The hall master met him alone. "If you do it this way, won't that be a little inappropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it. If I don't approve, then it's a no. If I can't even control my own subordinates, what use does the hall master have for me?" But after a few days, once every respective mountain force had been decided, the mountain chieftains came to report one after another. The 300 men assigned by suppressing second hall were already in their assigned positions. Once every mountain chieftain left with their men, Qin Weiwei was in no hurry to leave. Instead, she stayed beside Qing Mei and Qing Ju for a long time. When she left, she also brought along 50 men. Although they couldn't completely replenish Mount Kangxi's troops, it was better than nothing. Yang Chang would never have allowed her to be short on manpower for long. Besides that, Yang Qing still needed to think of ways to replenish the remaining vacancies. He needed to set his sights on the available sections. Riding without rest back to Mount Kangxi, Qin Weiwei was in the middle of bathing her delicate, tender body in scented water, when she suddenly said to Hong Mian, "Take a trip down to East Arrival Cave. Check how the restoration of East Arrival Cave is progressing right now." Hong Mian was quite surprised. Did such a matter require her to personally go? Yet, she still agreed in the end. Unexpectedly, Qin Weiwei clenched her jaw and bit her lips before adding, "Yuan Jinkuan, Li Xian and Sun Jiajiu are now being sheltered by Xiong Xiao at Changfeng Cave. Come up with a way to let Miao Yi know. Don't make it too obvious, you can't leave any trace of it behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 194, Hong Mian's Mission. Chapter 194, Hong Mian's Mission. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Earlier, Miao Yi requested her help to find out the allocation of Xiong Zhao's subordinates, hoping to find out where Yuan Jinkuan's group was. Although had she refused him without a moment's hesitation, this matter had always been on her mind. When she had gone to Ever Peace Manor this time around, she couldn't help herself from discreetly unearthing the allocation of Xiong Zhao's forces from Qing Mei and Cheng Ju. If anyone else had brought up the matter, Cheng Mei and Cheng Ju would have been on their guard. When the matter was raised from Yang Qing's daughter, the two aunties didn't believe that Qin Weiwei would do anything rash that would disadvantage Yang Cheng. Moreover, letting Qin Weiwei know more on the current situation wasn't necessarily a bad thing either, so they didn't conceal the truth from her. While cleaning her pair of white jade-like hands, Hong Mian and Lulu exchanged a meaningful glance with each other, a trace of realization and doubt flashed by their eyes. Lulu cautiously asked, "Mountain Chieftain, Cave Master Miao is a person who dared to be openly hostile with Xiong Xiao. Last time, I heard that for the sake of those three men, Cave Master Miao almost went head-to-head with Xiong Xiao. If Cave Master Miao finds out where they are now, I am afraid that he won't be willing to take things lying down." Qin Weiwei awkwardly shook her arms to flick off the remaining scented water. The arc of her red and snowy white bosoms would make any person's heart race. She feigned a smirk as she said, "I almost died at their hands before. How could I not avenge myself? I can't do it in person, but since Miao Yi has never stayed put anyway, I can make use of him." Hong Mian and Lulu glanced at each other. They had all lived together for many years, so they understood each other well. "Mountain Chieftain, are you the type of person who would not care about the manor head's overall situation for the sake of your own personal grudge? You aren't type to use your own position to get even with another person. No matter how you try to feign it, you don't look the part at all. Mountain Chieftain, do you perhaps?" Initially, Lulu wanted to cautiously ask, "Mountain Chieftain, do you perhaps like Miao Yi?" All of a sudden, Hong Mian shot her a ferocious glare. Since both of them knew each other very well, when she caught a glimpse of Lulu's odd expression, she already knew exactly what she wanted to say and quickly stopped it. She actually held the same suspicion in her heart. Before, when the Mountain Chieftain had lost herself because of Miao Yi, it was already too abnormal. Women always understood each other. However, some words weren't appropriate to say. If the Mountain Chieftain truly liked him, then it was all the more crucial that they didn't say it out loud. Many years had passed, and yet, when had they ever seen the Mountain Chieftain enamored with someone before? Even the manor head felt that it was a little strange, so he frequently showed concern on this issue. Others would not have expected it, but Yang Qing actually had a strong desire to fulfill his responsibility as a father. Now that the Mountain Chieftain finally managed to have this barest of notions, if they said it to her face, her pride wouldn't be able to take it. Just like a small ember, a casual breath would be able to extinguish it. Not only that, they could not be entirely sure just then. The pair, Mountain Chieftain and Cave Master Miao, were practically enemies. They never behaved normally the moment they saw each other. On hearing her unfinished words from behind, Qin Weiwei asked, "Do you perhaps, what?" Lulu secretly stuck out her tongue, understanding her sister's meaning. Hong Mian hurriedly interjected, "What Lulu means, is that the last time Cave Master Miao brought this matter up, didn't Mountain Chieftain refuse him, ? Qin Weiwei avoided making eye contact for a moment, but quickly collected her composure and said, "How could I ever promise him outright? Do you think my position now is appropriate? That's why I want you to reveal it to him without leaving any trace behind. Do you still not understand?" Hong Mian and Lulu glanced at each other, before agreeing in unison. "We understand." In reality, there wasn't a need for them to remind him, as the cave master of East Arrival Cave was currently scheming on this exact matter. The great cave master couldn't sit still any longer. He had been preparing to dispatch his subordinates to scout each and every location in Xiongzhao's territory one by one. All of a sudden, he got wind that the forces of South Edict Manor and Ever Peace Manor were going to undergo a large-scale reshuffling, and were once again dividing up the territories. He didn't have any choice. Miao Yi could only wait until the territories of those men were assigned before he could strike. When he heard that Yang Qing was given administration of two manors, and was once again dividing the territories, Miao Yi had been a little hopeful. He reckoned that, as the adopted daughter of Yang Qing, Qin Weiwei wouldn't lose out. There was a chance that he could gain a small advantage as well. With his men, it wouldn't be a problem for him to occupy two caves. However, he certainly didn't expect the other mountain chieftains to expand their territory, while only that luckless woman, Qin Weiwei, didn't receive a single thing from it. Meaning that he, the great cave master Miao, would not get anything from it either in the end. I ended up being the one being compromised by our beloved mountain chieftain. East Arrival Cave's dear cave master was hiding inside his simple room, grumbling about his superiors before his subordinates without any kind of restraint. Actually, Miao Yi already knew all too well that with his current cultivation, climbing up to the cave master seat was already a special case. Anything higher than that couldn't be justified. He was just being hopeful, but with his dream crushed, he was still somewhat upset. When a person is upset, they tend to have a need to find another poor soul to vent out their frustrations, and Qin Weiwei was naturally the first on his list. He wasn't afraid that someone might leak news about it. He believed that the school of Blue Jade disciples wouldn't have any interest in telling on him, and he trusted Yin Xiu. So whenever he was upset, he would simply curse. He would curse whoever he wanted to, it was his own territory. He was the one with absolute authority. At that exact moment, a subordinate stepped inside with hurried steps. He cupped his hands to report, "Cave Master, Elder Auntie Hong Mian from Mount Comingxi is here." Ha! Seated on his wooden chair like a great king of the mountains, Cave Master Miao expressed surprise. Why is she here? How many people came? 2. She only brought one subordinate along. For what purpose? Miao Yi was slightly puzzled as he stood up and began walking in large strides. I'll go take a look. Meanwhile, Hong Mian was stunned as she stood outside the destroyed Grand Hall. Needless to say, what shocked her the most was the tragic sight of those corpses hanging in the chill wind. She had heard about this matter before, but never expected that she would still see this sight after so long and was at once disgusted by it. Secondly, she was shocked that East Arrival Cave was still in ruins. There was not a single human figure going about with reconstruction works. Whatever that had collapsed, or were destroyed, were still in the same state. Broken debris were still scattered about, even as snow cloaked the ruins. From the site, how could anyone see any sign that it was going to be rebuilt at all? What the hell was this great cave master Miao doing? Furrowing her brows, she was beginning to suspect that Miao Yi was a maniac. If he didn't rebuild East Arrival Cave, then it was fine. However, not burying those exposed female corpses was too disgusting. Didn't he feel the same when he looked at them every day? Elder Auntie, why were you suddenly struck with the mood to come over to my East Arrival Cave? From far away, Miao Yi chuckled as he cupped his hands in greeting. After he made his way to her, Hong Mian pointed at the hanging corpses and frowned. Cave Master Miao, what is the meaning of this? He. It's to remain vigilant in times of peace. Miao Yi casually said so, yet a hazy look flashed past his eyes as if he had just been stabbed in a wound. His own territory had been destroyed by outsiders, his subordinates raped, murdered, and hung there. Yet, a cave master like him couldn't avenge them and let them rest in peace. Every day, he thought of it as a disgrace. Was remaining vigilant in times of peace done this way? Hong Mian felt like vomiting. She once again cursed him as a twisted madman in her heart. This wouldn't do. When she returned later, she needed to find ways to stop Qin Weiwei by any means possible. She would never allow Qin Weiwei to fall in love with this twisted bastard. Otherwise, her own sisters would need to serve this crazy maniac as well. Then why aren't you rebuilding your East Arrival Cave? It's too cold and difficult to carry out reconstruction in this condition. Miao Yi once again muddled through her interrogation. Hong Mian was rendered speechless, realizing that this bastard had many excuses up his sleeves. Finally, Miao Yi asked her a question instead. Elder Auntie, why are you here? Hong Mian replied, I was ordered to come and check on the progress of East Arrival Cave's restoration. But I never would have thought that Cave Master Miao would show me this instead. I am seriously at a loss on how to report back to the mountain chieftain on my return. Miao Yi cursed inwardly. did she really need to send her own personal handmaiden to check up on him? He was positive that the bitch was planning something against him. I have 100,000 followers under me. Rebuilding this humble East arrival cave is only a trifling matter. No hurry. No hurry. Cave Master Miao chattered briefly, before inviting Hong Mian to his humble home to rest for a moment. For this, he had specially emptied out a wooden room. After he had spoken with her and figured that she was simply here to pick a quarrel with him, the great Cave Master Miao excused himself by saying he had other matters to attend to, and left. He couldn't be bothered with her anymore. The task of attending to her was left to Qian and Shui. Currently, East Arrival Cave didn't have any other handmaidens. The main reason was that conditions did not allow for it. Staying in a shack in the mountains and fields, in a world of mountains and snow, even if a group of handmaidens came, they wouldn't be able to endure it. However, Hong Mian had came with a mission, not for the sake of enjoyment. The current conditions here weren't even suited for enjoying herself. After chatting with the two girls and getting to know them for a while, Hong Mian stood at the entrance, and reached out with her hand to an icicle hanging from the eaves. She broke it with a crack. Eyeing the ruins at the foot of the mountain, she sighed, "Your cave master is really too outrageous. He actually has the heart to watch his own delicate handmaidens suffer cold and hardships, by refusing to hurry the restoration of East Arrival Cave. And not to mention, look at your former sisters. He's heartlessly letting their corpses hang there, without care." On hearing someone talk ill of their own master, the pair of girls bit their lips. With the other woman's status, they didn't dare to retort. Yet eventually, they couldn't hold themselves back any longer. Shui defended her master in a low voice, "Elder Auntie. That's not how it is. You have wronged our cave master. He has vowed that for every day he can't avenge them at East Arrival Cave, let them watch him for another day longer. Cave master, ... She wanted to continue, but Qian quietly pulled her sleeves, and made her to shut up immediately. Before Hong Mian, these two were still too inexperienced. Startled, Hong Mian turned to glance at the pair. She didn't pay attention to their small movements, as realization dawned in her eyes. So that was why. For every day he did not avenge them, he would never rebuild East Arrival Cave? She was the one who had mistaken the great cave master Miao for a twisted bastard. Yet he really was quite twisted, using this crazy way to demonstrate his sincere conviction. Utilizing that information, she managed to find a way to leak information to him without leaving a trace. Shaking her head, she sighed, "Later, persuade your cave master to forget about taking revenge. Yuan Jingquan's group has already begun serving as Mountain Chieftain Xiong Zhao's subordinates in Changfeng Cave. We are all colleagues now, just let bygones be bygones." Qian and Shui instantly widened their eyes in surprise. It turned out that those villains were now residing at Changfeng Cave. Recently, while the pair were by Miao Yi's side, they always overheard Miao Yi and his subordinates talk about taking revenge every day. The cave master always cracked his head over the whereabouts of his enemies, but it wasn't possible for him to search for them without attracting attention. Now that their location had been exposed, the two girls couldn't stop themselves from clenching their fists. They were also suffering at the sight of their sisters' bodies every day. They wanted to avenge them. Silently noticing the pair's reaction, Hong Mian already knew that she had surely achieved Mountain Chieftain's purpose in sending her here. There was no need for her to say anything more, otherwise, it would be easy for others to become suspicious instead. The topic soon quickly changed to matters such as how the scenery was around here. Somewhat unnecessarily, she began asking about the matters of the bed between the two girls and the great cave master Miao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Debriefing. Chapter 195, Debriefing. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Putting the two girls aside, even Hong Mian herself was ashamed to be discussing such an intimate topic. Yet, she had no choice. This time around, apart from completing the mission that the mountain chieftain entrusted her with, there was another slightly personal mission slipped in because she didn't desire to see the mountain chieftain enter the pits of a living hell. Before coming here, Lulu had secretly pulled her over and said, "Could it be that mountain chieftain really feels that way towards Cave Master Miao?" Hong Mian replied, "So what if she does?" Lulu had said, "We don't often cross paths with him. What if there's something wrong with Cave Master Miao? Sister, if mountain chieftain really gets together with him, we have to serve him in the future. You don't want to be disgusted too, right? Sister, please try and put more effort into it." At this reminder, Hong Mian believed that she was right. Such matters were normal in the cultivation world. After finding their dual cultivation halves, some men would take their consorts' personal handmaidens as their partners too. Some of them would brazenly do so while others would be sneaky about it. The pair knew Qin Weiwei all too well. She had always despised men who messed around in that area. If what Lulu said were to happen, Qin Weiwei would never be willing to take things lying down. When the time came, she was unsure as to how the chaos between master and servants would develop. Thus, the scene before her unfolded. Hong Mian wanted to get to know the great cave master Miao from every aspect. The questions regarding betting were just a small part of it. Shan Hai and Shui were not kids anymore. Naturally, they understood what Hong Mian's topic of intimacy meant, causing them to blush from sheer embarrassment. On seeing how bashful they were, Hong Mian once again reused an old trick of hers, verbally abusing and slandering Miao Yi beyond the bounds of propriety. Ultimately, even Shan Hai couldn't contain herself anymore and explained, "Elder Auntie, Cave Master is not the sort of person you think he is. Not once has he done such things, he hasn't even laid a hand on us. He's never behaved as indecently as that." Hong Mian had never counted on Miao Yi to be a real gentleman. In the cultivation world, the stories of masters betting their handmaidens were too common. Her sole intention was to find out more about Miao Yi's character. What's more, if the mountain chieftain really felt that way towards him, then that obviously meant that the mountain chieftain could be moved on that aspect as well. What could she say then? But she never expected to receive such an answer. Stunned for a long while, Hong Mian exclaimed in amazement, "You've been together for so long. Cave Master Miao has never touched you in that way? Which young woman would not yearn for love?" Each time they helped the cave master to his bath, Shan Hai and Shui's hearts thudded wildly with anticipation for what the cave master might do to them. Prior to being sent to East Arrival Cave, there had been a mama who'd taught them in that area in order to please the immortals. So the pair had already been mentally prepared, since they knew that sooner or later they would become partners of the cave master. Neither had expected the skills they'd attained to be for naught, since right from the start they'd never been given the chance to serve their master. Shan Hai and Shui's expressions still held traces of embarrassment. One after another, they shook their heads to indicate that Miao Yi had never laid hands on them. "For real?" Hong Mian once again interrogated. Shui said with a lowered voice, "The cave master is not that kind of man." "You're still virgins now?" Beyond stunned and amazed by their answer, Hong Mian couldn't hold back from prying further, although she herself was still a virgin too. The two girls admitted it naturally. Yet Hong Mian still found it difficult to believe. There was still a man in this world who hadn't had a liaison? For this reason, Hong Mian disregarded her elder auntie's status and hauled the two girls into the closest room. She shut the door and forcefully examined them thoroughly. And the resulting outcome was two girls tidying up their clothes with mad blushes on their faces, while Hong Mian stared at them in utter disbelief. The truth surpassed 1,000 words. The great cave master Miao had really never touched his own handmaidens. Having completed her mission after lingering for half a day, she had absolutely no interest in staying any longer, so she happily bid Miao Yi goodbye. After Miao Yi personally escorted her through the collapsed mountain gates, he rubbed his chin, his eyes trailing after the figure vanishing at the distant foot of the mountain. He mulled over the weird gaze Hong Mian had looked at him with just now. He wasn't a monster, so he was uncertain as to what thoughts were running through her mind. He shook his head. He wasn't afraid of her. He was about to turn around and leave when he caught sight of Qianer and Shui'er rushing towards him at a mad pace. Cave Master. Cave Master. We know the enemy's location. What happened? Miao Yi told them to calm down and collect themselves before explaining anything. He questioned them, his eyes glaring daggers once he understood the situation. King shit. Where will you bastards run now? Men, gather all forces. He roared with anger. After containing it within himself for so long, he'd finally found a way to vent out his fury. In short order, Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan rushed over with their men following closely from behind. Shui'er and Qianer stood discreetly behind Miao Yi's back on both sides. They loved how majestic and awe-inspiring their cave master looked when he passed down his commands. As the grand caretaker of East Arrival Cave, Yan Xiu also took his place next to Shui'er behind the great cave master Miao's side. On seeing that every member was present, Miao Yi grew calmer. If he were to bring along this many men to attack, the numbers alone would quickly expose them all. To top it off, Xiong Shaoan himself had a grievance with the other, so it'd be difficult to pull this off without discovery. This plan would make others suspicious of him, but they'd have no proof of his guilt. Such were the rules of the game. If you were part of the game, then you had to play by the rules, unless you had the ability to create them yourself. Otherwise, it was better to obediently abide by the rules. If not, you'd be crushed under the weight of the consequences. Ultimately, he ordered Yuan Fang to step down with half of the troops, leaving Lai Yuhan and the others to move out. After passing down orders to Lai Yuhan, Miao Yi took out 10 face masks and handed them over to him. He reminded them all again, you must capture those 3 alive. I want to skin them alive before the dozens of corpses hanging from the ruined beams. If by any chance that's not possible, then bring back their heads to pay respect. Understood. Lai Yuhan heeded the order, turning around to distribute the masks by hand. This time Miao Yi had ordered him to lead his troops to set upon Changfeng Cave. He acted without delay, as his master Hong Changhai was eager to deepen the resentment between Miao Yi, Yang Qing, and company. So naturally, they had to fulfill it. With regards to Changfeng Cave, it was located at Miao Yi's old home, Changfeng City. Initially, Miao Yi had wanted to personally head there to seek revenge, but in the end he had to face reality, and give up that dream. It would be inconvenient for him to act on this matter with his strength alone, unless he were to put on that set of armor. But if he wore them, he was afraid that even an idiot could tell this had obviously been done by him. In the end, he could only let his subordinates handle the matter. As for the 10 masks, they were remnants from when he'd killed Madame Wu Hua at the Sea of Constellations. That woman's storage rings held a pile of junk inside, which saved him the need to prepare something similar. Soon, they rode their dragon steeds galloping across the snow, Lai Yuhan in the lead with his 10 subordinates trailing thunderously behind him. Hong Mian had only just divulged the news, and already the men were marching out to seek revenge. The great cave master Miao really couldn't wait another moment longer. There were a total of 10 subordinates, a Blue Lotus 1st grade cultivator, a White Lotus 9th grade cultivator as well as 3 more at the 8th grade, 7th grade, and 6th grade, respectively. The remaining 5 were White Lotus 5th grade cultivators. With such a formation headed out to deal with Changfeng Cave, the great cave master Miao was brimming with confidence as he stood at the mountain gates watching them leave. If they could still fail with this many, then the school of Blue Jade had truly sent him nothing but a group of trash. If so, then the next time he deducted their pay, they'd have no right to be angry about it. Night had fallen, and snowflakes drifted lazily down from the sky. Hong Mian hurriedly brought her attendant back to Mount Kangxi. After penning in the dragon steed, she hastily entered. Upon hearing a commotion in the dead of the night, Qin Weiwei and Lu Lu had guessed she had returned. Otherwise, the night patrollers would sound the alarm. Seeing her sister and the mountain chieftain waiting for her at the main hall's entrance, Hong Mian swiftly went forward with a bow and said, Mountain Chieftain, by luck I was able to complete the mission and have come to give my report. Having confirmed that no one else was around, Qin Weiwei seized her hand and pulled her into the room. While they were walking, she once again verified the details of the situation. On the other hand, Lulu was fairly bouncing as she followed from behind, brazenly perking up her ears as she listened in on them. They acted exactly like three sisters. And as for Qin Weiwei, the woman was actually quite pitiful. As a child, she'd never had many playmates by her side, unlike the younger generations of mortals. Ever since she was young, she had been brought up by Qing Mei and Qing Ju at Yang Qing's side. Unfortunately, Yang Qing had yet to reveal to her their blood relationship with each other. For this reason, Yang Qing was overridden with guilt and aimed to fulfill his responsibility as a father. Not only did he wish that his daughter's cultivation could become more profound, he also hoped that his daughter could enjoy the happiness of an ordinary person. In fact, he was really worried about matters regarding his daughter's partner. And when those two handmaidens came along, Hong Mian and Lulu, they more or less became Qin Weiwei's best friends. In front of others, they scrupulously abided by the master and servant's relationship. But behind everyone's back, they behaved as they did now, unable to interact seriously as a superior and her underlings. She dragged Hong Mian over and sat down together with her on the couch. When Qin Weiwei heard Hong Mian speak about the situation at East Arrival Cave, she was also slightly surprised. East Arrival Cave has yet to carry out any renovations? Those 10 corpses are still hanging there? Hong Mian nodded her head and said, I heard this straight from Cave Master Miao's personal handmaidens themselves. Cave Master Miao made a vow before the corpses that for every day he couldn't avenge them and let them rest in peace, then East Arrival Cave would stay broken another day, letting them watch him from dawn to dusk. Lulu drew back a breath of cold air. She exclaimed in shock, this Cave Master Miao is truly a man of honor. Qin Weiwei's eyes flickered as she scrupulously bit her lips. Earlier on, she hadn't known whether it was right or wrong of her to do this, even going as far as thinking that she had been rash. Now that she'd heard of the situation at East Arrival Cave, her heart felt indescribably at ease. Mountain Chieftain. There's still one more thing I found quite interesting. It's about Cave Master Miao and his 2 handmaidens. Hong Mian suddenly giggled with laughter. Lulu's mouth frowned at that. With that kind of relationship, what other matters could there be? Qin Weiwei also frowned and sneered. No man can be considered as honorable. Mountain Chieftain, it's not what you think. Hong Mian stifled her laughter as she said, those 2 girls are still virgins. Qin Weiwei's expression, which had gradually turned cold, immediately stiffened. Dumbstruck, she stared at Hong Mian, a bit at a loss for words. There were some questions she wanted to ask, but she couldn't say it out loud. Women were stubborn, perhaps it was due to their strong pride. Lulu was also amazed at the news. But then, she asked curiously, really? It's true. I didn't believe it at first, so I checked the 2 girls. Hong Mian sniggered as she explained the matter in which she'd thoroughly examined the pair. Even she was thinking how absurd it was for her to go that far. The suspicion she'd carried in her heart had dissolved and Qin Weiwei fell silent, a peculiar look flashing past her eyes. Nobody knew what was on her mind, and she would never disclose her thoughts to outsiders. The 2 handmaidens' gazes seemed to fixate on her simultaneously, and they quietly scrutinized her. Unable to read her reaction, Lulu tried to tease her, Mountain Chieftain, a man who doesn't fool around has really appeared. What to do now? What do you mean by what to do now? Qin Weiwei replied without thinking, but then recovered quickly. She was immediately awash with shame and anger, and she flipped Lulu onto the couch and began to spank her. You dared to tease the Mountain Chieftain. You're really out of control. Hong Mian also pounced up to assist in spanking her, tormenting Lulu until she cried for mercy again and again. Once they were done fooling around, Qin Weiwei tidied up her clothes and stood up with a cold scoff. Do you 2 think that I'd take a fancy to just any man? Even if he had 10,000 good things about him, he still doesn't deserve to even carry my shoes." Upon saying that, she flung her sleeves and departed from the room. Standing underneath the eaves, she looked up at the fluttering snowflakes. Dressed in a skirt as white as snow, her gaze appeared a little lost, and that moment came to mind when she had been in great danger and then pulled up to safety onto someone's dragon steed. "Hold on to me tightly." That stern shout would ring through her ears from time to time, occasionally entrancing her. When she'd hugged the tough and stocky build, pressing tightly against him, that scene was all the more unforgettable, forever etched into her memories. Walking slowly to the entrance, Hong Mian and Lulu looked at each other as they stuck out their tongues. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Caught Them. Chapter 196, Caught Them. Translator, Kalad Editor, Tom Yummy. At Changfeng Cave, the chill night had frozen the ground solid. From a distant mountain forest, 10 riders came and lightly treaded their way through the snow. They finally came to a halt on the mountain peak, and surveyed the dimly lit region from their elevated and far-off position. Once night had fallen, the 10 riders changed into white garbs. After scouting about in the distance for a moment, they met up to converse in low voices. Then one after another, they began untying their hair, letting it hang loose in a disheveled mess on their shoulders, and each fastened a mask on their face. Matters which didn't abide by the rules could be acted upon in the dark, but their identities must not be exposed. Miao Yi had already warned them repeatedly on this. It was similar to before, when Xiong Shao wanted to get rid of Miao Yi. He could only do so behind everyone's back, and would have never dared to act in the open. At the head, Lai Yuhan sat on his dragon steed and scanned his surroundings, then slowly raised his hand to signal. 3 riders, a White Lotus 8th grade, 7th grade and 6th grade cultivator, immediately scattered. They wound their way through the surrounding mountain range to guard the 4 routes leading to Changfeng Cave, including an additional one for this side. After making preparations, Lai Yuhan pointed out Changfeng Cave's location on the mountainside. The 6 riders behind him, 5 White Lotus 5th grade cultivators, and a White Lotus 9th grade cultivator, let loose with their speed, and charged forth at a mad thundering gallop into Changfeng Cave, no longer concerned with being secretive. On hearing the commotion, a cultivator standing guard at the Changfeng Cave mountain gates invoked his transcendent vision to look only to see 6 masked men with disheveled hair charging towards him on their dragon steeds. Having seen such strange garbs, he obviously knew it was abnormal without even thinking about it, and his expression turned a ghastly pale. "Awo!" He immediately sounded the alarm. After the alarm sounded, human figures rushed out of their individual cultivation residence in Changfeng Cave one by one, and quickly prepared their defensive countermeasures. The gatekeeper didn't bother discovering the cultivation bases of the invaders. It went without saying that he was heavily outnumbered, so he turned and ran. Yet how could his pair of legs surpass the speed of dragon steeds? The masked man leading the charge swept the tip of his long spear into the ground, and flicked it upwards. Formidable transcendence energy manifested and blasted out. The White Lotus 9th grade cultivator was the first to act. A line snaked across the snowy ground, and with a rumble a large slab of earth and snow was thrust into the sky. Bang! It immediately squashed the retreating gatekeeper into the ground, only his face was left exposed and coughing out blood. The 6 riders rushed past without stopping to finish him off. Judging by the strength displayed, the gatekeeper being pressed into the ground and spewing blood, instantly knew that the invaders were no virtuous crops. This was at least the strength of a White Lotus 5th grade, but from the force used by the other party he was afraid that the cultivation was far beyond a White Lotus 5th grade. The cultivator resigned himself to shutting his eyes, and pretending that he had been crushed to death on the ground. By then, the Changfeng Cave master had already organized his troops, and was charging to meet the enemy head-on. While closing the distance, he started bellowing furiously, "Who goes there? You dare to assault my Changfeng Cave?" Nobody answered him from the other party. They continued charging forward and finally clashed with the enemy force head-on. The masked man in the lead immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Changfeng Cave master, with the former striking out skillfully and easily, while the latter instead began feeling extremely fearful. The Changfeng Cave Master only had a cultivation at White Lotus 5th grade. The moment they crossed each other in combat, he instantly knew that he was never the other party's match, and cursed to himself. However, he soon realized that the enemy didn't have any intention of killing him. A spear strike sent the weapon in his hand flying, then the raised long spear immediately seized the chance to come crashing down straight onto the head of his mount, splattering its brain. The man didn't continue pursuing him with the intent to kill, as he continued to dodge. Instead, the masked man took a jade archive in hand, and closely examined the forces under the cave master one by one. Keeping in mind that among the 6 masked men who had come, apart from the White Lotus 9th grade cultivator in the lead, the other 5 were all equal in strength with the Changfeng Cave Master. How could the men of Changfeng Cave ever hope to ward them off? Amidst the thundering noise of flagstones flying about at random under the flurry of transcendence energy, snowflakes madly swirled about. The men of Changfeng Cave instantly suffered a crushing defeat. However, it puzzled them that although the enemy had barged in with full force, and attacked them until they no longer had any energy left to defend themselves, they only killed the mounts, not the people. Li Xian and Sun Jiajia were also mixed with the chaotic battle. Both of them, as usual, stuck by Yuan Jingquan's side. Even though Yuan Jingquan also had the strength of a White Lotus 5th grade, he couldn't handle so many men with similar strength working together. He grumbled silently in his heart, "Didn't I just surrender not long ago? Why do I keep encountering this kind of situation? What is wrong with South Edict Manor? Why is it never peaceful?" After blocking an incoming spear strike, the dragon steed beneath him let out a cry before collapsing onto the ground. It was killed in a flash by a cold glimmer. Yuan Jingquan swiftly dodged out of the way, and leapt off. Within a short time, all of the mounts belonging to the troops of Changfeng Cave had been killed. One by one, the men recoiled and huddled about the Changfeng Cave Master's sides. The 6 masked men had already urged their steeds into a line, and raised their spears. "Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking my Changfeng Cave tonight?" asked the Changfeng Cave Master in a fit of rage. To his surprise, the head cultivator simply swept his gaze through the crowd with the jade archive in hand, then abruptly pointed at Yuan Jingquan's group, and delivered an ultimatum. "Those 3. Hand them over to us, and I will let you all live. Otherwise, we will show no mercy, and slaughter everyone." The 5 riders by his side swiftly shot out, and charged straight towards the trio. Shocked, Yuan Jingquan's group seemed to understand something in that instant. Why were they the only ones being targeted? The trio didn't need to think very much to figure out who they had an enmity with. They could roughly guess who these invaders were. "Run!" Crying out in terror, Yuan Jingquan, Li Xian and Sun Jiajia immediately turned tail, and ran. Yet how could they ever outrun dragon steeds? When the sound of the wind being sliced came from behind, the trio quickly raised their spears to block. Bang! Clang! Bang! 3 sounds rang out with a trembling note. The weapons in the hands of Yuan Jingquan's group were either swept away, or jolted out of their grip. Several loud bang sounds followed immediately after. The trio were brutally knocked back by 5 charging dragon steeds in a sharp wedge formation, and were sent flying. The results were hardly surprising after being disadvantaged by the loss of their dragon steeds. Even a cultivator at the Blue Lotus realm wouldn't dare collide head-on with a dragon steed, let alone the 3 of them. The impact of the dragon steeds was alarming. The crisp fracturing of their bones was clearly audible in the night, as they coughed out blood. The 5 riders quickly overtook them, and struck with their spears, piercing through the trio's guts. Then, raising their spears into an overhead swing, again brought the trio crashing down to earth. The trio collapsed where they lay on the ground, coughing up blood and screaming in terror. The 5 riders again swiftly turned back in their direction. Scared shitless, the trio covered their bleeding guts, and cried out in a panic, "Surrender! We surrender! The 5 riders continued charging over, completely ignoring their pleas to surrender. The long spears in their hands jabbed out in quick successions, thoroughly crushing their ability to fight back. Crippled, the three bodies continued to wail in anguish as they were picked up by three of the riders. "Oh, Wu!" The leading masked man with disheveled hair unleashed a long howl as he faced the snowy night sky. It was a signal of success to the four men who were guarding their escape routes in the surrounding mountains, their failsafe, should they need to flee. Soon after, he turned his dragon steed around, and swiftly departed with the five riders trailing after him. Sure enough, they fulfilled their promise and didn't attack any of the others. As for the men of Changfeng Cave, none of them dared to actually strike after the threat from the masked leader, because the enemy forces really had the strength to completely slaughter them without resistance. To top it all off, both manners knew of the grudge between Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi. After Yuan Jingquan's group was assigned to them as subordinates, the Changfeng Cave Master had already been worried that the insane Miao Yi would come to seek vengeance. Obviously, since Miao Yi would even dare to fight head-on with Xiong Xiao, he wouldn't be afraid of a mere Changfeng Cave. As expected, the Changfeng Cave Master ground his teeth and said, "This was definitely done by that insane Miao Yi. I heard that his East Arrival Cave recruited 20 experts, and he actually used them today on my Changfeng Cave." Fuck. Near him, someone immediately asked, "Cave Master, should we give chase?" The Changfeng Cave Master turned around and spat in his face. "Chase? What chase? We don't even have mounts anymore. What are we going to pursue them with? Even if we catch up to them, do you seriously think they won't dare wipe us out? We can't afford to deal with this matter. Let the mountain chieftain handle it himself." The moment the 10 riders met once more within the snowy forest in the dead of the night, Lai Yuhan lifted the hair of the 3 wailing captives to confirm their identities. After that, he motioned with his large hands, "Move." The 10 riders immediately left with a thunderous clamor. The next afternoon, the 10 riders had crossed several fields and mountains paths throughout their journey, before finally arriving at East Arrival Cave. Dismounting from his dragon steed, Lai Yuhan quickly hurried over to the shack that the cavemaster currently resided in, and bumped right into the great cavemaster Miao, who, heading out after hearing the commotion, he had been immersed in cultivation. Leaving the doorway, Miao Yi narrowed his eyes at the foot of the mountain, and said with a smirk, "Have you completed the task?" "With luck, we were able to complete the mission successfully. We have caught them." Lai Yuhan cupped his fists and reported the outcome. While he was explaining, he led Miao Yi down to the base of the mountain. "Did it go without any problems?" "It went well. You lot didn't kill anyone else from Changfeng Cave, right?" "No. We went according to the cave master's orders. We have only injured them and killed no one. Great job. Except that we've let that scum Xiong Xiao off easily. I'll wait for him to pick a fight with me." Miao Yi's mouth twisted as he laughed coldly. The sensation of having your men carrying out orders without the need to personally risk oneself was amazing. His first instincts had been to kill every single man under Xiong Xiao, and let him have a taste of being a lone mountain chieftain. However, that wasn't very realistic. Even completely wiping out all of Xiong Xiao's forces in one cave was already not a small matter to begin with. South Edict would undoubtedly topple the heavens to investigate the matter thoroughly. If he were caught, Yang Chang would never let Miao Yi off. Yet since Xiong Xiao had acted the same, then Miao Yi could pull the exact same trick. "Weren't you, Xiong Xiao, able to send over your masked subordinates to kill me?" Refusing to admit it, even if you were to be beaten to death and caught red-handed? This time, I've sent masked men of my own to wreak havoc in your territory. Not killing anyone else, and simply capturing Yuan Jingquan's group was to let you, Xiong Xiao, know that I am the main perpetrator. When the time comes, I will never admit to it too. What can you do to me without any evidence? Are you going to forcefully pin it on me?" Recalling the events from before when Yang Qing sent Qing Mei over to pass on a message saying that if there came a day where he, Miao Yi, was able to replace Xiong Zhao's position in South Edict Manor, Yang Qing would let him take over Xiong Zhao's mountain. Miao Yi regretted that his own cultivation base was still too low, and that he didn't have many forces in hand. His foundation was still too weak. It wasn't enough for him to oversee Xiongzhao's territory. Looking at it more objectively, it was impossible for a White Lotus third-grade cultivator to be a mountain chieftain. Being a cave master was already considered a difficult proposition. Were it not for this fact, Miao Yi would definitely have led his troops to openly seize Xiongzhao's territory without hesitation, and directly eliminate that beast. While he really wished to kill Xiongzhao, it was difficult for him to brazenly trigger a dispute within South Edict manner. Provoking a dispute was certainly possible for him, but the most crucial point was, he had to end it. For example, after killing Xiongzhao, he needed to instantly seize control of Xiongzhao's territory. He couldn't just kill Xiongzhao and leave behind a chaotic mess. The manor head would have to clean up after him and appoint another capable person to tidy up Xiongzhao's territory, or the like. That wasn't realistic. If Yang Qing seriously did that, besides outsiders suspecting that it was done under his orders, the hearts of the men would waver, and the rules would be a complete mess. In the future, what if anyone with a grudge continued to do such a thing? After having done it, have Yang Qing clean up the mess again? Otherwise, why was Miao Yi alone allowed to do such things, and others were forbidden to do it? Would Yang Qing be able to clean up every mess that was made? Truly, this was why the rules were necessary. Thus, Miao Yi intentionally gave the game away, and let Xiongzhao know that he was the perpetrator, hoping that it was enough to provoke Xiongzhao into starting a fight. If Xiongzhao was the one to single him out first, nobody would say anything about him even if he killed Xiongzhao. Everyone would abide by the rules. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Skinned Alive. Chapter 197, Skinned Alive. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Clouds filled the sky overhead as a chill wind blew. Smack! Pathetically battered, and on the verge of death, Yuan Jingquan, Li Xian, and Sun Jiajia were mercilessly thrown to the ground. If it were the normal folks in their shoes, they would have already died much earlier. The trio were using their transcendence energy to keep their heartbeat from stopping, barely keeping themselves alive. Of course, the main reason was that the men who captured them hadn't done the deed, or else how could they still be alive? As their faces crashed into the icy snow, they began shivering, the fog in each of their minds slowly receded, and they gradually lifted their heads. The three lay on their stomachs at the foot of the steps leading to the destroyed East Arrival Grand Hall. The moment they raised their heads, they caught sight of the 12 unsightly corpses, stiff from the cold as they hung from the destroyed beams of the East Arrival Grand Hall. Why were these corpses still hanging here? Their pupils shrank, and their hearts were instantly racing. This was their handiwork. How could they not know where they were? There was no one in front of them apart from the hanging cadavers. The three desperately twisted their heads to look about, and found the 9 masked men with disheveled hair behind them, encircling them in a half-fan position. One by one, they began taking off their masks, revealing their true faces. From afar, a grating sound pierced their ears. Miao Yi was letting the inversed scale spear in his hand drag. As the tip scraped against the ground, it drew a line in the snow. The friction between the metal and flagstones gave birth to a terrible sound that raked at everyone's ears. Xian and Shui were following behind him on either sides. Similarly, the disheveled Lai Yuhan and Yin Xiu trailed after them, along with Yuan Fang and the rest in tow. The entire East Arrival Cave was walking toward the ruins of the East Arrival Grand Hall. On a cedar tree by the mountains, Yao Ruoxian sat on a branch that jutted out, with one leg hung over the other. He was cradling one of his wide sleeves. He opened the mouth of the sleeve to peek at the 85 mantids crawling inside. After he chucked a piece of gold crystal in, a frenzied crunching sound broke out that would make any person's blood run cold. Yao Ruoxian was attending to the mantids as though they were his ancestors. He tilted his head to cast a glance in the direction of the East Arrival Grand Hall, and chuckled to himself, muttering, "This brat is really persistent. He actually caught them." As Miao Yi and his entourage stalked over, the 9 men encircling Yuan Jingquan and his group immediately parted in two, opening up a path. The trio's bloodied chests began heaving up and down urgently, their eyes widening in fear as they watched Miao Yi gradually inching closer towards them with his spear in tow. After personally verifying the trio's identities, Miao Yi's lips curled into a knowing smile. He chuckled as he said, "I trust the three of you have been well since we last met." On seeing these three again, Shan Hai and Shui ground their teeth in hatred. Gazing at the hanging corpses of their sisters, they recalled the scene where they watched on helplessly as their sisters were being defiled, their eyes reddening once more. Yan Xiu was ready to shoot flames from his widened eyes, his fists tightened until cracking sounds rang out. Their bodies were extremely weak, they struggled to clamber up to their feet, but they were already spent. As they faced Miao Yi slowly closing in on them with his spear, they could only push themselves back slightly. They could already imagine what would transpire, and were frightened out of their wits. As the saying went, death isn't terrifying. Only the moment before death itself. All of a sudden, Miao Yi stopped dead in his tracks before them. Boom! He abruptly stabbed the long spear into the ground. The trio were startled by his actions. After groaning in pain the entire night, Yuan Jingquan's voice was coarse as he hissed, "Surrender! I surrender! Please don't kill us! I surrender!" Li Xian and Sun Jiajiao also desperately pleaded for mercy, "Surrender! We surrender!" Ha ha ha! Miao Yi laughed long and hard, facing the sky as he stood and supported himself with his spear. Suddenly, he ceased and stared at the three, breaking into a cold sneer. "Do you take me for a fool? Should I accept your surrender after seizing you from Xiong Zhao's grasp, would I be doing it because I fear that they can't find enough evidence to use against me?" But the trio were taken aback. That was true. If they had fallen into another's hands, they could still perhaps surrender. However, Miao Yi and Xiong Zhao were of the same mold. If Miao Yi were to accept their surrender, wouldn't that prove that Miao Yi was the one who had launched a night raid on Changfeng Cave? In other words, the fate of the trio could only be death. They immediately panicked. Miao Yi was already pointing his finger at the 12 corpses hanging from the ruined beams. "They have always been waiting for all of you." "No!" Sun Jiajiao instantly screamed. She desperately tried to crawl forward, making her way to Shan Hai's feet. She hugged Shan Hai's thigh and pleaded to Miao Yi, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. She can be a witness. Their death was not my doing. I never did anything to them. It's all on those two." She pointed towards Yuan Jingquan and Li Xian. This testimonial made Yuan Jingquan and Li Xing pale further into deathly shade. Unfortunately, they had nothing to say in their defense. "Is that true?" asked Miao Yi, shifting his gaze towards Qian Er and Shui Er. The two girls were caught between a rock and a hard place. When the handmaidens were being raped, Sun Jiajiao was a woman, so she wasn't able to do such things. As for whether Sun Jiajiao had done anything else after that, they had already been taken by Qin Fei at that time, so they hadn't seen anything. For a moment, they weren't sure of how to answer him. Miao Yi got the troubled hint from the two girls' expressions. He nodded, and said, "Since that's the case, I will end you quickly." Swoosh! Without another word, the spear quickly struck out from the ground. The sharp spear point impaled Sun Jiajiao's heart from behind. 3 streams of blood instantly spurted out from the grooves of the 3-pointed spear tip. Qian Er was shocked, and swiftly backed away. "You?" Sun Jiajiao lowered her head to stare at one of the keen tips of the spear faintly protruding from her body. A mouthful of blood flowed profusely from her mouth. She used the last of her strength to glance at Miao Yi. Miao Yi's face was devoid of all emotions. He once again thrust the spear in his hand forward. The sharp 3-pointed spear tips abruptly burst out from her chest, shining bright silver, and dripping with blood. Plop! The inverse scale spear was pulled back along with a mess of flesh and bones, torn out by the barbed tip of the spear point. It was truly a fearsome killing weapon. A bloodied hole appeared in Sun Jiajiao's chest in that single abrupt movement. She collapsed to the ground, her body twitching for a few seconds until eventually, there were no more signs of life from her. Yan Xiu, I will leave both of them to you, said Miao Yi, turning to Yan Xiu. He invoked his art to clean the last traces of blood from the spear point. He knew Yan Xiu always desired to avenge Luozhen, but he simply suffered silently since he didn't have the ability to do so. Hence, he never brought it up. When Yan Xiu heard that, he instantly bared his fangs, a sinister look warped over his entire face. He flashed a blade out of his storage ring, and with the blade in hand, he charged straight towards them. No! And oh! Yuan Jingquan and Li Xian screamed as they scrabbled back. Yan Xiu stomped on Li Xian, and stabbed Yuan Jingquan with his blade. He then proceeded to methodically strike out, severing the tendons on the two men's hands and legs, before proceeding to skin Yuan Jingquan alive before everyone's eyes. It was truly an act without a shred of mercy. As he lifted the skin from his back, the entire scene was reminiscent of a horror film. Writhing in excruciating pain and sheer terror, Yuan Jingquan instantly erupted into a blood-curdling scream. Eyes bulging in shock, Li Xian immediately fainted from the scene unveiling before him. The majority of them were startled as they stared at Yan Xiu. This was completely out of their expectations. They never imagined that the caretaker had such a vicious and sadistic nature, going so far as to cruelly skin people alive. Needless to say, each and every one of their blood ran cold at the sight of Yan Xiu's ruthlessness. The majority of the men were in the dark regarding the grudge Yan Xiu had with Yuan Jingquan's group. They were unaware that Yan Xiu's wife had been killed by them. Although Qian and Shui badly wanted to avenge their sisters, seeing such a bloody and horrifying scene before them made them feel nauseous. They simply couldn't take it anymore and quickly turned away. Miao Yi had been butchered pigs since a young age. He had lost count of the amount of blood and gore he had seen before. It was not like he had never killed people before, yet even he didn't have the desire to stay there longer and listen to the abysmal cries and blood-curdling screams. Putting away the inversed scale spear, he glanced over at the 12 hanging corpses swaying gently in the chill wind, and let out a heavy breath. His oath had finally been honored. He then turned to speak to Yuan Fan. There's a chance that scum Xiongxiao will come for revenge. From today onwards, dispatch more men to stand guard in the surroundings. Yuan Fan replied with cupped fists. Understood. After quickly briefing him, Miao Yi strode off with the two girls in tow. The others also didn't have any interest in watching such a disgusting act any further. They too turned to leave, leaving Yan Xiu alone to wield his blade. The stench of blood completely pervaded the air, after Yan Xiu was done skinning the two of them alive by himself. He sat on the remains of the staircase, both his hands drenched in blood, long-suppressed tears flowed down his cheeks. He was sobbing, and choking with emotion, as he said, "Little Zhen." He was finally letting out the grief, the pain and remorse, that he had been holding back in his heart for longest of times. He regretted with a passion that, because of his cowardice and incompetence, his wife had lived a pathetic life. While he had finally managed to summon up the courage to begin anew, the woman who had accompanied him in misery for a lifetime would never have the chance to enjoy the same. The remorse he felt was beyond indescribable. Master looks like he's crying? Shui asked in a strange tone, as she stood next to Miao Yi by the window. Miao Yi fixed his gaze onto Yan Xiu weeping at the foot of the mountain. Without saying another word, he returned to his couch, and sat cross-legged to continue cultivating. In South Edict manner, Xiongxiao still used Mount Shaotai as his main base of operations despite governing two mountains. Mount Shaotai was where manor head Yang Qing had risen to power. It wasn't appropriate for Xiongxiao to abandon it, and take charge of another mountain as a replacement. The Changfeng cave master had already arrived at Mount Shaotai, and was currently briefing Xiongxiao on the circumstances surrounding Changfeng cave's ambush. Xiongxiao's expression already began distorting when the cave master reported that the invaders had only seized Yuan Jingquan's group. Xiongxiao didn't even need the Changfeng cave master to explain any further to guess who the perpetrator was. Other people wouldn't have the leisure to go about bringing trouble to themselves. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. A measly cave master dared to attack his territory. He was insolent beyond measure. Unable to control his anger, he slammed the table and stood up, bellowing in fury, "This deceitful Miao Yi! You've gone too far!" With a bang, the long table before him instantly exploded from the force of his palm, falling to pieces, and scattering sawdust as it fell to the floor. Shaking with rage, Xiong Shao was akin to an enraged lion. He paced about the hall with a ferocious look on his face. Standing at either side of the chair, Chen Shui and Dong Shui were speechless. Chen Shui silently bit her lips. She never expected that the butcher brat from Chongfeng City, who had to obediently follow Huang Clan's commands, was actually so defiant. He didn't hold his own master in any regard at all. The resentment from the death of her own father and brother still gripped her heart, but she couldn't speak any more of it. Now, Miao Yi had already grown in influence, and wasn't someone who Xiong Shao could carelessly send his subordinates over to deal with unless he launched a large force to do battle. However, Chen Shui also knew that without a proper reason, mustering a large force was out of the question. She couldn't possibly allow her master to be humiliated for the sake of her family feud, unless her master was asking for trouble himself. Although she was the personal handmaiden of the mountain chieftain, it wasn't likely that he would be reckless for her sake. This time, Chen Shui had glimpsed another opportunity. However, she was disappointed when Xiong Shao slowly began to calm down after pacing back and forth for a moment. He stopped pacing, and uttered in a low voice, "We should report this incident to the manor head, and let him decide." The Changfeng cave master was stunned. "Mountain chieftain, are we going to let him go just like that?" Xiong Shao turned an icy glare on him. "Do you have any proof that he's the perpetrator? If you can show me proof, I will immediately lead my army to wipe out East Arrival Cave. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 198, Case Investigation. Chapter 198, Case Investigation. Translator, Collage Editor, Tom Yummy. The Changfeng cave master was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, since you know there's no proof, what use is there to report this to the manor head? Are you hoping that the manor head will help you in framing Miao Yi? Little did he know that Xiong Shao was now fearful of the consequences, and the person he was currently afraid of was Yang Qing, the man who now governed two manors and held a position of great power. As one of his oldest subordinates, it was unlikely that Xiong Shao didn't know how difficult it was to deal with Yang Qing. He'd gone from a nobody to a cave master, eventually becoming a manor head who held control over two manors. Everyone had witnessed Yang Qing's methods. Now, Xiong Shao was beginning to feel afraid. It wasn't as if he didn't understand why Yang Qing had taken away one of his mountains. He had done it to discipline Xiong Shao, and to make it clear that he knew the true meaning between his meeting with the hallmaster. It was evident that Yang Qing was issuing him a warning that he could easily take back what was given, so he'd better be on his best behavior. Now wasn't the time for him to jump ship yet, otherwise he would have to face the consequences. Deep down, Xiong Shao understood this all too well. Although the hallmaster had meant what he said, Xiong Shao still lacked the qualifications to govern a manor. If a serious incident were to happen between him and Yang Qing, it was obvious who the hallmaster would favor between them. It certainly wouldn't be Xiong Shao, and he would be immediately cast off. This was similar to that time when Yang Qing had sided with him when he'd gotten into an argument with Miao Yi. If he dared to brazenly strike out after being reminded, Xiong Shao was afraid Yang Qing's opinion towards him would change. Honestly speaking, he was still very apprehensive of causing Yang Qing any vexation. He knew quite well that Yang Qing could keep him on tenterhooks to his dying day. Zhang Dicheng had served as a warning to him. There was no need to be like this, worried and at the edge of his rope, all for the sake of those three prisoners of war. After he gestured with his hand to drive the Changfeng cave master back to his own territory, Xiong Shao remained silent for a while. He slowly drew in a breath of air, before taking out a jade archive and wrote an explanation for everything in the form of a report. Passing it to Dong Shui, he said, "Summon the spiritual eagle. Send this to Ever Peace Manor." Dong Shui responded by taking the item, soon leaving in quick steps. Xiong Xiao then sat back on his seat. He tilted his head to gaze at Chen Shui, who had her head lowered. He then gently patted his thigh. Taking the hint, Chen Shui obediently went over and sat down on his lap. Caressing her soft waist, Xiong Xiao took pleasure in the soft and warm flesh of her jade-like body, sighing, "I know what's on your mind. When have I not desired to kill that piece of scum? But now the situation is a bit different. For the time being, we must endure. The moment the right opportunity presents itself, I will pull out his tendons and rip his bones away to dispel the hatred in my heart. Everything will depend on the mountain chieftain's arrangements." Chen Shui obediently replied as she nestled against him in his arms, slowly offering her own tenderness. Within the central lake pavilion at Ever Peace Manor, where a beautiful lake and vast mountain landscapes could be found, Yang Qing of Two Manors was personally entertaining guests at a banquet. Those attending were the Sword Deviate Sect's elder Hu Zuanxin, the Jade Lady Sect's elder Lu Yuhua, as well as the School of Imperial Beasts elder Cheng Shengtang. These three sects were the three largest sects in the realm of the fifth earthly branch domain. Every single one of them possessed an extraordinary strength. And the three elders before him had attained the cultivation of the Red Lotus realm. Among them, the strength of the Sword Deviate sect was the most valiant, just their disciples alone were over 10,000 in number. The three esteemed guests were all invited by Yang Qing, for no other reason than that there were still 800 vacancies under him. He would require men from these three sects to fill the seats. Actually, prior to when Yang Qing was still the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai, he had already made the move to contact them. But to no avail, as their high-profile statuses attracted greater scrutiny, and so they were afraid to participate in such matters, fearing they would be targeted by the realm beyond heaven. They had no choice but to take great care in their actions. Thus, with no further available options, Yang Qing had to form an alliance with the School of Blue Jade and was forced to be under their control. Now things had changed. Yang Qing governed two manors and was in a position of power. No one would voice out any objections if he were to directly replenish the troops under him. This was permitted by the rules of the game. The three sects gave thought to their disciples, so they naturally agreed without delay, each of them sending out their respective elders of the Red Lotus realm to attend the banquet. Truthfully, nobody was willing to give up their disciples to be used by others. But there were no other options available. The world's incense and power of Wu were dominated by the six sages. If they didn't enter into the game which the six sages had set up, none of them would be able to get their profits. All sects were actually well aware of the tricks the six sages had up their sleeves. Their purpose was nothing more than to constantly consume the strength of each sect, and the replenished troops they received were used to fight and seize other territories for the sake of profits. Once the troops were consumed, they would again find another sect to replenish their troops from. Using such a cycle to consume the cultivators in the world, it was simply to prevent from challenging the six sages' positions and to allow the game to carry on. Ultimately, the true reapers of benefits would always be the six sages. However, they were seriously out of options. Without the help of the orbs of will, they were incapable of raising their cultivation bases quickly. There were also numerous disciples under them who wanted to stand out among their peers. The upper echelons of the sect would not be able to suppress them any longer, and for those disciples with no chance to excel, why would they listen to them? Thus, each sect could only help them to find a way out. Of course, such methods weren't entirely disadvantageous to the upper echelons of the sections. The sects had taken great pains to cultivate the disciples, so they would need to reciprocate the favor as well. For instance, they would need to give up some of the orbs of will they received annually to their sect. With this method, the disciples would be content and the upper echelons of the sect would be satisfied as well. Should the disciples under the sect succeed, it also acted as a form of protection to the sect. For example, Sword Deviate sect had a disciple who became a hall master, and the Jade Lady sect as well as the School of Imperial Beasts each had a disciple who assumed the position of a manor head. But Yang Qing had learned his lesson from the school of Blue Jade. He would no longer again place all his eggs inside one basket, so he invited representatives from 3 sects to meet him. The 800 seats would be divided by the 3 sects, so the 3 elders were in low spirits as they each wanted to hog everything to themselves. Yet they were afraid to do anything to Yang Qing, who had all 6 sages acting as his benefactors. In comparison, the trio's own cultivation at Red Lotus Realm seemed unimportant, and they found themselves having to sit beneath Yang Qing, occupying the seats on his left and right, as they patiently exchanged small talk. They had to put on a smiling front and didn't dare to give him attitude. This was defined as having status. Cheng Mei and Cheng Ju constantly poured wine for the trio behind Yang Qing. At last, they came to a decision. Sword Deviate sect would provide 300 men while Jade Lady sect and the School of Imperial Beasts would each provide 250 men. The 3 great sects signed the commandment of conformity with Yang Qing, guaranteeing to Yang Qing that there were no issues in the men they supplied. Should there be any problems, the 3 great sects would bear responsibility. Once the guests and host enjoyed themselves to the fullest, Yang Qing personally escorted the 3 elders out of Central Lake Pavilion. He cupped his hands to bid goodbye over the pontoon bridge, his eyes trailing after the 3 elders as they speedily returned to their respective sects, each of them cutting through the sky. He had just sent off the 3 great sects elders, when a spiritual eagle swept down from the sky. It perched on the railing by the lake and cried out. Xing Ju stepped forth to retrieve the jade archive from the tube at its leg, revealing an odd expression as she examined its contents. She passed the jade archive to Yang Qing. "It's a report from Mountain Chieftain Xiong." "Xiong Xiao?" Yang Qing's gaze instantly shifted. After receiving the jade archive and examining the contents, he thought it was relating to some matter of importance. Yet it was just those 2 brats at it again. He coldly scoffed, "I fear that Xiong Zhao's accusation is correct. There's a high chance that this was done by that brat. He really is a man unwilling to suffer losses. Xiong Xiao sent out his masked men to try to kill him before. This time, Miao Yi has sent out masked men to pay him back." As he said that, he casually passed the jade archive to Qing Mei for her to read. There were some matters that needed to be made known to his 2 handmaidens. By doing so, they would be kept informed and able to assist him in settling such matters if he weren't available. Therefore, such personal handmaidens weren't just pretty faces who did menial chores. They were the most trusted of his trusted aides. After reading through, Qing Mei shook her head and said, "This is just a one-sided statement from Xiong Xiao. There is no proof that pinpoints such a thing was done by Miao Yi. How are you going to deal with this, Odot? What else can I do? That brat has made it clear he will humiliate Xiong Xiao. Xiong Xiao stubbornly denied his guilt last time, and now it seems that Miao Yi might do the same. How could Xiong Xiao himself not know? That brat Miao Yi is just a measly cave master and he persists in stirring up trouble. If I made him a mountain chieftain, what would become of him? Why did I ever accept such a troublesome kid? And now he's learned how to use the rules of the game to play the rascal." Yang Qing laughed. Lifting his hand, he added, "Come up with some pretense and give an explanation to Xiong Xiao. Then send a message to Qin Weiwei and request her to investigate." Very soon, a spiritual eagle took to the sky, flying towards Mount Kangxi at breakneck speed. Upon receiving the message, Qin Weiwei was slightly at a loss for words. The news had originally been leaked through her. She knew very well what was going on, except that she never expected that the great cave master Miao would move so fast. It had only been a day and even the manor head had caught wind of it already. Lulu cried out in surprise, "Cave Master Miao is really fast to act on such matters. Doesn't he need to make preparations beforehand?" Even Hong Mian was slightly dubious as she asked, "Is it possible that someone else has done it and purposely pinned the blame on Cave Master Miao instead?" Little did she imagine that after she had divulged the news and left, Miao Yi had immediately sent out his men to do the deed. Not even a bit of time was wasted. "I'll go take a look." Qin Weiwei made a decision. Is there a need for you to go personally? Advised Lulu. It's fine if me or my sister headed over instead. The manor head asked us to investigate. We have to at least look like we followed orders. Qin Weiwei denied the proposition. Soon after, Qin Weiwei brought along Hong Mian to personally lead 5 soldiers out of Mount Kamingsi, charging to East Arrival Cave post-haste. Once they arrived at East Arrival Cave, they didn't even need to investigate since both Qin Weiwei and Hong Mian already knew what was going on. This was because East Arrival Cave was currently undergoing a large-scale reconstruction. Out of the 3,000 conscripted from East Arrival City, around 500 manual workers had already arrived, and were frantically working hard. The great cave master Miao was wealthy. He could afford to double the wages for all 10,000 manual workers. The piles of debris and remains were currently being cleared. The dozen corpses hanging from the destroyed beams were also gone from sight. The revival of East Arrival Cave was just around the corner. The great cave master Miao had sworn not to rebuild East Arrival Cave until he had gotten his revenge. When he got wind of news that the mountain chieftain had personally come to his abode, he had already commanded his subordinates, quickly rushing over to welcome the mountain chieftain. Although he didn't get along with the mountain chieftain, the expected customs still needed to be carried out. He wasn't a 3-year-old kid who couldn't even grasp this principle. He wouldn't behave that excessively yet. Qin Weiwei's eyes flickered when Miao Yi came before her to greet her. She flung her white skirt and dismounted her dragon steed, walking towards the direction of the Grand Hall. As she did so, she asked, "Are you rebuilding East Arrival Cave?" Falling behind by a step whilst accompanying her at her side, Miao Yi laughed. "Mountain Chieftain is brilliant." Yes, it wouldn't be a probable solution to have everyone living in a shack for a long time, but... Walking next to Qin Weiwei's other side, Hong Mian couldn't resist the urge to stifle a laugh. "Cave Master Miao, didn't you say that the weather was too cold to carry out construction last time? What made you change your mind this quick? Did I say that before? Oh, I recall now." Miao Yi calmly smiled at her. He added, "It was because I have been enlightened by Elder Auntie's words which led me to change my mind." Hong Mian appeared stunned. "My words? I don't think I have said anything." Miao Yi cupped his hands. "Elder Auntie mentioned it before, so I considered it seriously for some time. In the end I realized that even though it wasn't convenient for us to carry out construction in this cold weather, it was still possible to clean it up in advance. Once spring arrives, we will immediately begin the full operations." Qin Weiwei and Hong Mian subconsciously turned to look at him, their eyes clouded with deep emotion. They realized that this bastard didn't even need to plan out a script for his lies. Suddenly, Hong Mian was hit with a pang of worry deep down. If the mountain chieftain seriously fell for a man who could easily lie like this, she was unsure whether it would be a good or a bad thing. Why did she feel so worried? Miao Yi felt thoroughly disconcerted from their sudden scrutiny. He coughed wryly, changing the topic as he asked, "After coming all this way, what does the mountain chieftain require of me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 199, A Welcoming Reception. Chapter 199, A Welcoming Reception. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. What else did she need of him? Flipping her hand over, Qin Weiwei gave him a jade archive, the one with Xiong Zhao's complaint to the manor head. "Take a look." As he held it in his hand, Miao Yi could already guess the contents without checking it. It didn't make much sense for Hong Mian to come again with this vile woman just after she left otherwise. After he read through, it was just as he had expected. He immediately began expressing his indignation. "I've been framed. This is definitely a setup. Mountain Chieftain, you should know of my feud with that scum Xiong Xiao. You mustn't believe whatever he has targeted me with. Naturally, he wouldn't admit it even unto death. Xiong Xiao had been able to act the same, so there was no reason for him not to do so. However, he noticed that the gaze Qin Weiwei was eyeing him with had turned slightly perplexed. Hong Mian's gaze was also extremely strange. Miao Yi could only reassure himself he had nothing to fear. He already made mental preparations earlier on should others discover the truth. In any case, he would never admit to it, no matter what. Is it really none of your doing? Asked Qin Weiwei indifferently. Miao Yi firmly shook his head. No. Absolutely not. If he weren't rebuilding East Arrival Cave right now, there was a chance that Qin Weiwei might still have doubts, and think that she had been mistaken. But it would be a wonder if she believed his words now. She had a new understanding of the great cave master Miao, and it vexed her a little. How could a person be like this? He genuinely felt no shame whenever he lied. However, after giving it some thought, she realized that he really couldn't admit to it. She ought to understand his situation, but she still felt quite uncomfortable towards Cave Master Miao's character. The manor had asked me to come here to investigate. I hope what you just said is true, Adot. Miao Yi gestured towards his surrounding, and vehemently said, investigate as much as you please. I'm truly not lying to you. He absolutely didn't believe that the school of Blue Jade disciples would betray him after the feud with Yang Qing. Yan Xiu, Xian'er, and Shui'er would of course never betray him either. As for Yao Ruoxian, that old demon never got on well with others from the start, and wasn't willing to stick together with the rest. He figured that the probability of him meeting Qin Weiwei was zilch. Therefore, he was quite assured they could investigate to their heart's content without any issues. Qin Weiwei didn't say another word. She merely nodded. Amidst the backdrop of mountains and fields, Miao Yi traveled by Qin Weiwei's side and personally remarked on their surroundings, explaining East Arrival Cave's state of affairs and terrain. He was accompanying her on her walk, and keeping an eye on the situation. After a time had passed, Hong Mian was slightly at a loss for words as she watched Qin Weiwei and Miao Yi occasionally exchanging a few lines of affable conversation ahead of her. She lifted her head to scan the skies, and began muttering silently that the mountain chieftain probably wouldn't be heading back today. Miao Yi had originally thought that his dear mountain chieftain would leave after she couldn't find anything amiss. Unexpectedly, the mountain chieftain completely didn't have any intention to leave at all. He honestly didn't welcome Qin Weiwei. But alas, since the mountain chieftain didn't say that she wanted to leave as a subordinate cave master, he couldn't well drive her away. If he really did do that, it was difficult to tell who would be the one to drive the other person out of East Arrival Cave when it came down to it. Miao Yi could only quickly find time to clean up his grand mansion shack, and give up the wooden room he resided in to the mountain chieftain to rest in temporarily. During the evening welcome banquet, Xian'er and Shui'er prepared a table of scrumptious delicacies to entertain the mountain chieftain. The cooking skills of the two girls weren't bad. Before they were sent here to serve immortals, cooking skills was one of the main focus of their studies. East Arrival City was afraid to neglect the immortals, so they searched everywhere for famous cooks to teach them. Thus, their culinary talent naturally wouldn't be lacking. As well, the ingredients that East Arrival Cave offered to support the immortals were extravagant as well. Practically everything that East Arrival City could offer was available. As the sky gradually darkened, the laborers made their return one after another, after bustling about for an entire day at East Arrival Cave. In turn, Miao Yi humbly invited Qin Weiwei to the temporary drawing room to sit, whilst he sat by her side. Apart from himself as the host accompanying her, there was no one else in East Arrival Cave who was qualified to sit beside her, not even Hong Mian, who was obediently standing behind Qin Weiwei. If it was in public, Qin Weiwei naturally wouldn't breach the order between superiors and subordinates, and request Hong Mian to sit down together even though she usually ate together with Hong Mian and Lulu on the same table. But this time, she turned to tell Hong Mian, withdraw yourself, and have your meal. Then she turned to Miao Yi, and said, Cave Master Miao, there's something we have to discuss in private. Taken aback, Miao Yi could only send the attending Xian'er and Shui'er away from his side. Both of you, please serve Elder Auntie well. Understood. The two girls invited Hong Mian out. But before Hong Mian left through the doorway, she couldn't resist the urge to sneak a second glance at the two. The atmosphere inside the drawing room had turned a little strange, at least, Miao Yi found it slightly weird. After entering the cultivation world for so many years, this was his first time receiving his superior, and it was also a first for him to have a meal together with the mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei. Moreover, they were having their meals together alone. He felt completely ill at ease. Sneaking a glance to scrutinize Qin Weiwei, he realized that whilst she sat calmly in her white skirt, Qin Weiwei's face was actually quite pretty under the illumination of the oil lamp. An oval-shaped face that was both delicate and fair, her jade-like nose, both gentle and beautiful, a pair of long, delicate eyelashes, and sparkling eyes, along with the 6 snowy white jade hairpins arranged in the shape of a butterfly, locking her coil of hair tightly at the back of her head, together, everything made her seem as though she had the elegance of a beautiful woman. As well, she was rather full in places that should be perky. She was definitely a beauty. It was a shame that she had a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. He dared not speak highly of her character, it really was a pity. As Miao Yi muttered how much of a pity it was, his gaze unexpectedly met with Qin Weiwei's, watching him from the corner of her eyes. The former quickly shifted his gaze to avoid eye contact, whilst the other turned her eyes away after being discovered stealing glances at him. What? You don't even have wine to entertain me? After sweeping her gaze across the table, Qin Weiwei quickly found a topic to dissolve the awkwardness. Of course. Of course I do. Miao Yi was flustered at being caught peeping at her. Wine. He had a lot. There were about 10,000 of them in his storage rings alone. Hurriedly retrieving a pot, he removed the sealing clay and personally poured a full cup for the mountain chieftain, before pouring one for himself. He then sat down and smiled apologetically. The conditions here now are not favorable. I hope mountain chieftain doesn't mind, thought. The moment the fragrance of the wine wafted out, it deeply touched the heart. Qin Weiwei's eyes immediately gleamed. Despite not being much of a drinker herself, her eyes were fixed on the glowing amber in the cup. She nodded and exclaimed, just the smell alone is enough to reveal that this is not a common wine. I never expected Cave Master Miao to collect such excellent brews. It was gifted to me by others. Cave Master Miao instantly twisted the truth, and extended his arms to invite her to it. Mountain Chieftain, how about you have a try? He never expected that Qin Weiwei would instead reach out her slender jade hands to lift the cup of wine towards him. I give a toast to you with this wine. Ha! Miao Yi was stunned. Give a toast to me? What is this vile woman planning now? He hurriedly picked up his cup of wine, and clambered up, saying, No. No. I should be the one to toast you. After Qin Weiwei pressed his hands down and gestured for him to sit, she explained, You rescued me last time. This cup is to thank you. That was merely my responsibility. Miao Yi still looked as if he couldn't bear it. Alarms had begun ringing out in his heart. This vile woman was suddenly being so humble, completely unlike her usual devious ways. She must be plotting something. There was no such things as a free lunch in the world. Something fishy was definitely brewing. He had to be extra careful now, so he wouldn't be played, right under his own nose. However, Qin Weiwei insisted that she wanted to thank him. So at the last, Miao Yi could only drink a cup with her, and considered it as having accepted her thanks. Yet, the alarms inside him kept blaring more and more. As a result, Miao Yi attended her with great care, and was afraid to slip up, giving off the impression that he was treading on thin ice. Qin Weiwei wasn't dumb. She could obviously feel the distance between her and the great cave master Miao and his words. She initially wanted to seize this opportunity to ease the tension between her and Miao Yi. It had already been rather difficult of her to do this much. However, she didn't expect that Miao Yi wouldn't appreciate the kind gesture. She didn't know what to feel inside. It was hopeless. Women were stubborn creatures, and she couldn't bring herself to lower her position and compromise with Miao Yi. She had her own pride. It was all she could do to move one step back and tone down her attitude, hoping that Miao Yi could grasp something. Apart from this, what else could she do? One can well imagine the result. Under the passionate and flickering oil lamp, a table full of scrumptious delicacies were arrayed. Yet, the two people in each other's company found them tasteless. One of them appeared perplexed and reserved, while the other was vigilantly on his guard. Both of them were utterly incapable of opening their hearts up to one another. This was the main obstacle between the relationship of a superior and a subordinate. Miao Yi again poured another cup of wine, and Qin Weiwei drank it in one go. She didn't have anything else to say. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive as she drank another, then another. Halfway through the dinner, Qin Weiwei finally excused herself from the table, reeking of alcohol. Hong Mian helped her up, and left with her in tow. The moment she went out, Qin Weiwei icily muttered, "Let's go back to Mount Coming-si. Mountain Chieftain, it's already late. How about we wait until morning?" Hong Mian said, looking to the sky. Alas, before she could finish, Qin Weiwei, still reeking of alcohol, shouted, "Let's go back." The great cave master Miao even went up to insincerely urge them to stay the night. Unable to detain them, he could only personally escort them out to the mountain gates, and cupped his hands to bid them goodbye. The dragon steeds rushed away. After witnessing the group disappear, only then did the great cave master Miao feel relieved. They finally left. There's no way they could trouble him any longer. Flinging his sleeves up, he strode back with large strides. In the gathering darkness, a rider arrived at 10,000 Thriving Manor at lightning speed. Mei Yu leaped down from his dragon steed, quickly stepped into the manor. After announcing his arrival to the manor head's handmaidens, he waited inside the courtyard with eager anticipation. He was formerly a mountain chieftain under Zhang Dicheng. At the time, he already felt that there had been something amiss when Yang Qing baited the troops of Ever Peace Manor into a chase. But alas, even when he had pointed it out numerous times, Zhang Dicheng paid no heed to him. When war broke out between the two parties, he kept his eye on the situation and bolted the moment he noticed something abnormal. Fortunately, he survived. He thought about serving Yang Qing after that. But he knew, going back to being a mountain chieftain forever Peace Manor was an impossible feat. The subordinates who had devoted their lives to Yang Qing would be the first ones to disagree. In addition, his two personal handmaidens had been executed when Yang Qing seized control of Ever Peace Manor, making him grind his teeth in hatred. After he caught wind of the news that Lu Jingtian had been used by Yang Qing, he reckoned that if a chance was given, Lu Jingtian would want to take revenge on Yang Qing. Since they were in the same boat, he decided to swear allegiance to Lu Jingtian. In order to have a chance at making a comeback, Mei Yu took on the entire task of scheming for Lu Jingtian's revenge. As expected, Lu Jingtian gave him a chance to redeem himself. After the handmaiden reported his arrival, she came out and extended her hand to allow his entry. "The manor head requests your presence." Mei Yu arranged his clothes and quickly stepped in. On seeing the seated Lu Jingtian, he quickly saluted, "Greetings, manor head." "Mei Yu, it's already late." "Is there something wrong?" asked Lu Jingtian indifferently. Mei Yu immediately moved forward, and replied, "Manor head, there is an opportunity for us to make a move on Qin Weiwei." Eyes brightening, Lu Jingtian stood up and asked, "What kind of opportunity?" Mei Yu quickly flashed out a map and unfolded it on the long table. He marked a point in the map and said, "Please look, manor head. Today, Qin Weiwei has brought 6 people from Mount Coming-si to East Arrival Cave. I guess she won't be in a hurry to make her return after going there with such haste. Judging from the time, she will definitely be spending the night at East Arrival Cave. East Arrival Cave is just north of us. We can send men to swiftly enter, killing Yang Qing's adopted daughter." Ha, ha, ha. Lu Jingtian felt gleeful just thinking about it. Imagining the look on Yang Qing's face when the time came, he couldn't resist the temptation to laugh maliciously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Masked Again. Chapter 200, Masked Again. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. However, he wasn't a fool. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Is this information reliable? Are you sure that Qin Weiwei has gone to East Arrival Cave? If it was only to take over a mere East Arrival Cave and kill a bunch of worthless pawns, he wasn't the least bit interested. That wouldn't affect Yang Qing in any way, and he wouldn't be able to seize East Arrival Cave for himself. He had no need to do something so tedious, without any returns." Miao replied, "Not long ago, Yang Qing reorganized the troops of both manors, and it just so happens that a former trusted aide of mine was assigned to Mount Comingxi. He finds his situation in Mount Comingxi rather dissatisfying, and I have long since made contact with him to establish a channel of information." There is definitely no mistaking it. Lu Jingtian was inclined to agree, but after a moment, he hesitated before adding, "I have heard that the East Arrival Cave Master possesses unfaltering valor. Even with the encirclement of Zhang Dicheng's 200-strong army, he managed to carve a bloody path in and out, and no one was able to stop him. Since Qin Weiwei has gone to East Arrival Cave, I fear that it will be no easy task to make our move. Even if we hurried there, we would still only reach the following day. By then, there's still a question of whether or not Qin Weiwei is still there." Shaking his head, Miao replied, "The rumors are slightly exaggerated. Your subordinate saw it with his own eyes. While it is true that this person won't be easy to handle, with his full body set of transcendent artifacts, the most he could do was run away. If we used brute force, as long as he doesn't escape, even I alone will be enough to take his head. He could barely face off against those White Lotus cultivators. Against a Blue Lotus cultivator, he will have no chance. Manor Head only needs to deploy men from a few caves, along with 1 or 2 Blue Lotus experts for everything to fall into place. Even if that East Arrival Cave Master manages to escape, it will be fine so long as Qin Weiwei remains behind. In the unlikely event that we fail, without any evidence, what could Yang Qing possibly do even if he knows we are the perpetrators? Would Yang Qing be so bold as to assault thriving 10,000 manor again? Even the suppressing second hall master won't be able to save face if Yang Qing repeatedly trifles with suppressing third hall." Lu Jingtian nodded with a sneer, thinking back to how Yang Qing had led a large army over and made a bloody mess of things. However, Lu Jingtian didn't have the resolve to do the same, to charge towards South Edict Manor, or Ever Peace Manor, and look for Yang Qing to get his revenge. The main reason was that he had no idea how to settle the trouble that would brew between the two manors after the deed, just like Yang Qing had done. He couldn't afford to bear that responsibility. This was also why he hadn't been able to find a chance to take his revenge against Yang Qing all this while. If only Yang Qing dared to bring his men over once more, that would have been the easiest solution. If he could properly settle this matter, he could show the hallmaster that he wasn't useless. As soon as he gathered his thoughts, Lu Jingtian suddenly slammed his palm and declared, "Very well. I will order Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao to personally lead a few caves troops forward. We shall teach Yang Qing a lesson tonight. Let him understand the consequences of angering me." It would be a breeze, he simply had to slip in and out a short skip away, and the task would be done. Once Qin Weiwei left East Arrival Cave, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. He took action as soon as he said he would, going back to quickly scribble down detailed instructions into a jade archive. Imbuing it with his transcendent seal, he gave it to his handmaiden to send out. One after another, spirit eagles swiftly flew off into the night sky. In the meantime, Lu Jingtian himself had donned his armor and mounted his dragon steed. He quickly led his men over to the front lines, where the battle would soon break out. The troops of his subordinates were also gathering there. He wasn't trying to go to war with Yang Qing, but he wanted to be ready. In case Yang Qing lost his temper, he would be prepared and avoid being caught off guard on the off chance that it did happen. Under the night sky, a spirit eagle descended onto Mount Returning Loyalty. A short moment later, an array of spirit eagles flew off in different directions, calling the various troops of Mount Returning Loyalty's caves to arms. With a cultivation at Blue Lotus 2nd grade, the mountain chieftain of Mount Returning Loyalty, Su Biao, led his men straight in the direction of the east arrival cave border. He continued to gather his men from the various caves along the way. By the time he and his troops reached the boundary before South Edict Manor, he had already assembled 3 caves worth of men. Together with his own direct subordinates, he had amassed a force of nearly 50 men. As a precautionary measure, Su Biao continued to wait patiently. He continued to wait until all the troops from the 10 caves had assembled, then, ordering 2 caves to stay behind for backup, he led over 100 men with him in a relentless charge towards East Arrival Cave. Just then, the faint light of dawn was beginning to touch the sky. Miao Yi was still unaware that trouble was brewing. He was still cooped up in his own shack cultivating cross-legged. Whenever he had time, he would use it on cultivation. As they say, better safe than sorry. Ever since the great cave master Miao caused a ruckus at Changfeng Cave, he was always worried that Xiong Shao would come to take revenge. As such, out of the 20 or so cultivators in East Arrival Cave, he sent 8 out to take turns keeping guard over the perimeter. They rotated every day as a precaution against an ambush. As a result, he was prepared not for Xiong Shao, but another group instead. In the boughs of a great ancient tree within the gloomy mountain forest, a hidden guard of East Arrival Cave was sitting in cross-legged cultivation. From the surrounding silence, he suddenly picked up the sound of galloping hooves coming from afar. He quickly opened his eyes and stood up. The vision of a normal human couldn't possibly make anything out at this time of the day. He hastily invoked his arts and utilized his transcendence vision to investigate, only to find a large army in front of him, charging right in his direction. The strange thing was, they all had masks on, making it hard to make out their identities. He was one of the members who had used a mask and caused a ruckus in Changfeng Cave, so he naturally had some experience in the matter. Once he saw the scene before him, he knew the situation didn't look good. He hastily jumped down, landing on his dragon steed at the base of the tree, and quickly began riding back. He rushed across mountains and ridges as he returned to East Arrival Cave. He invoked his arts and shouted while he was still a distance away to warn the others. His sharp wails echoed from afar. Not only did the then cultivating Miao Yi quickly open his eyes and rush out to mount his steed, the cultivators in the nearby wooden shacks also raced out to their horses. Everyone shouted to warn the guards stationed around the perimeter to quickly return and assemble. Their party quickly urged their dragon steeds towards the opposite end, where the alarm was sounding out from. As he rushed past Chen Er and Shui Er, Miao Yi swept the 2 of them onto his dragon steed and charged on. Leading the charge, Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao knew that something was amiss the moment he heard the wail. They had already been discovered. He swung his hand forward and urged the troops behind him to pick up the pace. When the company of men reached East Arrival Cave, they were all stupefied. They were at a loss on how to react after seeing East Arrival Cave in such a tragic state. In a distant mountain, after finally assembling his scattered subordinates, Miao Yi watched on with his transcendent vision. He couldn't help scoff. Masked men again? They truly have a guilty conscience. It seems Xiong Shao is really determined to succeed this time, to have sent so many men against me. They had long ago decided on their contingency plan. If a situation came up, they were to first retreat temporarily. Once everyone was assembled, and if there was still time, they could then observe the situation. Chen Er and Shui Er were shifted onto Yan Shou's mount. Then, Miao Yi spread his arms out. Clouds of silver mist burst out from his storage ring. Both man and steed were instantly covered in formidable battle armor, with the inversed scale spear already in his hands. Only the original helmet had been destroyed by Zhang Decheng. Chen Er and Shui Er were quite nervous. It was obvious that East Arrival Cave had met with trouble yet again. Only then did they realize that the world of immortals was far from being as lavish as they had assumed. When they were in East Arrival City, they thought that they could enjoy the fortune of immortals once they were on the other side. They never expected that they would be at risk of dying so often. However, it was still a first for them both to see Miao Yi don such a formidable set of battle armor. They were both shocked, a sense of wonderment flashing across their eyes. Miao Yi turned back and instructed Yan Xiu, "Bring the both of them away and hide. Once I have dealt with these mongrels, I will look for you all." Yan Xiu nodded, and swiftly turned his dragon steed around to bring the two little ladies away. They had already agreed on this beforehand. If anything were to happen, he was to first bring the two handmaidens off to the pier to hide. When dragon roars blasted out from behind them, Chen Er and Shui Er turned their heads back to look only to see the cave master thrusting his spear forward as he grandly shouted, "East Arrival Cave Master is here." The two young maidens were immediately unafraid. They realized that the cave master would always be magnificent, and there was nothing that the cave master could not handle. Su Biao and his men were already looking in their direction. He motioned with his hand, and the forces behind him immediately followed along with his charge. In contrast, the men behind Miao Yi were very calm. They were well aware of the situation amongst Xiong Xiao and his subordinates. There was not a single Blue Lotus expert. While the men on their side were few in numbers, they were not a force that could be defeated by sheer numbers alone. As he watched the enemy forces charge up the snowy slope, Miao Yi raised his spear and nonchalantly mentioned, "Those with notable accomplishments, this cave master will not be stingy with the rewards. Now, go and kill." From his sides, Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan immediately led the assault in a zealous downwards charge. Soon, their squad of 20 clashed with the larger force charging up the snowy slope. Charcoal was excitedly kicking around with its hooves a little, yet it could do nothing with Miao Yi restraining it. He held onto his spear, and stayed put observing the battle. After spending so much of his resources to feed so many men, it wasn't possible for him to personally take the lead every single time there was a problem. When it was time for the subordinates to step up and test the waters, then they should step up. If anything went wrong, he would have ample time to make preparations. Otherwise, what was the point in feeding so many men? Since it wasn't possible to compete with the enemy in numbers, the 20-man squad simply lined up in a wedge-shaped formation and charged straight in. From behind his vanguard on the lower end of the slope, Su Biao swept his gaze across the men charging forth from the opposing side, and immediately realized that something was off. He was shocked. Didn't they say that there wouldn't be any Blue Lotus grade opponents? Why were there two Blue Lotus cultivators with a single-petaled flower on their foreheads charging at the fore? There were even White Lotus 9th grades, and 8th grades behind them. It seemed like the lowest cultivation was the White Lotus 5th grade. There wasn't even a single 4th grade in sight. Su Biao silently cursed, but it was already too late for second thoughts. Yuan Fang was already striking out with his spear. Gong! Su Biao swiftly swung the long spear in his hand to parry the strike. He wasn't afraid, he was simply worried that there would be heavy casualties among his subordinates. With this clash, Yuan Fang also realized that something was amiss. Didn't they say that there were no Blue Lotus level experts on Xiong Zhao's side? Su Biao was masked, so Yuan Fang couldn't directly see the cultivation on the forehead of the other party. Both parties immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Waves of transcendence energy rolled out, creating clouds of snow and dirt, and making it difficult for normal people to get close. 20 against 100, the sounds of a fierce battle instantly thundered as they mercilessly butchered the men that were charging up the slope like lambs to the slaughter. After a brief confrontation with Su Biao, Yuan Fang immediately realized that he was too much for him to handle. The other party's cultivation was higher than his, and he could only passively deflect his strikes. Realizing that it would be difficult for him to last long, he immediately shouted, "Junior brother! Aid me!" After defeating multiple opponents like a hurricane, Lai Yuhan swiftly swept his spear across to clear the area. Then turned about, and made his way towards Yuan Fang to battle Su Biao in concert. There were too many men amongst the enemy forces. A few managed to slip out and charge towards Miao Yi's position on the slope. As he gazed down, Miao Yi also realized that something was wrong. Did Xiong Xiao have someone that would make it hard for two Blue Lotus first-grade experts to defeat together? When the men charged at him, Miao Yi's body emitted a resplendent white glow. The inversed scale spear in his hand roared in lightning-fast strike, piercing to his left and right successively, striking his enemies off their dragon steeds in an instant. Even then, there were still dozens behind the first group. Just then, Charcoal's body began shining with a bright light. He harumphed excitedly and carried Miao Yi down the slope. Following suit, waves of cold light burst forth from Miao Yi's hand as the men in their path were continuously thrown from their steeds. Miao Yi's target wasn't these men, but the one that Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan were currently engaged in battle with. Once he slipped past the foes charging at him, Charcoal immediately leapt upwards, carrying Miao Yi straight towards Su Biao. Su Biao was taken aback, whereas Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan were ecstatic. The two of them threw caution to the wind, and began a relentless assault, trying their utmost to entangle him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Chapter 201, An Unexpected Calamity. Chapter 201, An Unexpected Calamity. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. With two men delivering ruthless blows on either side of him, and a dragon steed charging straight at him from the front, his dragon steed couldn't possibly run in reverse. In an abrupt move, Su Biao charged his transcendence energy to its limit, and swept his spear full circle, clang. Bang! Clang! Knocking back Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan's relentless assault. In that instant, he seized the opportunity to send a formless blast of transcendence energy straight at Miao Yi. Both man and steed had charged towards him with a rumble, and were now leaping over to him. Immediately after, he continued to deftly parry the attacks coming from the two adversaries beside him. The charging Miao Yi abruptly thrust forward the inversed scale spear in his hand, suffused with a dazzling sheen. It hummed loudly in the air before striking through the swift, incoming blast of potent transcendence energy. If it were still in the past, Miao Yi would never have been able to defend against this attack, but now he had the treasured spear's formidable power. The rhinoceros spirit's demonic soul in the inversed scale spear had enough strength to break through an attack of this level of transcendence energy. What's more, it had the ability to reduce the force received by twofolds, thus, the attack didn't faze Miao Yi at all. If Su Biao had delivered a solid strike instead of his careless blast, Miao Yi definitely would have had difficulty defending against the attack. After piercing through the strike, Miao Yi and his mount were instantly enveloped in a resplendent white glow, ready to collide violently into Su Biao. The man Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan were doing their best to entangle. Su Biao was instantly hit with panic. Truthfully speaking, the gap between a Blue Lotus first grade and a second grade was similar to the gap between a White Lotus first grade and a second grade. It wasn't that great of a difference. If Su Biao was faced with just one, he would have no trouble defeating that man. However, against the two of them, there was a risk that it wouldn't be so clear-cut. Even with Miao Yi joining the fray, he wasn't really concerned. However, colliding with a dragon steed decked out in a suit of armor wasn't a laughing matter. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. The attacking strength of a dragon steed had always been astonishing. Even Blue Lotus cultivators didn't dare to battle them head-on, and Charcoal was even enhanced with power from a set of transcendent artifacts. One could well imagine the result if they were to clash. His fists alone were not enough to overcome the four of them. Su Biao was rattled. In desperation, he used all his strength to parry Lai Yuhan and Yuan Fang's attacks, before his mount abruptly leapt into the sky. Fighting in such close quarters, how could Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan let him off so easily? They thrust their spears at almost the same moment, and together impaled the leaping dragon steed's belly. Again, their spears moved as one, and in an instant, the air exploded with a rain of blood along with the dismal whinny of the pitiful dragon steed. Su Biao's mount was slaughtered in midair, but Su Biao himself had leapt into the air. Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan would never let him go. The dragon steeds underneath them shot to the sky simultaneously, attacking him while he was still high up in the air. Meanwhile, after Miao Yi failed to strike Su Biao and fell down to the ground, the men who had come to save Su Biao from his predicament immediately charged forth to surround Miao Yi, and engaged him in a fierce assault from all sides. Charcoal hastily spun about on the spot whilst carrying Miao Yi. Clad in his armor, Miao Yi struck out with his spear like a dragon from Charcoal's back, swiftly launching counterattacks against his surroundings. He wasn't the slightest bit perturbed. The inversed scale spear in his hand sent out waves of echoing dragon roars to mislead the enemies, as he launched several streams of cold light. Where the sharp triple-edged spear points struck, pools of blood would gush forth and splattered everywhere. After carrying him through one revolution, about 5 to 6 of them had already fallen to their deaths under his dragon steed. After executing everyone around him, Miao Yi circled about with his steed, then swept his spear around, and coldly scorned in a booming voice, "The cave master of East Arrival Cave is here. Who dares to challenge me, a dot?" The men who had come up to surround him were frightened by his incomparably devastating might to the point that they quickly retreated in rapid succession. Nobody dared to move forth against him again. Miao Yi wasn't the least bit courteous. Charcoal carried him forth as they suddenly charged out, with Miao Yi lifting his spear to strike out and kill. He didn't bother about Yuan Fan and Lai Yuhan's situation. The enemy no longer had his mount. If those two still couldn't end him, then they were truly trash. He only concerned himself with charging forward, helping them to fend off the forces who wanted to rescue Su Biao from his entrapment. Predictably, once the trio battling in the sky dropped to the ground, Su Biao's face had turned ghastly pale. Without a mount, he absolutely didn't dare to force a head-on fight with the two men hot on his trail. He turned on his heels and ran. However, Lai Yuan and Yuan Fan wouldn't let him get away. Their dragon steeds dashed forward like lightning, quickly catching up to him. Hearing the hurried swish closing in from behind, Su Biao twisted around to return the blow. Fueled with grief and indignation, the spear he thrusted out immediately clashed with Lai Yuhan's long spear. Clang! A loud sound rang out, the force of the clash sparking with white light. Lai Yuhan's body swayed a little on his dragon steed. Even with help of the dragon steed's strength, he was still almost knocked down. The enemy's strength was still there. Then, he swept past Su Biao's figure. Yet, the long spear in Su Biao's hand was instantly jolted out of his grip. Blood spewed out from the web between thumb and forefinger, as his entire figure stumbled backwards. In a normal clash of force, Lai Yuhan would never have been able to match him, but with his strike being enhanced by the powerful impact of the dragon steed, the situation was different. Having the additional power and speed on top of Lai Yuhan's own strength, the resulting attack was astonishingly vicious. In one move alone, Lai Yuhan was able to send Su Biao's spear flying. This was the reason why the cultivators still in the realm of traversing didn't dare to wage war without dragon steeds. Battling without a dragon steed was equivalent to losing half of their life. Even if on the off chance that a White Lotus first-grade cultivator was faced with a White Lotus 9th-grade expert, if the latter didn't have a dragon steed, the former could still borrow the leg strength of the dragon steed to make his escape when he failed to defeat the latter. So for cultivators of the White Lotus and Blue Lotus realms, dragon steeds were a necessity. Su Biao received such a strong jolt that his legs jerked about chaotically as he staggered back. He barely had time to steady his footing before his eyes began to widen in panic at the sight of a ray of cold light hacking right at him. Unarmed and defenseless, he couldn't hope to block off the attack no matter how desperate he was. Die! Yuan Fan immediately charged over in a fury. In an instant, his spear impaled Su Biao's heart. He hoisted it, lifting Su Biao's body, before immediately flinging his body off. On the other end, Lai Yuhan had already swiftly turned about, and prompt galloped his dragon steed to gallop back towards them. With a strike of his spear, he slashed through Su Biao's airborne body, and a rain of blood fell to the ground. With the death of Su Biao, Mount returning loyalty's men already being crushed by the forces of East Arrival Cave instantly fell into a state of panic. Those cave masters fortunate to have thus far survived gestured at once, and shouted, "Retreat!" Hundreds of men had launched the raid, yet only about 30 were fleeing in disarray. The men who fled were full of grief and indignation. They had been tricked. How were the forces of a measly East Arrival Cave be so powerful? There was not a cultivator below White Lotus 5th grade in sight. Their company of over 100 men seemed to be clashing with 20 cave master, and even experts at the mountain chieftain level. Their fighting strength couldn't be compared at all. The enemy were all individuals who would take on several of their own, and even a mountain chieftain with Blue Lotus 2nd grade cultivation had fallen in battle. There was no way for them to continue fighting this war. After scanning his surroundings, and seeing there was no one left alive, Miao Yi immediately urged Charcoal into a gallop. With Charcoal's first-rate leg strength, it didn't take long for him to take a bite out of a man who was lagging behind the others. Leaning forward, Miao Yi flicked his spear and knocked over the man's mount. That man was instantly thrown away. Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan rushed forward to flank Miao Yi, brandishing their spears in the air. Waves of formless, potent transcendence energy immediately struck out at the man until he spewed blood and collapsed to the ground, rolling around and writhing. Miao Yi swept the spear in his hand across and held it out horizontally, stopping the men behind him from continuing to give chase. They still didn't know the enemy yet, and these group of invaders didn't seem to be Xiong Zhao's men. They had to understand the current situation thoroughly first, so they wouldn't fall into a trap. Charcoal lightly carried him forward. Reaching out with the inversed scale spear, Miao Yi flicked the mask off the man's face. He immediately cried out, begging for mercy, "Surrender! Surrender! I surrender!" The sharp triple-edged spear points were pressed against the man's chest. Miao Yi scornfully questioned, "Who are you to dare assault my East Arrival Cave? Speak! If you dare lie, I will make you regret being born into this world." Mount Returning Loyalty. We're Mount Returning Loyalty's men. The man pointed to the place where Su Biao was executed. Trembling with fear, he explained, "That's our Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain, Su Biao. Everything I said is true. I beg Cave Master to be magnanimous and spare my life." He was seriously frightened out of his wits by this Cave Master. His army was truly powerful and well-disciplined. Only about 20 men had appeared and almost wiped out the forces of an entire mountain. Was this even a cave? Or had they been prepared in advance? Mount Returning Loyalty? Miao Yi frowned. Mount Returning Loyalty was his neighbor. It was impossible for him not to know of them. "Are you thriving 10,000 manners men?" Yes. "We are." The man nodded continuously as he lay on the ground with blood coating his mouth. Yuan Fang and the rest exchanged glances with each other. The men from 10,000 Thriving Manor were truly deplorable. Were they trying to cause a rift between the two halls? Miao Yi was also slightly puzzled by this turn of events. "Why are you launching a night raid on my East Arrival Cave?" "I don't know much of the details." The man shook his head and replied, "I only know that the mountain chieftain sent word to us. If any one of us could capture or kill Mount Comingsee's mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei, we would be handsomely rewarded." Qin Weiwei? Miao Yi was caught by surprise. However, he quickly understood the underlying reason. Thriving 10,000 Manor was trying to seek revenge on Yangqing, but none of them dared to strike deeply into South Edict Manor for fear of leaving behind any evidence that could be used against them. It would bring them no end of trouble. It had taken them a great deal of difficulty to find out that Qin Weiwei had come to East Arrival Cave. They had felt that it would be a short round trip to quickly end her. With East Arrival Cave's forces alone, they shouldn't have been able to stop them. In that one move, they could wipe the slate clean and walk off without a second thought, practically giving Yangqing a slap in the face. Their superiors literally hadn't held East Arrival Cave with any regard at all. What they failed to grasp was that East Arrival Cave had a powerful and well-disciplined army, leading them to crash into an iron wall. They hadn't managed to kill Qin Weiwei, and instead gave their enemies the opportunity to kill their Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain. F***CK. His birthday truly didn't align well with the bitch. It was quite the opposite. After she happily left, she had instead brought an unexpected calamity to his East Arrival Cave. Miao Yi began cursing heavily. His East arrival cave had helped Qin Weiwei escape her doom. It was madness. A cave master like him had truly done his job well. He ought to get a reward from Yang Qing later. After interrogating the prisoner for some time, apart from finding out that there were forces from Mount Returning Loyalty providing support at the border of East Arrival Cave, there weren't any other information of value. This pawn wouldn't know whether the upper echelons had any follow-up operation. Miao Yi didn't waste any more time. He turned to ask, send someone to watch him closely. There's still some use in keeping him alive. Yuan Feng, send 2 men to scout out more information about what's going on in Mount Returning Loyalty. Yuan Feng immediately selected 2 White Lotus 5th grade cultivators. The rest quickly clean up the battlefield. Only after cleaning it did was Miao Yi outraged, realizing that he had lost a White Lotus 6th grade cultivator, and 2 White Lotus 5th grade cultivators. Losing 3 in such a short while, along with some of the group being injured, made his heart ache, as he felt that the number of his subordinates weren't that much to begin with. However, this wasn't something that could be helped. The men surrounding them were greater in numbers, and did not lack cave masters among them. Casualties were inevitable in the midst of such besiegement. Under the rules of the game created by the 6 sages, the cultivators in this world continuously fought for the sake of their own interests. Everyone was accustomed to life and death, so there was nothing to grieve for. The so-called funeral arrangements were simply just burying the bodies. At the same time, everyone seemed to be in a good mood. Each of them had a look anticipation as they focused their attention on the items in Miao Yi's hand. For the storage rings alone, there were already 7, among them, 2 belonged to Su Biao. The most important matter was still the Orbs of Will. Everyone knew that the handover of the Orbs of Will had only just passed not long ago, so none of them had a chance to use their Orbs of Will yet. Right then, they had killed about 60 men, among them a mountain chieftain and some cave masters, so one could well imagine the number of Orbs of Will gathered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Accusations. Chapter 202, Accusations. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Miao Yi held the storage ring of Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao in his hand, and examined it, his lips soon inadvertently curved. For the men that he was raising before him, he had only just recently forked out 152,000 gold crystals, and 130 low-grade Orbs of Will. It turned out that Su Biao's storage ring had 156 low-grade Orbs of Will, and if all his crystal coins were changed into gold crystals, it would amount to almost 400,000 gold crystals. He even had 2 first-grade Yao cores, and a few ungraded Yao cores. He had no idea whether Su Biao was keeping them to refine transcendent artifacts or not. He didn't bother counting the rest of the items for the time being. As it was, if all of these were taken into account, just by killing Su Biao, not only did he earn back his previous losses, he even made a profit. Miao Yi was deep in thought. It seemed that strengthening his troops wasn't simply an expense. So long as they often engaged in battle, and ensured that they won most of them, it seemed like a possible path to riches. It was much safer than risking his life in the Sea of Constellations. Needless to say, Miao Yi pocketed Su Biao's storage ring in one quick movement. Even though he was tempted by the rest of the items as well, he knew that he couldn't expect to let the horses run without feeding them. He still had to give rewards when it was necessary. It was not easy for a cave master with low cultivation like him to lead a group of experts. The hearts of the subordinates were important. It was crucial to give them rewards, especially since he still needed them to risk their lives afterwards. He swiftly distributed the remaining items to everyone according to their achievements. Yuan Feng and Lai Yuhan naturally had the greatest achievements for killing Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao. All the Orbs of Will from the 5 deceased cave masters were distributed to the 2 of them. The remaining spoils were divided among the others according to their respective levels, and finally, the remaining 6 storage rings given to 6 with the highest cultivations. After everyone received such a huge windfall, with the rewards of a single battle greater than their entire annual earnings, other than the absurdly wealthy Miao Yi, who understood how vast the world was, they were all visibly excited. Quite a number of them even secretly hoped that a few more parties would be foolish enough to send themselves right to their doorsteps just like this. However, all of them knew that the other party simply hadn't realized the depths of East Arrival Cave's strength before charging over. It wasn't possible to have such a good fortune all the time. If they truly waited until the other party was fully aware of their capabilities, it would be after they were done making ample preparations, and most likely spell ill tidings for everyone. At the moment, the forces of East Arrival Cave were still weaker to each manner's forces. Truth be told, if Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao had come prepared, the results of this battle would still be anyone's guess. Miao Yi gathered the injured together, then plucked out a leaf from the glorious star immortal herb and blew out clouds of stardust. After treating them, he reorganized his subordinates once more. With Yan Shou temporarily sheltering Chen Er and Shui Er at the beachside dock, and out of the 20 men, 3 were dead, 2 were out scouting the enemy, and he left 1 behind to bring the injured prisoner of war into the depths of the mountain and hide him there. Right now, he only had 14 subordinates remaining at his disposal. The others couldn't understand why he had to specifically assign someone to hide the prisoner of war in the mountain depths. Lai Yuhan cast a glance towards his fellow sect member bringing the prisoner into the mountain, and couldn't help but ask, "Cave Master, what is the purpose of this?" He didn't expect Miao Yi to dodge the question by scoffing, "That filthy bastard Xiong Xiao has crossed the line. To have masked men ambush us, this is an act of revenge for Changfeng Cave." The rest were taken aback. They looked at each other as they thought, this and that are 2 different matters, what nonsense is this? Lai Yuhan cautiously repeated, "Could the cave master be thinking that Xiong Xiao colluded with the men from Mount Returning Loyalty to ambush us?" "No. Xiong Xiao was the one who ambushed us," Miao Yi asserted. He turned around and asked, "Yuan Fong, what do you think of this?" Yuan Fong was speechless. Unsure of how he should answer, he replied, "Cave Master, I'm afraid we will not be able to stay in this place much longer. We still don't know if the enemy intends to take further action. If they come prepared this time, I'm afraid we may not be able to defend against it. Let us retreat from charging in for now, and decide on our next step once reinforcements have come from the manor head." Miao Yi nodded, and said, "You're right. Everyone, heed my orders. We must not stay here any longer, follow me to Mount Shaotai. We will take revenge on that filthy bastard Xiong Xiao." Everyone was once again at a loss for words. Mount Returning Loyalty was the one that ambushed us. Why should we seek out Xiong Xiao for revenge? However, seeing the cave master already signaling with his arm, and taking the lead by charging away on his dragon steed, the rest of them could only hastily follow. In the cave of a nearby mountain, Yao Ruoxian eyed the forces that were departing and shook his head, saying, "A mere East Arrival Cave could also be this tumultuous." 15 steeds sprinted under the dim morning light, kicking up clouds of snow with their hooves as they thundered forth. Miao Yi led the way, the battle armor on both man and steed had been put away, and he was now moving forth in a light getup. Hastily following behind to flank the great cave master Miao were Yuan Fong and Lai Yuan. In the end, they couldn't stop themselves from saying, "Cave master." That war prisoner already clearly confessed that the ones who ambushed us were Mount Returning Loyalty's forces, and not Xiong Xiao's. Atop of charcoal, Miao Yi's figure shook slightly as he galloped along the path. He stoically replied, "I have no enmity with Mount Returning Loyalty, so they would not ambush me without reason. This is surely the plot of that filthy bastard Xiong Xiao." Lai Yuhan was beginning to be annoyed, and earnestly advised, "Cave Master, I believe it may not be so. They came for Mountain Chieftain Qin. The enemy was trying to take revenge against Manor Head. This shouldn't involve Xiong Xiao at all." All of them were clearly not fools. Even though they had not spoken it aloud, they knew what was going on. Seeing how his men had laid everything out, Miao Yi shot back with his own question, "So what you are saying, is that you want me to lead the meager forces of East Arrival Cave to attack Mount Returning Loyalty? What if thriving 10,000 Manners Manor head Lu Jingtian has made preparations? With just us charging over, would that not be courting death? The topic immediately shifted towards Lu Jingtian. To his left and right, Yuan Fong and Lai Yuhan glanced at one another, realizing that the cave master had been aware of everything all along. He was just playing the fool. Miao Yi added, with just our forces, we will not be able to defeat thriving 10,000 Manor. It is better to wait for the manor head to gather his forces before launching a counterattack. Our heads are not tough enough to bear the consequences of interfering with affairs that involve the two manors. It is better to observe the situation for now. He soon changed the subject and began cursing, "God damn it, that Xiong Xiao has become more of a coward. He clearly knows that it was I who ambushed Shanfeng Cave, yet he was able to keep his composure instead of seeking me out for revenge. Men like these, who know when to yield and when not to, are truly fearsome, and his status within the two manors is much higher than mine. If I do not take this chance to eliminate him now, he will eventually come back to bite me. Since he will not come and seek me out, I will use this chance to find him, and end him first." As for Mount Returning Loyalty, that son of a bitch, Ever Peace Manor already used my East Arrival Cave as the opening act for their attack. Now, even thriving 10,000 Manor is doing the same. What do they think my East Arrival Cave is? Do they think I am some weakling that is easy to bully? They will soon see all the grievances that I have suffered today. I will claim it back from thriving 10,000 Manor one day. If I do not show everyone how tough my East Arrival Cave is, there will be no end to this. It is ridiculous that my East Arrival Cave has been so longed for by everyone day after day. There is no way I can continue being so tense with worry every single day. But on this, Yuan Fong and Lai Yuhan could sympathize. They also felt that this East Arrival Cave really was too unfortunate. Forces as large as Ever Peace Manor and thriving 10,000 Manor would always treat East Arrival Cave like a weed that they could step at any time. It would certainly be hard for anyone to accept. Whoever was the East Arrival Cave Master would always be racked with nerves. However, the two of them believed that even though the incident this time involved Qin Weiwei, it was most likely related to the geographical location of East Arrival Cave as well. Since it was in the middle of the two manors, it was the best place to spark a blaze. Who could deny it? The great cave master Miao had not known, because his foresight had been limited in the past. After he gained more experience, he roughly understood now, and was filled with regret. He could have had it nice and easy as the cave master of Transient Light Cave. Why did he decide to run to East Arrival Cave? Now he barely had any time to cultivate in peace. So long as there was the slightest rustle in the wind, he would be the first to be alarmed. These days had been quite harsh on him, leaving him more than a little distressed. However, South Edict Manor was not his home after all. He couldn't choose to be transferred wherever he pleased. Even if he was willing, the other party might not be. He couldn't just complain that East Arrival Cave was too dangerous, and ask Yang Qing to transfer him again so that someone else could take the brunt of it. He still wanted to be promoted to Mountain Chieftain, so it would not be favorable to earn the contempt of the others. After a fit of whinging to his subordinates, Miao Yi drew out a jade archive and invoked his arts to start writing a report whilst he rode his steed. The contents denounced Xiong Xiao, saying that he had deployed a large number of masked men to attack East Arrival Cave and asked the superiors to right this injustice for him. Once he was done writing, he grasped the jade archive in hand and said, "Spirit Eagle." Yuan Fong signaled to the back with his arm. A cultivator quickly came forward with an eagle's cage slung on his back. He lifted the spirit eagle from the cage and placed Miao Yi's jade archive into the tube at its leg, then quickly released it into the skies. All of them looked up to the skies. The screech of the spirit eagle rang out into the lightning sky as it swiftly flew away. Yuan Fong withdrew his gaze and asked, "Cave Master, if we kill Xiong Xiao, I am afraid we won't be able to explain ourselves to Manor Head. For someone in a cave master position such as yourself to act on your own accord and kill a mountain chieftain, it would be trouble regardless of how you rationalize it." Miao Yi coldly replied, then we shall continue to wear masks then. Lai Yuan furrowed his brows and added, even if we cover our faces, I am afraid that the manor head will be able to deduce that we are behind it. We just helped the manor head's adopted daughter escape misfortune, and even achieved an overwhelming victory. We will not ask the manor head to reward us, but you can't tell me that he will easily punish a meritorious subordinate? Where is the compassion in that? We have to at least be able to persuade him with some superficial reasoning. When the time comes, just say that we fell for Mount Returning Loyalty's trap. We can use that prisoner of war well. The great cave master Miao seemed to be slowly grasping how to use the rules of the game to his own benefit, and was beginning to excel at it. At Mount Comingxi, upon her return, Qin Weiwei hadn't rested for long after her shower, before she received a message from East Arrival Cave. She was utterly shocked. She didn't think that after her departure from East Arrival Cave last night, something of this sort would happen. She furrowed her brows as she paced about beside her couch. She did not doubt that there was anything wrong with the message from East Arrival Cave. It was not possible to keep such a large battle a secret. To her side, Hong Mian had a furious expression as she shouted, Xiong Shao has gone too far. To actually deploy his forces to attack Mount Comingxi's territory. Does he not know this is the mountain chieftain's domain? It is fortunate that mountain chieftain had promptly returned last night. Otherwise, if something went wrong, I would like to see how that Xiong Shao explains himself to the manor head. Lulu also angrily said, clearly Xiong Shao was trying to take revenge against Miao Yi for that incident at Chanfeng Cave. But why did he not see whose territory East Arrival Cave belongs to? This Xiong Shao is too arrogant. Qin Weiwei had a cold expression on her face. She also believed that Xiong Shao wasn't giving her face to actually launch an attack on her territory. This was not simply disrespecting her position, but disrespecting manor head Yang Qing. Her pacing stopped. Xiong Shao was manor head Yang Qing's trusted aide, and another mountain chieftain just like her, she had no authority to punish him. She immediately wrote a report, and handed it over to Lulu to send over to Ever Peace Manor. It was still up to Yang Qing to make the final decision on this matter. They never would have expected that soon after their message was sent out, Ever Peace Manor's own messenger Spirit Eagle would arrive. After bringing over the Jade Archive and reading it, Qin Weiwei was once again taken by shock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, Just in Time. Chapter 203, Just in Time. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. It was a report personally written by Yang Qing, stating that a large movement of troops was discovered within thriving 10,000 Manor. Qin Weiwei was also asked to take caution, and not make any careless moves. She was instructed to withdraw her forces, and wait a day for them to analyze the situation before anything else, and to not allow something as reckless as before to occur again. Ever since he made an enemy out of thriving 10,000 Manor, Yang Cheng always had his guard up against the other party, even sending hidden guards to monitor them as a precautionary measure. As a result, he really did catch signs of trouble brewing. Ever Peace Manor Yang Qing had been strolling between pavilions when he received Qin Weiwei's report. After reading through it, he tossed the Jade Archive to Qing Mei, and Cheng Ju with a grave expression on his face. He was able to rise to a position where he could command 2 manors today, because he wasn't as gullible as Qin Weiwei. One look at the report, and he knew that the problem lay with Miao Yi. Xiong Shao had followed him for so many years. How could he not understand him? If the mountain chieftain of Mount Comingxi hadn't been Qin Weiwei, then there was indeed a chance that Xiong Shao would deploy a large force to attack East Arrival Cave. With Qin Weiwei reigning over Mount Comingxi, even if Xiong Shao wanted Miao Yi dead, he would never create such a huge commotion. At most, he would resort to assassinations. Otherwise, Miao Yi would have been in trouble a long time ago. Furthermore, Xiong Shao had just been reprimanded by him, so it was even more unlikely that he would create the huge commotion that Miao Yi had described in the attack on East Arrival Cave. Even if Xiong Shao was heavily displeased, he would endure it for the moment to give Yang Qing some face. Only if Xiong Xiao was getting tired of living, would he dare to smack Yang Qing in the face so openly. After seeing the report, Xing Mei also expressed her doubt and asked, for Xiong Xiao to be this impudent, it's not likely to be true? Even Qing Ju shook her head after looking at the report. It seemed she also felt that it wasn't possible. When one lived at greater heights, even with an average intelligence, having a more extensive communication network, and a greater volume of information would be enough to help see the bigger picture. This was the greatest difference between a layman and one who had a higher standing. They would hold an advantage, whether it was in grasping the possible developments of a situation, or in conducting trades. It wasn't necessarily because someone who stood above others was more capable. Yang Qing was scornful. Ever since that brat got his hands on some troops, it seems he has become a little restless. If worst comes to worst, he might even seek out Xiong Xiao of his own accord and cause a ruckus. Xing Mei, send another message to Wei Wei to remind her to keep an eye on that brat. Now is not the time to cause any internal strife. The reason his expression turned sour wasn't because of Miao Yi. To him, even if Miao Yi had twice the force, he still wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. He could slap him back down whenever he wanted. If Miao Yi really got on his bad side, he could immediately issue a decree and forcefully strip Miao Yi of his East Arrival Cavemaster status, transfer away all of the troops under Miao Yi's command by force, and forcefully kick him out of the system, or just have him arrested. He would like to see how Miao Yi would fight back then. He believed that the incident in East Arrival Cave may just be thriving 10,000 manner making its move. Miao Yi would not report an incident if there wasn't one. Something this big could not be kept under wraps. As soon as he made his decision, he immediately drew out several jade archives and began writing out a series of decrees. Then, ordered his handmaidens to send them to the respective mountain chieftains, and have them begin assembling their forces. Yang Qing was no clairvoyant after all. He still underestimated the great cave master Miao's desire to kill Xiong Xiao. The great cave master Miao had almost died twice because of Xiong Xiao. It was only by luck that he had been fortunate enough to keep his life. The animosity between them had truly grown to epic proportions, and what's more, he knew that the other party wouldn't let him go. If it were anyone else, even they wouldn't continue pretending as if nothing had happened. When the opportunity to turn the tables presented itself, with Miao Yi's one-track personality, he would not give Xiong Xiao another chance to strike at him a third time. Before Qing Mei could even send out the reminder to Qin Weiwei from Yang Qing's side, Miao Yi was already leading his 14 subordinates from East Arrival Cave to a mountain forest a few dozen li away from Mount Shaotai. After they marched in and were given some basic instructions, Miao Yi threw out a few masks from his storage ring. They were all Madame Wu Hua's previous belongings. He didn't know why this octopus spirit had so many opera masks. All in all, there was a plethora of colors and designs for men and women of all ages. In the mountain forest, the 15 men sat atop their dragon steeds and loosened their bound hair, leaving it to drape over their shoulders as masks were placed over their faces. Seeing the Lord Cavemaster once again donning the two-set armor for both man and steed, before untying his hair and putting on his mark, everyone was at a loss for words. They could not keep up with this. Yuan Fang threw a glance at the Cavemaster's fat dragon steed, that imposing full-bodied battle armor, as well as the inversed scale spear in his hand. He couldn't help thinking, donning these arms, who in South Edict manner won't be able to recognize it? Is there even a need to wear a mask? You're clearly doing this to purposely tick everyone off. In the end, he couldn't help himself from saying, Cavemaster, you can just leave this to us. It would be too easy to recognize us if you join the assault. Miao Yi was sweeping his hair back with an enchantingly feminine mask on his face, and reaching around to feel his mask, checking to see if he had put it on properly. His eyes blinked from behind the sockets of the mask as he chuckled, it does not matter. So what if we are recognized? Did you not just say that we won't be able to hide this incident from the manor head? We'll eliminate them all if we can, but even if we can't, we've already prepared a countermeasure anyway. That filthy bastard Xiong Xiao almost killed me twice. Since I've already made it all this way to his front door, I would be letting him off too easily if I do not kill him myself. Swinging the inversed scale spear in his hand, he gave the signal to begin the attack. He took the lead by charging ahead, while his party of masked men could only follow his trail. There was just one thing that Miao Yi wasn't aware of: his information channels within the two manors was limited after all, so he did not know that Yang Qing had already caught wind of the odd movements by thriving 10,000 manor. When Qin Weiwei's group received Yang Qing's first reminder, Xiong Zhao's side had received it as well. Following orders, Xiong Zhao already sent word to the respective cave masters, and ordered them to gather towards him. Once the manor head gave the word, their side would immediately sortie. Yang Qing's second decree, for the troops of the two manors to assemble, had yet to arrive. The two mountain forces on Xiong Zhao's side had yet to completely assemble. If the forces of all the 20 subordinate abode of immortals, and his own direct subordinates had completely assembled, the great cave master Miao would probably find this trip rather irritable. Fortunately, he arrived in the nick of time. The scenery of Mount Shaodai resembled that of a painting. The afterglow from the sunset lent everything an orange cast, with the hills and rivers placed side by side, and the distant mountain peaks a hazy blur. A few cave masters were trailing behind mountain chieftain Xiong Zhao. Everyone was extremely respectful towards Xiong Zhao as they reported the current spread of their forces in their respective abodes of immortals. They had to be as courteous as possible. After the battle with Zhangdiqing, Mount Shaodai lost a significant chunk of its forces. It hadn't been easy to use the captured men to fill the gap. However, with Xiong Zhao's territory being doubled, it was equal to the number of subordinates getting halved as a consequence. These 4 cave masters who handled 8 abode of immortals knew deep down that once the number of subordinates were fully replenished, not everyone would become the cave master of 2 caves. When that time comes, mountain chieftain Xiong Zhao would definitely reorganize. So naturally, they had to get on the mountain chieftain's good books. As expected, after listening to the reports, Xiong Zhao gave them advanced notice. He wanted the subordinates to mentally prepare themselves, and to not keep a grudge in their hearts because they could not accept when it happened. All of you need not worry about the lack of manpower. I have already received news from the manor head side that a commandment of conformity has already been signed with the Sword Deviate sect, Jade Lady sect and the School of Imperial Beasts. These 3 major schools will soon send 800 of their disciples to enlist in the 2 manors. When that happens, I will first replenish each and every person's respective subordinate forces. However, there is something that I would like to make clear with all of you first. Thriving 10,000 manors still holds a grudge over what happened before. The manor head is worried that trouble may arise, with the strength of the 2 manors being slightly weaker, so he asked for quite a number of Blue Lotus cultivators from the 3 major schools. He looked straight at them all and saw that every single one of them were listening with their ears perked. This matter concerned everyone's benefits, so it was only natural. Xiong Zhao turned to walk forward as he continued speaking in an indifferent tone. Miao Yi's previous assault on my Changfeng cave was a forewarning. For a Near East arrival cave to be so impudent in front of my face, he is really pushing his luck. In increase the forces of both my mountains, I took the initiative to request for a few Blue Lotus experts from the manor head. However, as you all know, even I am but a mere White Lotus 9th grade cultivator. To have them heed my orders is already diminishing their pride. It is even more unlikely for them to become subordinates in the various caves. Hence, I am prepared to secure the cave master posts of 5 caves to be assigned to them. I hope you all will not disagree. This is the manor head's idea as well. He was not someone that was easy to deal with. His last sentence pushed the responsibility back onto Yang Qing's head. Even Xiong Zhao himself did not dare second-guess Yang Qing, what more of his subordinates? Every one of them was speechless. Finally, someone asked, "Forgive me for being overbold, may I ask the mountain chieftain when the men from the 3 major schools will be arriving?" Xiong Zhao chuckled and replied, "For the opportunity to enter the system designed by the 6 sages, and have a chance to share in the power of will of the world. I'm sure many of those belonging to the schools have been eyeing the opportunity. I believe competition among the disciples of the major schools will be unavoidable. However, it should be soon. At most, it will be about another month before the new members arrive. All of you need not fret when that happens. Aooo. Before he could finish, an alarm sounded from afar. Xiong Zhao's expression changed as the rest turned to look. Truth be told, Xiong Zhao was a little fearful of Miao Yi now. To be more specific, after he did some investigating, he was fearful of the two Blue Lotus first-grade subordinates that Miao Yi had. This whole matter was like a damn setup. Xiong Zhao couldn't help but secretly criticize Yang Qing as he grumbled to himself. Yang Qing clearly knew that he and Miao Yi had a grudge, yet he still allowed Miao Yi, a mere cave master, to possess such a powerful force. Was he intentionally trying to make him sit on pincursions? It would have been fine if it was anyone else, but for a cave master to have two Blue Lotus realm subordinates, what kind of a joke was this? He would not believe that Yang Qing did it unintentionally, nor would he believe that Yang Qing had missed the two Blue Lotus realm cultivators on the reported name list, because the final authority to approve rested in Yang Qing's hands. Qin Weiwei did not have that kind of authority, much less Miao Yi. If Yang Qing did not agree, it would not be possible for Miao Yi to have his way. Even though Xiong Zhao didn't know the specifics, he had followed Yang Qing for many years, and could more or less understand that Yang Qing was not a man who would do something unnecessary. He could vaguely feel that Yang Qing was most likely taking advantage of the conflict between him and Miao Yi, and was secretly raising Miao Yi's strength to suppress him, and at the same time, raising the strength of Qin Weiwei's forces. As for why he had chosen to strengthen Miao Yi and not any other mountain chieftain's forces, it was because Miao Yi's strength was too weak, he couldn't stir up any waves under Yang Qing. Thus, Yang Qing could control him easily. If the other mountain chieftains' strengths were raised, they could become a threat to Yang Qing's position. Xiong Zhao was secretly a little happy when he first met the suppressing second hall's hall master Wu Liang Fan, but after experiencing the pressure exerted by Yang Qing, he truly felt somewhat regretful. It was common knowledge that everyone wanted to become successful, it was just a matter of whether the time to openly express it had come or not. The hall master Wu Liang Fan's actions had clearly brought out the conflict between him and Yang Qing prematurely. Wu Liang Fan could make use of Yang Qing, but at the same time, have an extra pair of eyes to help monitor him. Those above always liked to play these games of inhibiting and balancing out their forces. Xiong Zhao hated these very much, because he was still just a pawn. It was precisely because of this that he was now a little scared of that crazed bastard Miao Yi, and why he had also arranged for hidden guards to monitor East Arrival Cave in addition to his own Mount Shaotai's perimeter, much like how Miao Yi was keeping his guard up against him. The both of them were on guard against each other. Since the signal for an enemy attack had already been sent out, there was no need for hesitation. Starting from Xiong Zhao, each of them left with haste. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, Tricked. Chapter 204, Tricked. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Where are you running off to? With his portly steed clad in fearsome armor, his hair fluttering in the wind, and his face covered by the enchanting maiden's mask, Miao Yi charged alone, wrapped in battle armor from head to toe. He held the inversed scale spear in his hand, as he chased after the Mount Shaotai cultivator that sounded the alarm. The rest of the steeds behind him had been left in the dust. Their mounts had no way of keeping up with Charcoal's full speed. Relying on Charcoal's superior leg strength, he finally caught up to the fleeing cultivator. Dragon roars boomed as his triple-edged spearhead grazed the ground and struck forth. That cultivator was deathly pale in fear. Even though the enemy had a mask on, he didn't have any trouble recognizing that this was the infamous and brutal East Arrival Cave Master at first glance. There was no one else in the two manors besides him who donned armor such as this. The name of the East Arrival Cave Master that managed to pave open a path of blood in and out of an encirclement of about 200 men had shaken both manors. He even dared to issue a challenge to Mount Shaotai's mountain chieftain Xiong Zhao to his face. How could he stop a person like that? Yet, he had no choice. The other party did not have any intention of letting him go. He had no choice but to try and quickly counter with his own spear strike. Still in the midst of striking with his spear, Miao Yi flicked his wrist and knocked aside the opponent's spear shaft. Attacking with such blinding speed, yet still being deft enough to make an instant counter, the great cave master Miao's spear arts was truly at the pinnacle of finesse. A cold light struck forth lightning fast, and the fearsome triple-edged spear tip lodged itself into the opponent's underarm. The explosive impact of the spearhead instantly ripped open a bloody hole in the enemy's underarm. With a swipe of the inversed scale spear, it rained blood as the enemy cultivator screamed in agony and fell. He was nowhere close to being able to withstand even a single strike from Miao Yi. He was instantly struck off his steed from a single exchange of their spears. Meanwhile, the thunderous booming of a stampede from up ahead forced Miao Yi to quickly rein back Charcoal from his relentless charge. Charcoal raised its front hooves, its back hooves kicked up a cloud of dirt and snow as it etched a deep and lengthy mark into the ground. Only then was it able to hold back its upper body and come to a stable halt. After that, the 14 mounts following behind him came to a stop as they observed the oncoming forces ahead. Mount Shaotai's mountain chieftain Xiong Xiao personally led a company of about 70 men over. They stopped 100 meters away, and were glaring at the few dozen steeds before them. Miao Yi was at a loss for words. How could there be so many men within Mount Shaotai's own forces? He was still unaware that Yang Qing had already sent a call to arms to the respective mountains. Naturally, in normal circumstances, Yang Qing the Manorhead would not skip levels and personally send an order to a mere cave master such as Miao Yi. If that really were the case, how could he expect the subordinate mountain chieftains to tolerate it? The great Manorhead might as well take over his subordinate mountain chieftain positions as well. He wasn't aware that this was only half the forces of the 8 caves. Even though there seemed to be the forces of 8 caves, in reality, these were only the troops from 4 caves, numbering up to 40 men. With 20 men from Xiong Zhao's own division, the total number of people amounted to 70. With a hostile expression on his face, Xiong Zhao's gaze descended on the frontmost figure with both man and steed wrapped in an elaborate and fearsome battle armor. It would have been better not to have looked. After he saw this, Xiong Zhao instantly burst into rage. This brat Miao Yi must take me for a fool. Did you think I won't be able to recognize you just because you wear a mask? Miao Yi, you little turd. How dare you piss me off time and time again? Xiong Zhao bellowed, swinging his long sword to stab forthwith. As he listened, Miao Yi cast a glance at Charcoal. It was indeed difficult to pull a wool over someone else's eyes when he put on his armor, but it would be dangerous if he did not. Even if he didn't wear it, Charcoal's figure alone would also stick out like a sore thumb among dragon steeds, so he would still be recognized. It would only be possible to trick them, if he didn't come alone. While he was feeling helpless because of his own low cultivation, Xiong Zhao was enraged till fumes were blowing out of his nose and ears because he thought that Miao Yi was intentionally trying to mock his intelligence, thinking that he would be fooled with just a simple mask. Miao Yi did not answer. It was the other party's business whether they knew or not, but he couldn't publicly admit. Otherwise, there would be no going back. Thus, he turned back and muttered in a low voice, "The enemy is vast in numbers. Do not delay. Just focus on killing the mastermind Xiong Zhao." As soon as he finished instructing, he swung his arm forth, sending out the signal to begin the attack. He took the vanguard and raised his spear, leading the dozens of steeds behind him in a ferocious charge straight at Xiong Zhao. Xiong Zhao's expression twitched as he realized that the great cave master Miao was indeed relying on the fact that he had experts as his subordinates, and was not the least bit afraid of him. He was so bold, it was outrageous. He would actually brazenly attack Mount Shaotai. Even if he was wearing a mask, he was still brazenly attacking. Kill! Xiong Zhao swung his hand forth, and the men on either sides of him bolted forward. He did not join in the fray because it was obvious that Miao Yi could not take over Mount Shaotai even if he conquered it. He was clearly only coming after him. Xiong Zhao was incredibly vexed. Back then, he should have ended this man no matter the cost. In the end, he had allowed this man to succeed, let himself be the one pressured by him now. Thunderous booms rang out as the two parties furiously crashed into one another. Dragon steeds screamed, as men fell and their steeds were knocked over, a scene of chaos and carnage. As he observed the battle, Xiong Xiao narrowed his eyes and saw that, with Miao Yi leading the charge for his men at the fore, they were like a sharp dagger that stabbed deep into his own formation. Miao Yi was like a violent hurricane that blew away everything in his path. Wherever the cold light in his hand landed, those that stood in his path would be knocked down. The steed he rode on was even more fearless as it charged ferociously without any heed for its own safety, crashing into dragon steeds that impeded its path, throwing out splatters of blood and flesh in the process. Together with the help of the two experts by his side, there was no one that could stop this assault of man and steed. They charged straight towards him as though they could split the waves. Xiong Xiao was anxious at the sight of this. He had also heard of the incident where Miao Yi had killed his way in and out of an encirclement of 200 strong. He had been a little doubtful, because he hadn't witnessed it for himself. Even if he donned a full body of armor, they were still just first-grade transcendent artifacts. How could they protect from being surrounded by so many men? Only now that he was witnessing it, did he know that the rumors were not unfounded. The brat was ferocious and without equal with the spear in his hand, as thought he was highly versed in dealing with large mobs. He was at a loss as to how Miao Yi had even managed to train to such a level of skill. To either sides behind him, Chen Shui and Dong Shui also had stunned expressions on their faces, especially Chen Shui. She was aghast. She never would have imagined that the pig butcher brat, that had to kiss up to her Huang family back then in Changfeng City, had become so terrifying, but seeing the enemy charge ever closer, and getting close to slaughtering their way through all their layered defenses, Xiong Xiao's began heart-pounding like mad. He could sense that things were looking grim. It was difficult enough for him to face a single Blue Lotus cultivator. If he had to face two along with Miao Yi in addition to that, it likely wouldn't end well for him. While there is life, there is hope. Xiong Xiao abruptly turned his horse around, and solemnly shouted, "Go!" He turned back to lead his two handmaidens and two of his trusted aides, as he hastily made a run for it, leaving behind the subordinates who were still in the raging battle, trying to stop the enemy. Miao Yi had been focused on killing, but quickly noticed Xiong Xiao retreating in the distance. He immediately grew anxious. It hadn't been easy for him to travel all the way here. If he allowed Xiong Xiao to escape once again, it would be too unfair. He really wanted to leap over there with his steed and stop him, but it was very dangerous to do so while surrounded by enemies. Once he jumped up, he would receive attacks from his front, back, left, right, top and bottom, from every direction. It would be difficult to shield Charcoal's abdomen, with just the protection of a first-grade transcendent artifact. Even if he could leap over, Yuan Fang and the rest behind him would be in trouble. A Blue Lotus first-grade cultivation was not invincible. It made one capable of defeating many White Lotus cultivators, but it did not make one resistant to the charge of several dragon steeds. When that happened, they would most likely be annihilated. Only with him in the vanguard, utilizing Charcoal's full body armor designed for ramming as the razor edge of the front lines, could he open up a path for everyone else. Otherwise, they would be in a pinch. "Those who impede me shall die," bellowed Miao Yi as he began attacking with renewed ferocity. The inversed scale spear in his hand stabbed wildly, blasting those standing in his path off their steeds. Under that threatening cry, and on seeing their mountain chieftain fleeing, those standing in his way ceased desiring to risk their lives any longer, and fearfully cleared a way to either side to open up a path. With that, Miao Yi successfully led his subordinates swiftly out from the enemies attempting to stop them. He pulled out all the stops, and aggressively charged in the direction that Xiong Xiao was retreating in. Charcoal's speed continued to increase as he swiftly carried Miao over mountains, and past ridges. He left the men behind him in the dust, desiring to first reach Xiong Xiao before anything else. Once he fled to a mountain peak, Xiong Xiao turned back to look and couldn't help jumping in fright. He never thought that the leg strength of Miao Yi's steed was so fast. It was quickly closing the distance between the two of them. All he could do was cry out to his surroundings, and anxiously speed up his retreat. He could not describe the hatred in his heart. To save his own life, he had lost all face in front of his subordinates today. It would be impossible to avoid the slurs and mockery that others would throw behind his back. This was an irreparable stain to his authority as a mountain chieftain. Mountain chieftain, voiced out Chen Shui. Pale with fear, she began transmitting her plan over. Xiong Xiao was moved when he heard it, but turning back to look at the two handmaidens who had loyally followed him for many years, he shook his head and rejected it. No way. When she turned back to look, Chen Shui had also become anxious. She could also see that Xiong Xiao was not Miao Yi's opponent, otherwise he wouldn't have run away. Thus, she resolutely said, "This incident happened because of me. Even death will not redeem me. Furthermore, if Mountain Chieftain can't escape, the both of us will die anyway. That filthy bastard will not let us go. So long as Mountain Chieftain still lives, then there is still a chance for us to be avenged. Mountain Chieftain must not hesitate any longer, otherwise there will be no time." In the end, a nervous trusted aide received the clothes that Xiong Xiao tossed over and put it on himself. As they were passing through a canyon, Xiong Xiao broke off alone with his dragon steed into the canyon to hide. He watched as Chen Shui and Dong Shui guard his personal trusted aide. As they made their way to the other end of the canyon, the sound of their hoof beats disappeared into the distance. Not long after, he saw Miao Yi on his dragon steed cross over from the top of the canyon. Soon after that, he saw a dozen more dragon steeds fly over his head. He waited until the thundering hoof beats disappeared before he sighed. Harg! Xiong Xiao smashed a fist into the stone wall, as his face filled with sorrow and anger. His dragon steed then swiftly leapt tens of meters high up to the top of the canyon, and turned back on the path they had come from. After chasing up to tens of leagues, Miao Yi saw that the fleeing Xiong Xiao along with his two handmaidens were just 10 meters ahead of him, and began shouting angrily, "Xiong Xiao, you filthy bastard, where do you think you are running off to?" Underneath him, charcoal bolted as if he were flying and suddenly leapt, crashing down on the four people fleeing before it. Chen Shui, Dong Shui, Xiong Xiao and another of Xiong Xiao's trusted aides turned around, revealing shocked expressions on their faces. Pointing forward with his raised spear, Miao Yi's eyes narrowed as he locked onto Xiong Xiao's face. How could he not know that he had been tricked then? He was instantly filled with rage. "Please run away, elder auntie, little auntie. We will stop him." Xiong Xiao's trusted aides both immediately brandished their spears, and engaged in a fierce battle with Miao Yi, who had dismounted. As the mountain chieftain's trusted aides, their cultivation wasn't too low. The both of them had cultivations at White Lotus 5th grade, and indeed had the ability to face Miao Yi in battle. However, after Miao Yi swung his spear to loosely block them, he didn't bother with them at all and instead continued chasing after Dong Shui and Chen Shui, who had continued fleeing. He already let Xiong Xiao escape. If he were to allow that vile woman Huan Yu to escape as well, then he really would have wasted his time coming all the way here. He chased after the two women with Xiong Xiao's two trusted aides pursuing closely behind him. They wanted to help the two aunties escape. They were worthy of being Xiong Xiao's trusted aides. Yuan Fang and the others behind them had caught up by this point. Once they saw the situation, they immediately spread out to stop them. After he saw his own troops circling around in front of him, and both Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan already launching their attacks, Miao Yi shouted, "Leave these two alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 205, Xiong Xiao's Grief. Chapter 205, Xiong Xiao's Grief. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. In an instant, Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan had already dashed past, in between the two handmaidens. Although Chen Shui and Dong Shui weren't harmed, the dragon steeds under them instead let out terrified cries as they collapsed to the ground, killed by the two Blue Lotus experts in an instant. On seeing that the situation couldn't be saved, Xiong Xiao's two aides wanted to turn on their heels and run, but it was too late. They were immediately cut off by Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan, and after briefly crossing blades, they were executed, blood spewing as they fell to the ground. Both Chen Shui and Dong Shui were in a pitiful situation. They both knew that they wouldn't be able to escape after losing their mounts. Wielding the long blades in their hands, both of them huddled together with their backs pressed against the other. They were trapped in the middle of dozens of cavalry keeping close watch on them, and unable to break themselves free. Miao Yi leapt off charcoal. A pair of savage woven boots came smashing onto the ground, creaking as they tread on the snow. His body of silver armor glimmered splendidly under the sunset, as he charged forward with the inversed scale spear in his hand. He quickly came to a stop when he neared them. Raising his hand to lift the mask, he stared at Chen Shui with a sneer. "Huang Yu. It's been a while. I don't want to make things difficult for you, so tell me where Xiong Xiao is hiding. Help me find him, and I will promise to show you mercy." In the current situation, it would be quite troublesome to search for Xiong Xiao. Only the two well-informed handmaidens had the greatest probability of helping him find Xiong Xiao. "Pooey." Chen Shui spat at him. Miao Yi casually gestured with his hand, and a surge of transcendence energy emanated to block off the spit. "Do you really want it the hard way? I'll give you one more chance." Chen Shui's beautiful face abruptly turned menacing, and she began cursing uncontrollably. "Do you think a street butcher and trash like you is even worthy of wagging your bottom as you beg for mercy before the Huang clan's gate?" Miao Yi remained unfazed. He shifted his spear to target Dong Shui. "She doesn't want this chance. I'm giving this last chance to you. Sister. We're bound to die anyway. Join me and fight him to our deaths." Chen Shui cried out as she turned around. Face ghastly pale, Dong Shui nodded. The two of them immediately joined forces, and brandished their long blades in a forward rush. They were really prepared to die rather than betray Xiong Zhao's trust. Those with cultivation higher than Miao Yi's may not even be his match, let alone two handmaidens with cultivation levels not up to his. How could they be Miao Yi's match? A trace of coldness flashed in Miao Yi's eyes. The inversed scale spear roared, glimmering in the sunset light as he struck out. Clang! Clang! Two strikes rapidly rang out. Two blades sliced forward, one high in the air by Dong Shui, while the other in Chen Shui's hand swept low to hack at Miao Yi from the side. Miao swiftly stomped onto the back of that blade, immobilizing it. Bang! Dong Shui loosened her grip on the long blade. She lowered her head to look at the bloody hole that had erupted in her chest. The sharp triple-edged spear head then lightly tapped her on the shoulder, and she collapsed to the ground powerless. She was unable to withstand even a single blow. "Sister!" Turning to look at beside her, Chen Shui instantly cried out in grief, tears cascading down her face. Miao Yi invoked his arts and stomped harder a second time. The shaft of the blade tightly gripped in Chen Shui's hand broke into pieces on the ground. Before she could react, the sharp triple-edged spear head shifted from Dong Shui to strike her shoulder. Miao Yi drew his arm back, the sharp barbs on the spearhead hooked onto the back of her shoulder. Blood gushed out immediately. Her shoulder blade was almost snapped by motion as he rapidly hooked her to him, and forced her into a kneeling position in an instant. She couldn't keep herself on her feet no matter how much she struggled. "Scum! Lowly trash! You dog!" While being hooked on her shoulder bone by the sharp barb of the spearhead, she couldn't move, and began cursing in rage. Her eyes looked as though flames were shooting from them as she glared daggers at Miao Yi. It was clear that no matter what he did, he could no longer hope for this woman to cooperate. Miao Yi lowered his gaze. There was nothing left to consider. "My siblings and I had intended to pass our days peacefully. We had no grudges or animosity with the Huang clan, and yet, your clan still kicked us around and tortured us. No matter what, you lot never intended to leave us be. Your clan caused my siblings and I to feel ill at ease, even when we were trying to earn an honest living, and forced us apart from one another, both in life and death. Making me disappoint my foster parents and the heavens above. Do you even know of the hatred I feel in my heart? The reason why the Huang clan took advantage of their position to bully us was all because of you. If I let you go now, I won't be able to face my unfortunate brother and sister. Never mind. From now on, the enmity between your clan and mine will come to an end. You scum! I'll haunt you even after I become a ghost. Chen Shui had thrown all cautions to the wind and only knew how to curse incessantly. Miao Yi coldly scoffed and transmitted his voice instead. I have no qualms about letting you die knowing the truth. Your brother died by my hands. Your father, the city lord of Changfeng City, hadn't died at the hands of others, it was I who killed him. I will now grant you mercy, and send you to reunite with them. There was a reason why he had used voice transmission. News of him killing Headguard Huan could not be leaked. These were the rules of the game. If Yuan Fong and the others heard it, they would have something to blackmail him with. Chen Shui finally shut up, her eyes widening as she stared right at him. He was the one who killed her father. A crazed scream eventually erupted from her throat. Aha! You filthy bastard! A cold glint flashed past. Miao Yi did not let her say anything further. The sharp spear head casually sliced through Chen Shui's fair neck. Her severed head flew through the air, as fresh blood spurted out profusely from her neck, before falling to the ground. Face devoid of emotions, Miao Yi leapt back off the ground, descending onto Charcoal's back, light as a feather whilst keeping hold of the spear. A couple of subordinates swiftly searched the corpses, and presented the items before Miao Yi. They had found a few orbs of will. Miao Yi wasn't at all interested. It was the first time that he lacked interest in orbs of will. He quickly swept his gaze across some of his wounded subordinates. It was fortunate that the battle had been quickly resolved, and his subordinates only suffered light injuries from it. Nothing had been lost. He calmly instructed, divide them among you all. The crowd joyfully thanked him. Miao Yi shot a glance at Chen Shui's corpse, and gently exhaled a breath of air. The enmity he had with the Huang clan had finally came to an end. That son conceived between old Huang and old Li's daughter from the tofu store had better stay put. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind eliminating the Huang clan completely. Move! Let's head back! Miao Yi shouted aloud, and began leading his subordinates back to East Arrival Cave, thundering off on another path. The man he truly wanted to kill had escaped, but it was clear to everyone that the search area was too large. If they lost him, it would be difficult to find him again, and searching for him aimlessly was futile, so they could only return. The sky gradually darkened as the curtain of night closed in. The thunderous pounding of hooves was audible in the distance. Under Xiong Zhao's command, a company of 210 units were traveling towards them. Apart from the 30 men of certain caves forces, the rest of the 90-odd men were all finally present. He was quite pleasantly surprised that the Sword Deviate sect, Jade Lady sect, and the School of Imperial Beasts forces had come earlier than expected, much faster than he had first imagined. Yang Qing had assigned 120 men to him, with 3 Blue Lotus first-grade experts among them. Thus, he now had 210 mounted men before him. Based on the income he was reaping by securing 2 mountains, he could definitely afford to raise them. With such a large force, along with 3 Blue Lotus first-grade experts, Xiong Xiao was no longer afraid of Miao Yi and his group. Even if his own forces hadn't been replenished with men from the 3 great sects, Xiong Xiao believed that he had already found a way to deal with Miao Yi's men by gathering the dragon steeds into a collective charge. Even at the risk of death, or being grievously wounded, they would charge ahead with their steeds, making use of the herd's destructive impact in a gamble of life and death. He didn't believe that Miao Yi wouldn't die because of this. Moreover, he had a well-disciplined and powerful army. While gathering his men and making his way back again, Xiong Xiao was brimming with confidence. However, he couldn't find even a single trace of Miao Yi left. What greeted him was a couple of corpses, along with 2 dragon steeds unwilling to part with their masters. Xiong Xiao leapt off his dragon steed and embraced Chen Shui's body, burying his head and weeping before his subordinates. He was truly heartbroken. With the ability to oversee a domain, regardless whether it was a cave master, mountain chieftain, manor head, or even a palace manor, the handmaidens beside them were incomparable to an ordinary cultivator's handmaiden. They were all meticulously chosen. Not only was their beauty first-rate, but their cultivation aptitudes were also nurtured as the trusted aides amongst all trusted aides. To him, both Chen Shui and Dong Shui were his most trusted aides, the women who shared his bed, and the disciples he had imparted his arts to. When he was engaged in closed-door seclusion cultivation, there were matters he would assign them to handle without worry. He once promised the two of them that one day, when matters were settled after he gained power and authority, he would have children with them. Now, everything had vanished. The two women he had spent over 2 decades cultivating with, the ones who were already adept at dealing with matters for him, were dead. Nurturing another from the beginning would take a long time. More importantly, during that time, he would probably have to take care of a lot of trivial matters himself, since it was impossible for novices to handle matters for him right at the start due to their lack of experience. This would definitely distract him from cultivation. He had already lost 2 handmaidens when he was still a cave master in the past. Now 2 more had died. What's more, they had died to save him. It definitely created great sorrow and grief in his heart. The over 200 men sitting upright on their dragon steeds behind fell into silence. Everyone knew the importance of handmaidens for those charged with an area. When it came to trusted aides, no one could even compare to the elder auntie and little auntie by the mountain chieftain's side. At the fore of the cavalry were 3 people. One of carried 6 long swords on his back, while another one had beast pouches hanging by his waist. Both of them were old men who had several years behind them. The first one was Tu Sanliang of the Sword Deviate sect, the latter was Ma Hu, from the school of imperial beasts. The beautiful lady in a silver muslin dress between them was Lan Yi. She looked young, but her age was actually not far from the other 2. The Jade Lady sect was simply skilled at retaining their youthful appearances. The 3 of them were obviously the first-rate Blue Lotus experts from the 3 great sects now serving under Xiong Xiao. When they saw how much grief Xiong Xiao was in, as he wept nonstop, the 3 of them exchanged glances with one another before dismounting their dragon steeds in succession. As the representatives of the 3 sects, they cupped their hands and saluted Xiong Xiao simultaneously. "Mountain Chieftain, our condolences." The 3 persons' words seemed to have some effect on Xiong Xiao. He released the body and got to his feet. Facing the trio, he cried out in pain, "Miao Yi, you scum! I will never let him go. Will the 3 of you assist me in taking vengeance?" The 3 looked at each other in dismay. They already had a rough idea of the situation on their journey here, but seeing that almost 70 men had failed to block little more than a dozen others, they were still quite surprised. This wasn't a one-on-one battle where those with the highest cultivation could emerge victorious. In a battle where a large number of forces were entangled with the formidable might of a herd of dragon steeds, even Blue Lotus cultivators would feel incredibly threatened. It wasn't something that could be easily dealt with just because of a high cultivation level. Yet they had been unable to hold them off. It was uncertain whether the men of Mount Shaotai were too useless, or those dozens of men were too strong. To actually be killed by a cave master with a low cultivation, until they were thrown off their steeds. "We are willing to obey Mountain Chieftain's orders." The trio cupped their hands together. The reason they came here was for their future prospects. How could they choose not to obey when they were newcomers? However, Tu Sanliang still hesitantly added, "Mountain Chieftain, I'm uncertain whether this is appropriate for us to do so. I've heard that the East Arrival Cave is in the hands of the Manor Head's adoptive daughter. Should we kill her subordinate, won't the Manor Head?" He didn't finish his sentence, but his concerns were evident to everyone. Participating in an internal power struggle right from the get-go, even putting their hands on Yang Qing's adopted daughter, it would be hard for the 3 of them not to worry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, Tipped Off. Chapter 206, Tipped Off. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. It would have been better if Tu Sanliang hadn't mentioned Yang Qing's adopted daughter. Xiong Xiao had already begun to regretting his past decision dreadfully. To save Yang Qing face, he had silently endured the first time Miao Yi sent his men to raid Changfeng Cave. In return for his suffering, Miao Yi had become more aggressive, and he almost lost his life. For his tolerance of Miao Yi, he paid with the lives of both his personal handmaidens. This time, Miao Yi had brazenly assaulted his Mount Shaotai, and killed 2 of his personal handmaidens. Xiong Xiao would be called a coward if he tolerated Miao Yi any longer. They would make him the butt of jokes within the 2 manors, for being pushed around by a mere cave master. If that happened, he would never be able to show his face in the 2 manors ever again. I will shoulder the blame if the manor head makes any accusations. You all are simply following orders, the blame will not be yours to bear. Xiong Xiao claimed responsibility for the potential consequences. With Xiong Xiao stating his commitment to such an extent, Tu Sanliang and the other 2 new subordinate Blue Lotus experts had nothing else to say. They could only comply with the wishes of the mountain chieftain. Chen Fei could only force a smile as he stood among the men. He hadn't known that Miao Yi could be this bold when he first met him. This time, Miao Yi had completely enraged Xiong Xiao. There was no doubt that Miao Yi would be in big trouble soon. Xiong Zhao's men and dragon steeds had retreated to Mount Shaotai, carrying with them Chen Shui and Dong Shui's corpses. These were placed in the Mount Shaotai Grand Hall. Chen Shui, Dong Shui, don't worry. I will not let your deaths be in vain. I will crush East Arrival Cave, and pluck Miao Yi's head as a burial offering for the 2 of you. Xiong Xiao mourned, and as he gazed at the lifeless bodies of his handmaidens, he swore an oath to them in the Grand Hall before his men. Just then, a spirit eagle arrived at Mount Shaotai. One of his men received the delivered Jade Archive, and quickly brought it to Xiong Xiao in the Grand Hall. The Jade Archive was an order from Yang Qing to reposition, and informing that unusual movements in thriving 10,000 manor had been detected. Xiong Xiao was told to gather his men, and move to the designated location immediately. After reading the contents, Xiong Xiao gripped the Jade Archive in his hands. The decree from Yang Qing was quite timely. He already planned to lead hundreds men to take care of Miao Yi. With Yang Qing's decree, he could use the opportunity to gather all of his troops in Mount Comingxi, and settle the matter once and for all. However, he was also concerned that suspicious activities had been reported in thriving 10,000 manor. Yang Cheng would definitely inform Qing Weiwei of the current situation, so he wondered if Qing Weiwei would already be marshalling her forces. It would be inconvenient for him if Miao Yi had been called to gather his men at the designated location as well. Xiong Xiao turned his head back, and called out, "Wu Zhanlin! Here!" His subordinate cave master stepped forward, and bowed with his hands cupped. "Send someone to East Arrival Cave, and report the situation back to us. Keep an eye on that wicked Miao Yi, and see if he is already back in East Arrival Cave." "Yes, sir," Wu Zhanglin replied, and left the Grand Hall with haste. In the meantime, Xiong Xiao began writing on a Jade Archive, charging Miao Yi for his act of violence against him, and sent one of his men to deliver it to Yang Qing. It would be impossible to hide such a large incident from anyone, so he needed to take the initiative and inform Yang Qing of the situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, Yang Qing would suspect Xiong Xiao of disrespecting him, if he waited until the situation had become worse to give his explanation. He already made his calculations before writing the Jade Archive. By the time Yang Qing received his missive, even if Yang Qing sent any more orders to Xiong Xiao after that, Xiong Xiao would have already arrived in East Arrival Cave to kill Miao Yi. He already had a good reason to wage war against Miao Yi, if the manor head decided to look into the matter. When Wu Zhanlin left the hall, he scanned through his men. His gaze stopped at Chen Fei, before beckoning him to say, "You were in East Arrival Cave before. I presumed you were no stranger to that place." Chen Fei was stunned by the sudden inquiry, as he didn't know what Wu Zhanglin was leading to. He cupped his fists, and replied, "Cave Master. Yes, you are correct. Good. I will send 2 of my men to accompany you. Go forth to East Arrival Hall immediately." Wu Zhanglin briefed Chen Fei on the mission that was given by Xiong Xiao. Chen Fei was speechless. Why was he once again the scout? It seemed that his experience in East Arrival Cave would always be put to good use. He really wondered when East Arrival Cave would stop their activities and quiet down. Regardless, he accepted the order with cupped fists. He brought along the 2 helpers assigned by the cave master and galloped on his way under the light of the moon. Not long after, Xiong Xiao completed his arrangements and stepped out of the grand hall leading 2 columns of his elite troops. They mounted their dragon steeds and charged toward their destination together. At Mount Comingxi, Xin Weiwei was extremely shocked after receiving the missive from Yang Cheng. She was now aware that those who tried to assault East Arrival Cave might have been from thriving 10,000 Manor. She wasn't sure if Miao Yi already knew, or simply pretended not to know, but one thing was for sure: Miao Yi would definitely take the opportunity to exact revenge against his hated enemy, Xiong Xiao. Xin Weiwei quickly issued a stern warning to Miao Yi, ordering him to avoid looking for trouble with Xiong Xiao, and demanding that he closely monitor the situation at thriving 10,000 Manor. Otherwise, she would appoint someone else to become the cave master of East Arrival Cave. When Miao Yi received the warning from Xin Weiwei, he and his troops were already on their way back to East Arrival Cave. After he finished reading the Jade Archive, Miao Yi sneered. It wasn't because he didn't want to listen to her orders, but her response on this matter was too late. He had already done what she didn't desire him to do. The great cave master Miao didn't take the matter to heart, as he had already been well prepared to go against Xiong Xiao. However, he did regret letting Xiong Xiao escape after all that. He was still unaware that Xiong Xiao's forces had been strengthened after retreating to Mount Shaotai. Moreover, Xiong Xiao had already completed preparations to exact his revenge. Miao Yi thought that with his own troops, Xiong Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He truly had yet realized the shit-ton of trouble he had brought upon himself with his actions. The entire East Arrival Cave was still the same as ever when they got back. Apparently, thriving 10,000 Manor hadn't come to assault East Arrival Cave again. Miao Yi sent his subordinate to contact the 2 scouts he had sent out earlier. Miao Yi was secretly frightened after being briefed by his scouts. A large number of men had gathered at thriving 10,000 Manor. He surmised that the entire army of thriving 10,000 Manor had assembled. He quickly sent a few more scouts to secure their defenses, and relayed his situation to Mount Comingxi, asking for reinforcements. In reality, thriving 10,000 Manor was more nervous than he expected. The great cave master Miao was now well known in thriving 10,000 Manor. Mod returning loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao led a charge of hundreds of men to raid East Arrival Cave, but they were thwarted and even completely wiped out by just around 20 men. Even Su Biao with a cultivation at Blue Lotus 2nd grade had been killed as well. After Lu Jingtian received the news of his death, he began readying his large army, and instantly had a terrible migraine. He wasn't in agony because of Su Biao's death, but because he had made such a huge mess. Suppressing 2nd Hall and suppressing 3rd Hall would definitely be alerted, and he had no idea how he should end all of this. Lu Jingtian had thought that there wouldn't a problem if Su Biao personally led his army to raid a measly East Arrival Cave. After killing or capturing Xin Weiwei, he planned to swiftly clear the entire area and return without leaving any evidence behind. Even if Yang Qing knew that he was the perpetrator, he wouldn't be able to charge him of anything, because he had no proof to do so. He hadn't done this only for himself, but also for suppressing 3rd Hall. When the time came, Hall Master Wu Menglan would have praised him for a job well done, and he would have been able to redeem himself from showing his previous incompetence before her. Who would have known? Instead, he got himself into trouble without finishing the job, and his forces suffered heavy casualties. On top of that, he left behind evidence for his enemy. What should he do when suppressing 2nd Hall presented the evidence to charge him with the assault? Start another assault to destroy the evidence? His opponents weren't idiot. Were they stupid enough to wait for him to attack East Arrival Cave again and destroy the evidence? If this matter continued to grow bigger, he would have to bear all the consequences. Mei Yi received a backlash for his idiotic scheme, and was reprimanded by Lu Jingtian. Didn't you say that the cave master of East Arrival Cave was easy to defeat? Didn't you say that you can defeat him by yourself? Why don't you go ahead and kill him for me? Mei Yi was at loss for words. Was the cave master of the East Arrival Cave the bane of raids? Zheng Diqing was thwarted by Miao Yi too. And now, thriving 10,000 manor was also disrupted by Miao Yi. Yang Qing had definitely chosen a genius to oversee such a strategic location. Lu Jingtian was distressed and terrified. How would the hall master punish him later? Miao Yi was already on high alert. The reconstruction of the East Arrival Cave had already been brought to a halt. He took the time to visit the dockyard, and allowed Yan Xiu, Xian and Shui to continue hiding as usual. Miao Yi then went to visit a cave near East Arrival Cave, where Yao Ruoxian was currently residing. He hoped that Yao Ruoxian would lend a hand at a crucial moment, should things in East Arrival Cave go awry. Inside the cave, Yao Ruoxian sat cross-legged on a stone couch and scoffed, "Don't give me that. Even if you kneel down and call me grandpa, my answer is still no." Miao Yi pointed at the large sleeves with the little mantids, and earnestly said, "Senior Yao, think for a second. If I die, these little fellows will no longer stay by your side obediently. If that happens, won't that be a huge waste? It's better for you to die, than sending me to my grave, alright? If this loose cultivator at the Red Lotus Realm decides to meddle in your business, suppressing Second Hall or suppressing Third Hall will immediately send a few Red Lotus experts to investigate the situation. Even if I'm able to defeat those Red Lotus experts, there's a chance that traversing Moon Palace might be alerted. If they send a Violet Lotus expert to find me, do you think I will live or die? On top of that, there's also the Golden Lotus experts. What comes after that is Mu Fan Jian from the realm beyond heaven. How many would dare provoke them? I still want to live a couple more years." Yao Ruoxian waved his hand with an expression that wasn't open to negotiations and said, "You are not thinking of taking this opportunity to screw me over, are you?" That was it. He lost all hope, even with such a highly skilled cultivator by his side. After all that, Miao Yi returned with low spirits. As soon as Miao Yi returned to his room, a subordinate guarding the mountain quickly entered, and clasped his hand to his chest before saying, "Cave Master, there is someone at the mountain gates looking for you." Who would come to look for him at this hour? Miao Yi curiously asked, "Who is it?" The soldier replied, "He refused to reveal his name. He asked me to let Cave Master know that an old friend who helped exchange a wooden spear for a silver one has come to pay a visit, and that you will naturally know who he is." Exchanged a wooden spear for a silver one. Miao Yi froze. He could immediately guess who that person was. Yan Xiu had mentioned the same phrase before. Miao Yi knew that this person was currently under Xiong Zhao's command. It must have been something urgent for him to come all the way to East Arrival Cave. He gestured with his hand, and said, "Bring him to me." Not long after that, a fatigued Chen Fei, with his hat pulled to its lowest, was brought inside. Miao Yi stood at the entrance to welcome him, but was signaled by Chen Fei to stop displaying such gestures in the presence of others. Miao Yi quickly ordered his subordinate to leave, as he brought Chen Fei into his room. Before any greetings were exchanged, Chen Fei already opened his mouth and said, "Brother Miao, get out of this place quickly. Otherwise you will be in big trouble." Miao Yi was stunned, and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Fei forced a smile, and said, "Do you need me to recount the things you've done at Mount Shaotai? Xiong Xiao is leading a large army to this place to raise East Arrival Cave, and take your life. I've been sent to scout the situation. It wasn't easy for me to shrug off the other two men, and inform you of this matter, Xiong Xiao?" Miao Yi raised his eyebrow, and chuckled coldly. "I was beginning to worry that I wouldn't be able to find him. How bold of him to send himself to my doorstep. I knew you'd be like this. I was afraid that you would look down on your enemy, so I came to personally warn you." Chen Fei was clearly anxious as he continued. Xiong Xiao had taken command of 200 men, including 3 Blue Lotus first grade experts. Chen Fei also used the time to explain about the participation of disciples from the Sword Deviate sect, Jade Lady sect and the School of Imperial Beasts to Miao Yi as fast as he could. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Screwed Up. Chapter 207, Screwed Up. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. After listening intently to what Chen Fei had to say, Miao Yi was shocked for a moment, as if he had been splashed with a pail of cold water. Why were members from the Sword Deviate sect, Jade Lady sect and School of Imperial Beasts popping up all of a sudden? He noticed that his information network was terribly weak, as he could only cover the area within East Arrival Cave. Brother Miao, stop being in a daze, go quickly. Xiong Xiao should already be on his way with his men after I left to look for you. If you don't go right now, it will be too late. Chen Fei solemnly reminded Miao Yi of the current situation. Miao Yi cupped his hands with a grateful expression on his face. Thank you, Brother Chen, for the warning. Chen Fei quickly cut to the chase. I can't stay too long, or they will notice something suspicious is going on. Brother Miao, make your moves carefully. I shall take my leave now. Chen Fei turned and hastily left. He truly mustn't stay too long. Before he could run back to his post, Miao Yi stopped him with a yell. Wait a moment. Chen Fei turned back to look, and saw Miao Yi take out 10 low-grade orbs of wool from his storage ring. He grabbed Chen Fei's wrist, and shoved them into his palms. This. Chen Fei was a little flustered, but it was no secret that he did desire them. Just a small token of my goodwill. Don't make it a shoving match between the two of us. Miao Yi quickly spoke first, before Chen Fei could cough out any words of courtesy. If you insist. I'm off then. Chen Fei held onto the orbs of will, and cupped his hand once more to bid his farewell. Miao Yi also knew that it was risky for Chen Fei to come here, and that he should not remain any longer. With that, Miao Yi tried not to delay him any further, and waved farewell. Chen Fei left, quickly hurrying his way down the mountain slope, and hopped onto his dragon steed, leaving the site at once. Meanwhile, Miao Yi paced back and forth near the entrance, finding his current situation ironic. He was elated when he had the chance to torment Xiong Xiao before, but now it was time for Xiong Xiao's turn to torment him. He didn't expect the situation to flip around like this so quickly. Everyone gather around. Miao Yi waited until Chen Fei was gone before calling for his men. After everyone had assembled a moment later, Miao Yi briefed them on the current situation. They shared the same thoughts as him, never expecting that the situation would end up flipping around so suddenly. Everyone was consumed by an unending fear. Lai Yuhan cupped his fist and said, Cave Master, we can't hold off that many people. We have to shelter ourselves from danger. Shelter from danger had a nice sound to it, but it actually meant fleeing. Where can we go? We can run away now, but we can't do it forever. We can run from today, but we can't run away from tomorrow, said Miao Yi, as he shook his head. A small frown creased Yuan Fan's forehead as she asked, What does the cave master have in mind? We can only take a risk. Let's see if we can wipe them out. How are we going to do that? Miao Yi pointed in the direction of thriving 10,000 manor and said, Lu Jingtian's troops are assembled near the border. If I don't use the manor head's previous approach as a lesson for my next move, I would be a fool. It's best to learn from his experience. His men glimmered with hope. This method could actually work. If those men from Mount Returning Loyalty made the first move and raided their territory, then they wouldn't be held accountable for the consequences of their actions. After Miao Yi organized his men, he took the lead and hastily departed with them. There was no need to guard this old cave like a treasure for the time being. Just then, Xiong Xiao was leading a large army to his intended destination, when he was stopped midway by Chen Fei and the 2 other scouts. After receiving the report from Chen Fei, Cave Master Wu Zhanglin quickly recounted the situation to his superior Xiong Xiao, mountain chieftain. That scum Miao Yi has indeed returned to East Arrival Cave. Xiong Xiao immediately revealed a sinister smile, and withdrew a scrap of black cloth. He covered his face, preparing to deal Miao Yi the same way he was dealt with. His men followed suit, and covered their faces as well. Crush East Arrival Cave, let no one live. Anyone who can kill Miao Yi will be greatly rewarded. Capture him alive, and you will be granted the seat of a cave master regardless of your cultivation level, ordered Xiong Xiao. Then he gave a signal with his hand, and yelled, forward. Xiong Xiao clearly did not want Miao Yi to experience a quick death. He wanted to capture him alive, so that he could torture him to death, and quell the hatred in his heart. Once his orders were given out, the eyes of his men shone with zeal. Was it really true that they could be a cave master regardless of their cultivation, if they managed to capture Miao Yi alive? Their dragon steeds cried out, as the army charged towards East Arrival Cave with Xiong Xiao in the lead. Just as they managed to enter the mountain where East Arrival Cave was nestled, Xiong Xiao suddenly caught sight of a squad of men scuttling out of the forest, as if they did not wish to engage his men, hurriedly riding their steeds in the opposite direction to escape. Xiong Xiao's eyes quickly narrowed as he caught sight of an armor-clad figure leading the fleeing men. Who could it be, but the man he sought, Miao Yi? After them, roared Xiong Xiao, pointing out his adversary. His troops quickly adjusted their formation, and gave chase as fast as they could. Both South Edict Manor and thriving 10,000 Manor shared the same piece of land, so Lu Jingtian's troops were able to jump into action, right after they received news of an incoming assault. Lu Jingtian wasn't a fool either. Since it had come to this, he had to defend himself against Yang Qing's assault. Naturally, he had sent scouts to investigate, and received word that a large army was storming towards them. In an instant, he ordered his men into battle formation. From what he had gathered, the number of enemy troops was quite little, only 200 men in all. This number wasn't a threat, so he decided to focus on his own defense without any intent of stepping over his border. Miao Yi would look back once in a while, as he led his men in their flight from Xiong Xiao's pursuit, controlling the distance between them. He wanted to lead them towards thriving 10,000 Manors area. During their retreat, the two scouts dispatched earlier on came back and rejoined their group. They reported the location of Lu Jingtian's army to Miao Yi, leading him to change course, so that he could lead Xiong Xiao's army towards Lu Jingtian's men. When thriving 10,000 Manor just entered his sights, he suddenly saw Lu Jingtian and his army standing by in battle formation near the border. Miao Yi and his men quickly took up arms, and shouted, "Charge!" After which, an awkward situation presented itself to him. In close pursuit behind Miao Yi, Xiong Xiao was caught by surprise on catching sight of thousands of men ahead of him, especially once he used his transcendence vision, and realized that Lu Jingtian was commanding the army. He immediately called for a halt. His men came to an urgent stop, their steeds churning up mud on the ground. Xiong Xiao's eyes flickered brightly despite his face being covered with the scarf mask. He had taken a great risk back when he tricked Lu Jingtian and used him. Because of that, Lu Jingtian would still be harboring a deep hatred in his heart, waiting for the moment when he would be able to break his bones and turn him into ashes. The urge to kill Miao Yi was strong, yet he couldn't afford to throw away his life recklessly by making rash moves. Miao Yi noticed that there wasn't any commotion behind him after he called for his men to go forth and kill. He quickly turned to look back almost immediately and broke out in a cold sweat. Why weren't they moving forward? He quickly called for a halt by raising his spear, and 17 steeds immediately stopped. He had no choice but to stop. There was about 1,000 men ahead of him. These few dozen soldiers would be ground to dust if they rushed into battle. Miao Yi initially planned to lead Xiong Xiao and his men forward, obviously allowing Lu Jingtian's army to rush in for the kill as well. He would then lead his men to escape from the site of the battle, and force Xiong Xiao and Lu Jingtian to fight each other to the death. Unexpectedly, not only did Xiong Xiao's men stop, Lu Jingtian's troops didn't make a move either. Miao Yi figured that those two would not make a move unless his men moved first. On one side, 1,000 men were ready to go, while on the other, 200 men would not budge from their position, and lastly, a few dozen men were trapped between these two forces looking a bit helpless and lonely. With all Xiong Xiao's men concealing their faces, the current situation was more than a little hilarious. Lu Jingtian sat atop his dragon steed, and surveyed Xiong Xiao and his men. Were these also Yang Qing's men? If they were what he presumed them to be, Was it necessary to cover their faces? What was the meaning of this? On the other end, the masked Xiong Xiao was quick to realize the situation. He didn't expect that Miao Yi would actually think of luring his men to the lion's den and use Lu Jingtian to annihilate him. That was close. Miao Yi was speechless as he watched the scene unfold. He noticed that while his plan was theoretically perfect, the reality of it was far crueler than he had expected. It was at this moment that he finally realized the meaning of one may know a man's face, but never know his heart. Yang Qing seemed like he was enjoying himself taking part in war schemes, so Miao Yi thought that he could learn his ploys simply by imitation. What he didn't know was that Yang Qing had secretly made numerous arrangements in order to fool Lu Jingtian into his scheme. The disparity between a well-thought-out plan and its execution was too great. That was known as experience. Miao Yi failed to achieve what he set out to do. The three factions didn't make a sound. Lu Jingtian didn't make any attempt to approach, nor did he retreat. On the other hand, Xiong Xiao didn't want Miao Yi to slip away, yet he didn't dare to make a move on Miao Yi. While Miao Yi was stuck between the two forces, and was caught in a dilemma, he could not move forward, nor could he move backwards. He could still retreat through the sides, but he was unwilling to do so at the moment. After some time had passed, the three factions still didn't make any moves. Yuang Fong and Lai Yuan already figured out that the cave master had made a huge blunder. As they got their brains in gear to try to think of their next move, they noticed that the cave master had instead decided to furiously shake his spear at thriving 10,000 manner, shouting, "The cave master of East Arrival Cave Miao Yi is here. Who dares challenge me?" He thought that he could goad Lu Jingtian and his men into moving in for the kill. If he could do that, then he would be able to lead them to Xiong Zhao's side afterwards. Whispers could be heard in thriving 10,000 Manor's side. So this was the cave master of East Arrival Cave that they have been hearing about. Lu Jingtian had already made preparations so that when the hall master asked him of the situation, he would be able to push all the responsibility to that dead Su Biao. Even though he didn't dare try to recklessly cross into suppressing second hall, he would not have his own honor sullied either. He sat straight up and said, "Cave master of East Arrival Cave Miao Yi? You've got guts. I will grant you your wish, you can fight whoever you want on my territory. Come if you dare." Those words immediately made Miao Yi lose his temper, and he silently thought, "If I was brave enough to cross over to your side, I would have done so from the beginning." "Do I need you to say it out loud?" The great cave master Miao then aimed his spear to the other side, and said, "Old scum Xiong Xiao. Come fight me to the death if you dare." Xiong Xiao remained indifferent. He already saw through Miao Yi's precarious scheme, so there was no way he would not fall for it again. Moreover, as expected, once Miao Yi called out his name, Lu Jingtian, standing across from Xiong Xiao, immediately began to focus his gaze on him with a gleam in his eyes. Apparently, Lu Jingtian still remembered the Xiong Zhao's previous manipulation, which was why Xiong Xiao was even more determined not to fall for Miao Yi's trick again. The great cave master Miao became furious after yelling at the top of his lungs. "So the both of you won't respond? I'll see how long you guys can stand before you run out of patience. Lu Jingtian, I didn't think a mannerhead like you would turn out to be such a coward, Xiong Xiao, you scum. How dare you gang up with thriving 10,000 manner to assault my East Arrival Cave? The mannerhead will never forgive you for this." The great cave master Miao began cursing at both parties non-stop. It was truly a first for everyone to see a cave master freely cursing both a mountain chieftain and a mannerhead at the same time. It seemed as if he was basking in the limelight, such an overbearing attitude. No one knew that Lu Jingtian was actually wrestling with his thoughts then. What kind of situation is this? Why is he cursing the other person now? Perhaps some kind of internal conflict? It can't be. He might be attempting to make me fall for his scheme again. Miao Yi became parched after cursing the entire day. Even charcoal couldn't help but to turn its head to stare at him from time to time. This was his first time seeing Miao Yi blathering so much nonsense. His subordinate were speechless. Cave Master, don't you feel tired? After uttering a string of curses, Miao Yi was finally getting tired. As he began to get exhausted, his temper also cooled down. Forget it, he thought. Since everyone wanted to drag this on, he would play his part. Besides, he wasn't in any great danger. He would stay put until reinforcements arrived. Just before midnight, Xiong Zhao's men came up from the rear on their steeds, and muttered to Xiong Zhao for a good minute. Xiong Zhao stared coldly at Miao Yi for a moment. He seemed unhappy with what he just heard. Then, he tore off his scarf mask and finally revealed his true face, making Lu Jingtian grit his teeth in anger. Xiong Zhao must have nothing to fear if he was brave enough to do that. All of his troops followed him, and took off their masks as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Protecting Manor Head. Chapter 208, Protecting Manor Head. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Grasping the situation, Miao Yi figured that reinforcements had arrived. There was no way for Xiong Zhao to continue pretending. As he expected, not long after, a thunderous tremor came from afar. Everyone's gaze was drawn over to it, and caught sight of Yang Qing leading an over 2,000-strong army from the two manors, on a thunderous charge in the night. Yang Qing was a little thrown when he saw the confrontation happening from afar. What is that brat doing, gathering a few dozen men in the center? The moment he caught sight of Xiong Zhao's forces, Yang Qing's face darkened considerably. He could roughly guess what had happened. After he received Xiong Zhao's report that mentioned Miao Yi had charged to Mount Shaotai and killed his two personal handmaidens, Yang Qing already knew then that Xiong Zhao would not leave the matter be. If Yang Qing were in his shoes, he wouldn't have been able to take it lying down either. This time around, Miao Yi had really crossed the line. Thus, Yang Qing hadn't sent a missive to stop Xiong Zhao after receiving the report. He knew it would be too late to put a stop to it. After all, an esteemed mountain chieftain being cut to a sorry state by a mere cave master, it went without saying that Yang Qing should indulge Xiong Zhao this once. He could only see whether Miao Yi would manage to escape this time around. However, he assumed that Miao Yi wouldn't be so easily resigned to his fate. Sure enough, just as before, that brat Miao Yi was still alive and well. He hadn't disappointed him at all. Seeing Yang Qing arriving with his formidable army in tow, Xiong Zhao swiftly turned back with his men. He cupped his fists at Yang Qing, before leading his men to join the army's battle formation. The over 2,000-strong army swiftly took its position on the battlefield opposite Lu Jingtian's army, with Yang Qing as the center of their formation. To Yang Qing's left and right were the 10 respective mountain chieftains, and behind them were the 3 Blue Lotus experts from the 3 great sections. Immediately behind Yang Qing, 6 Blue Lotus experts fanned out to guard him. Turning to look, Miao Yi's heart quivered. Yang Qing was capable of affording and supporting more men after tapping into the cultivation resources of 2 manors. The current Yang Qing had really grown to have a powerful and well-disciplined army. Yang Qing glanced coldly at Lu Jingtian across from him, before gradually turning his gaze onto Qin Weiwei, beside him. Qin Weiwei caught the hint, and shouted out an order, "East arrival cave master. Come forth and report." Miao Yi immediately scrambled forward with his men. With Yang Qing being right here, he was safe. It was impossible for Xiong Zhao to make a move on him in Yang Qing's presence. East Arrival Cave's cave master has come to pay his respects to Manor Head and Mountain Chieftain. After cupping his fists at Yang Qing, he cupped his fists at Qin Weiwei. On the opposite side, Lu Jingtian drew in breath of cold air. He never expected Yang Qing to have so many men serving under him. Didn't they say that although Yang Qing was governing 2 manors, his army hadn't been replenished yet? Lu Jingtian laughed heartily, and called out, "Brother Yang, we meet again." The current circumstance was of greater import than his personal interests. Before, he desired to seek vengeance from Yang Qing, yet look at him now, he was welcoming Yang Qing with a smile on his face, as if he had forgotten the enmity they had between them. Yang Qing merely threw him a cold gaze, before ignoring him and glared at Miao Yi, who attacked East Arrival Cave. Tell me the truth. If there is even a single false word, you will be executed. The tone of his voice did not leave any room for doubt. If any discrepancy was really found, after saying such words in public, he would definitely execute Miao Yi without mercy. Miao Yi had already begun pointing his finger at Xiong Xiao. However, after seeing that baleful look on Yang Qing's face, he swallowed back the words he had been intending to say. Yet his finger was already pointing at Xiong Xiao, he couldn't honestly take it back, so he seized the opportunity to justify it. I initially thought that this was done by Xiong Xiao. Later on, I discovered that I had been tricked, someone intentionally misled me. In truth, it was actually done by Mount Returning Loyalty of Thriving 10,000 Manor. Utter rub dash Xiong Xiao almost died from anger when he saw that Miao Yi had aimed an accusing finger at him. He was halfway through speaking the words utter rubbish, before realizing that Miao Yi wasn't accusing him in the end. So he could only force the words back down, feeling completely insufferable. Yet everyone, including Yang Qing, shifted their gaze to him on catching wind of the phrase utter rubbish that he intended to say. Miao Yi never said that he was the one to blame, yet there he was trying to say utter rubbish. Could it be that Xiong Xiao wanted to admit that he was the perpetrator? Miao Yi was also looking at Xiong Xiao with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Xiong Xiao flushed deep red in anger, as he grit his teeth in hatred. Why was he always on the short end of the stick when this brat was involved? Yet it was hopeless, he found it difficult to explain himself. Done by Thriving 10,000 Manor? Withdrawing his gaze from Xiong Xiao, Yang Qing regarded Miao Yi as he continued to ask, "Do you have proof?" Yes. Miao Yi withdrew Su Biao's severed head from his storage ring. When Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao led his men to raid East Arrival Cave, he was killed by my men. Here is his severed head. We captured one of his men alive, who can attest to it. The evidence is irrefutable. There is no room for him to deny it. Now it was the other army's turn to draw in a breath of cold air. Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain Su Biao had a Blue Lotus second-grade cultivation. He was killed by this brat? A look of astonishment flashed across Yang Qing's eyes, as the suspicion he held in his heart was ultimately laid to rest. From the beginning, he had already suspected that Thriving 10,000 Manor was the one who raided East Arrival Cave. However, Miao Yi's earlier report had insisted that it was carried out by Xiong Xiao. Now that there was damning evidence, together with Qin Weiwei's earlier report that she had been in East Arrival Cave before the incident she just left in East Arrival Cave was attacked, Yang Qing's expression went cold. He already knew the reason why Thriving 10,000 Manor had done this. The assault on East Arrival Cave was merely a front. What they truly desired was to make a move on his daughter instead. Since that was the case, that brat Miao Yi had saved his daughter. Not only did he do so, he also turned the entire situation around. It turned out to be the right choice to station that brat here at East Arrival Cave. He could wreak havoc and still perform his duties. He was hardly an incompetent man. A trace of admiration quickly flashed through the cold glare that Yang Qing directed at Miao Yi. Following which, he glared at the opposite side, and bellowed, "Liu Jingtian! You dare to deceive me!" Lu Jingtian cupped his hands in the distance, and exclaimed, "Brother Yang, there must be some mistake. I was unaware of Su Biao's actions. Don't you fret. I will definitely investigate this incident thoroughly, and give a proper explanation to Brother Yang." Yang Qing completely ignored his response, and forcefully yelled out in a clearly murderous tone, "Kill!" The 10 mountain chieftains instantly signaled, and carried on the cry, "Kill!" In unison, the 2,000-strong army rumbled forth like a relentless tide. Miao Yi had been about to accompany them to kill, when he subconsciously shot a glance at Xiong Xiao. His eyes ultimately met with Xiong Xiao's, and a tangible chill swiftly flashed within it. Miao Yi's heart palpitated for a moment, as he considered whether that filthy scum was going to deliver a murderous blow to him in the middle of the chaotic battle. It is entirely possible. A chaotic battle is the best place for him to strike, since it won't be easily noticed by others. The word kill, erupting from his mouth, quickly transformed into a yell as he brandished his spear. The manor head must not suffer any misfortune in East Arrival Cave. Follow me to protect the manor head. It was safest to stay by Yang Qing's side. Yuan Feng, Lai Yuhan, and the rest had just been about to charge out, but quickly stopped in their tracks. They were left somewhat speechless. They almost disobeyed the cave master's orders and charged out on their own. The cave master's signal had been too misleading. No wonder even Xiong Zhao's words utter rubbish. Or half-spoken. However, we are your subordinates, not Xiong Zhao. Was there a need to pull such a trick on us? It almost caused them to disobey a direct order before the others. Wasn't it embarrassing for the cave master as well? Seriously. They quickly turned about, and accompanied Miao Yi to stand guard by Yang Qing's side. This time, Yang Qing didn't personally charge forward to lead his men. Back then, he didn't have the strength to win the battle against a stronger enemy, so he took the lead to boost the morale of his men. Only then would everyone risk their lives for him. He had taken the lead because his life depended on it. Now that he had strong men and sturdy steeds, battling a weaker enemy from a position of strength, it would be too much to ask the main general to risk his life to lead the assault. If the main general risked his life in the lead every single time, then what was the point in employing so many men? He had been painstakingly labored for all these years. Wasn't it all for the sake of lessening his risks today, as well as in the future? There were already 6 Blue Lotus first-grade experts standing guard beside him. Yang Qing didn't need the shrimpy soldiers and a crabby general to protect him, but he kept his silence. Instead, he shot a thoughtful glance at the faithful and devoted Miao Yi protecting him. Then his gaze once again shifted to witness the battle unfolding before them. The rumblings of a fierce battle thundered from up ahead. The cries of dragon steeds erupted. Both men and steeds were thrown off their feet. The moment the forces on both sides crossed swords, when they clashed with one another, Lu Jingtian felt that something was wrong. The enemy not only had greater numbers, they also had quite a number of Blue Lotus experts. He was certain that he had no chance of winning this war, so he had to shrug off the embarrassment of running away. It wasn't as though he didn't put up a fight, rather, it was because he had no chance of fending off the attacks at all. As Lu Jingtian hastily made his escape, he loudly yelled, "Retreat!" Those who didn't manage to retreat in time were overrun by the charging forces. None of those in the midst of fleeing for their lives cared about the death of their comrades, since they wouldn't be able to save them no matter what they did. They only concerned themselves with their own lives. The front line of thriving 10,000 manor was instantly crushed. Yang Qing's army seized the opportunity to chase for kills. Men and steeds were thrown off their feet, with arms and legs being hacked off along the way, blood spurting out in all directions. There was a reason why everyone was fighting so desperately. It was all for the sake of plundering cultivation resources. Because of that, they drew the battle out into a series of life and death clashes. Under heavy guard, Yang Chang rode on a jade archive atop his dragon steed. Then he ordered his subordinate to deliver it via Spirit Eagle to Hall Master Huo Lingxiao of Suppressing Second Hall. After the Spirit Eagle cut through the sky and left, he gave a signal with his hand, commanding the forces at his sides to pursue past the enemy front line and enter the boundary of thriving 10,000 manor. This was already his second time charging into the realm of Suppressing Third Hall. It was actually wrong for him to do this. Admittedly, Lu Jingtian was the one who had provoked him first, and he had definite proof of it. But by right, once Lu Jingtian withdrew, matters involving the 2 halls should have been reported to Suppressing Second Hall first, for Huo Lingxiao to take charge of, instead of reporting it after the deed was committed. However, Yang Cheng wanted the opponent to pay the price first. He had just seized control of 2 manors, and an outsider already wanted to mess with him. He couldn't show his weakness. Since Lu Jingtian had attacked him, he had to return the favor. Lu Jingtian was considered to be extremely unlucky for crossing a person like him. However, Yang Qing didn't overdo it. After his army killed about 300 men, the situation had devolved to the point where they were simply chasing after the escapees. There was no meaning for him to continue giving chase, that might force the other manners of suppressing Third Hall to respond and lay siege on him. Thus, Yang Qing decisively ordered his forces to retrieve their spoils of war and retreat. Once they were back in the realm of South Edict Manor, a quick check in numbers revealed that about 10 men had fallen in battle or were injured. After concealing some men at the boundary, the majority of their forces withdrew. They temporarily stationed themselves at East Arrival Cave to guard against the opponent's army at all time, while waiting for news from suppressing Second Hall. After dawn broke, more than 2,000 men accompanied Yang Qing to stop over at the ruined East Arrival Cave. Yang Qing scanned his surroundings, and was rather shocked at the scene. He originally intended to rest at East Arrival Cave, and never expected that it would be in such dire straits. He wasn't used to staying in such a ragged place like this, after living in a posh place that was like paradise on earth. As the sunlight fell onto the rows of wooden shacks at the edge of the mountain slopes, he asked, "You've all been staying there ever since then?" Having no choice but to accompany Yang Qing, since he was visiting Miao Yi's territory, Miao Yi gave a dry laugh. "The living conditions here are quite poor." "Manor Head, please excuse me." Yang Qing casually asked, "Why haven't you rebuilt the place yet?" Miao Yi replied, "After East Arrival Cave was so badly ravaged, I didn't wish to again have such a painful experience and employed more men to defend it, so my budget has been a bit tight." The expression he showed Yang Qing was full of expectations. Yang Qing had yet to reward him for saving his daughter before, and now that he had saved his daughter once again, the stage was set. Shouldn't he at least reward him with something? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Dogfight. Chapter 209, Dogfight. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. His hands were a bit tight? Was he certain that it wasn't because of other reasons? Qin Weiwei ground her teeth, silently cursing in her heart. She couldn't understand how Miao Yi could be shameless enough to deceive both the mountain chieftain and the manor head into fighting with each other. Such audacity. Yang Qing wasn't a fool either. He leveled a glare at the great master Miao Yi when he deduced what he was really hinting at from his words and behavior. His gaze fell to the 6 storage rings on Miao Yi's hands. How dare he claim himself to be a poor man? Yang Qing turned his face away from Miao Yi, pretending that he hadn't understood a single word coming from Miao Yi's mouth. Miao Yi was at a loss for words, and began muttering silently in his heart that it probably wasn't an opportune moment to directly request it of Yang Qing just then. The conditions were crude and simple, only allowing the 2,000 men to spread out to the sides, and look for places to rest. Somewhere inside an unknown cave, Yao Ruoxian rolled his eyes. He didn't wish to bump into anyone, so he decided to dodge all sorts of encounters and slip into the deeper parts of the forest. The best location to rest now was at Miao Yi's shack. Yang Qing and the others would have to make do with it for the moment. After entering the shack, Yang Qing realized that the interior wasn't as crude as it appeared on the outside. Even though it was small, the furnishing was complete. If it could accommodate the men of East Arrival Cave for official matters, then it could certainly accommodate Yang Qing and the other mountain chieftains. Yang Qing immediately seated himself on Cave Master Miao Yi's place as soon as he entered the shack. The other mountain chieftains took their respective seats on either sides. The manor head didn't seem like he wanted to give him a reward, but Miao Yi didn't want to neglect him since Yang Qing had personally come to his territory. He turned back to face Yuan Fong and said, "Prepare a feast for one table." There was no need to take care of the others. He couldn't possibly take care of the appetite of 2,000 men. It was enough for him to only take care of the manor head and the other mountain chieftains. Yuan Fong was just about to acknowledge Miao Yi's order, when Yang Qing abruptly said indifferently, "Never mind. Let's start with the matter of Chanfeng Cave first. Xiong Shao." "Here." Xiong Shao cupped his fists as he stepped forward. Yang Qing began his interrogations. "Who attacked Chanfeng Cave?" Miao Yi stood to the side, appearing dutiful, and pretending that nothing had happened, but he knew what was coming without needing to make a wild guess. As expected, Xiong Xiao targeted Miao Yi with a firm finger and said, "It was East Arrival Cave Master Miao Yi." Yang Qing glanced at Miao Yi and said, "I will give you a chance to dispute his claim." Miao Yi stepped forward and cupped his hands, then blathered as he tried to shift the blame. "Manor head, Xiong Xiao has been plotting my death from the start. His words cannot be trusted. Before you came with your army, Xiong Xiao was leading his men to kill me. He may even be in league with Lu Jingtian. Both parties were thinking of joining forces to attack me. He truly thought too highly of himself. Would Xiong Xiao and Lu Jingtian have needed to join forces to attack him and his meager squad of men? Bullshit." Xiong Xiao growled furiously. Yang Qing calmly commanded, "Stick to the point." Failing to frame Xiong Xiao, he continued, "I have nothing to do with matter at Changfeng Cave. If it wasn't for Mountain Chieftain's questioning, I would not have known that something shocking happened in Changfeng Cave, but..." He turned to face Xiong Xiao. He said, "Even if you want to frame me, you have to show evidence to support your claim. May I be so bold as to ask, does Mountain Chieftain have any such evidence on hand?" His tone was calmer, as if he were presenting reasonable fact, unlike before when he had first seen Xiong Xiao cursing him at the top of his lungs, delivering threats and wishing to fight him to the death. Those who have taken advantage of others would not be anxious, they would always feign innocence. Yang Qing cut in as well, "Xiong Xiao. If you have evidence, show it. I will settle this case fairly." Xiong Xiao replied, "The men that assaulted Changfeng Cave only took away 3 people, Yuan Jinkuan, Li Xian, and Sun Jiajiao. It could only be someone who bears a grudge against these 3 people, or wants them dead. The answer is as clear as day." Yang Qing turned to Miao Yi and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Naturally, Miao Yi would never admit that it was him. He gave a hard glare to Xiong Xiao as he scoffed, "Mountain Chieftain Xiong is abusing his power to bully others. Do you think that counts as evidence? If that is the case, then both Fan Renfang and Fang Ziyu, who attempted to take my life, were also once Mountain Chieftain Xiong's subordinates. Should I take this as evidence too?" The crowd listening to the conversation watched them both indifferently. They had nothing to do with this dogfight, so they couldn't care less to know who was the murderer, or the victim. However, for a cave master to be able to calmly assert his argument against a mountain chieftain before the manor head, he must be privileged with being indulged by the manor head himself. If it was some other cave master, they wouldn't have the privilege of speaking so daringly before the manor head. Yang Qing then swept his gaze to Xiong Xiao, waiting for him to present his own evidence. Xiong Xiao was out of arguments. Knowing that the direction of the debate wasn't going well, he quickly switched topics and countered Miao Yi's argument by saying, "Then do you dare deny that you were the one who invaded Mount Shaotai and killed 2 of my personal handmaidens?" The listening crowd was shocked by Xiong Xiao's words. They had heard some of what had gone on at Changfeng Cave, but not about the assault on Mount Shaotai. Every single person turned their head to look at Miao Yi with shock. Did this man really invade Mount Shaotai? Even murdering 2 of Xiong Xiao's personal handmaidens? How powerful was this man? What was Xiong Xiao even doing? Qin Weiwei was also shocked as she looked at Miao Yi in astonishment. Did he really assault Mount Shaotai? Miao Yi showed a stunned expression, then furrowed his brows and said, "Mountain Chieftain Xiong, you have gone too far. Are you saying that I was the one who assaulted Mount Shaotai? What kind of joke is this? I don't understand what you are saying, that." He then turned towards Yang Qing with his fists cupped and continued, "Manor head, Mountain Chieftain Xiong is trying to frame me. Look at his troops, how could someone like me assault Mount Shaotai? What a flimsy motive. Manor head, please punish him." Xiong Xiao became furious, and pointed accusingly at Miao Yi, "You little scum. I saw you with my own eyes. Don't you dare dispute my claims. Dog scum." Miao Yi was also enraged as he snarled back, and jabbed his finger at Xiong Xiao, "The 2 manners already know that you want me dead. I didn't think that you would take it this far, daring to accuse me over and over again. Don't think that everyone will be bullied so easily. You want to kill me, is that it? Fine. I will give you a chance. Come outside and fight me to the death, if you dare. Miao Yi would never win if he had to face an entire army, but he could depend on his first-grade transcendence artifacts in a one-on-one battle. He would certainly have a higher chance of emerging the victor then. I feared that you would never ask. Xiong Xiao behaved as if he wanted to battle Miao Yi right then. Xiong Xiao was actually not confident, but how could he admit defeat in front of a crowd? However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to start a fight with Miao Yi whilst Yang Qing was around. As expected, Yang Qing spoke up. Does my existence mean nothing to the both of you? Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao quickly stood straight and withdrew from their antics. Both of them did not dare to carelessly make a single move. Yang Cheng then began interrogating Xiong Xiao once more. So you saw him assault Mount Shaotai with your own eyes? That's correct. Xiong Xiao replied angrily, and continued, even though he wore a mask, the battle armor he wore, the spear he wielded, and the mount he was on as he led his men, there is no mistaking it. Allegations. These are purely allegations. Miao Yi quickly stood before Yang Cheng and explained, after East Arrival Cave was raided, I have not once left this place at all. I'm sure Manor Head will be able to judge for himself. After invading Mount Shaotai, he had personally combed the area so that there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. He knew that he couldn't hide this matter from Yang Qing, but he would never admit to that. I saw you with my own eyes. How dare you try to absolve yourself of your actions? Xiong Xiao glared at Miao Yi as he fumed. Miao Yi retorted, you said that person was wearing a mask. How could you even tell that the person was me? You didn't even inspect that person thoroughly. Can anyone imitate your battle armor and dragon steed? If someone wishes to frame me, I don't see how that's impossible to do. Who do you think you are? Who would want to frame you? You, Xiong Xiao, you would. You have been trying to take my life more than once, but you got off because of your lies. Justice prevails in one's heart. Everyone clearly knows whether it was you or someone else. Silence. Yang Qing slammed his armrest, shutting up both Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao with his cold gaze. He then focused his attention on Xiong Xiao and said, show me your evidence, and I will give you justice. Xiong Xiao cupped his fists and said, there are many from Mount Shaotai who were at the scene. There are about 10 from my division who can stand witnesses to my claims. Manor Head. Miao Yi quickly cupped his fists and interjected, Xiong Zhao's subordinates will definitely conspire with him without a shred of resistance. His subordinates cannot be taken as witnesses. If that is the case, my men from the East Arrival Cave can prove that I haven't left the cave recently. Xiong Xiao said, Manor Head. If I interrogate his men, the truth will be revealed. What a joke! This was Miao Yi's greatest fear, having his subordinates taken for interrogation. If they were severely tortured to wring out the truth, no one would be able to guarantee that every one of them could keep their lips sealed. Should that happen, he would have to bear all the consequences by himself. The reason why Miao Yi could continue this charade was that he did not believe that Yang Qing would force him into a hopeless situation after saving his daughter's life. However, if that was truly the case, the subordinates from the two manors were bound to be disappointed by Yang Qing. Yang Qing could not afford to upset his men just for the sake of the cave master of East Arrival Cave. Yang Qing should know it better than anyone else. Miao Yi quickly retorted and said, Manor Head. Xiong Xiao plans to force my men into confessing false charges under severe torture. If I interrogate his men instead, I can also make them confess to false charges, and prove that they were forced by Xiong Xiao to frame me. This was the moment for him to stand up for his own subordinates. Otherwise, no one would want to work for him anymore. Those two had been at each other's throats for a while. The other mountain chieftains felt stressed on behalf of the manor head. One was a trusted subordinate who had served as a mountain chieftain for a long time, and the other was the savior of his daughter's life. Being biased in this endless dispute would do more harm than good, as it could easily leave everyone in the scene disappointed. However, in terms of sentiment, most mountain chieftains would stand with Xiong Xiao. It was quite outrageous for a mere cave master to behave with such arrogance against a mountain chieftain. "Are you two finished?" Yang Qing rumbled coldly. Both parties stopped accusing one another immediately. "Xiong Xiao, since you weren't able to show any substantial evidence, this matter will be temporarily put on hold." Yang Qing made a final decision on the spot. Xiong Xiao widened his eyes and choked out, "Mannerhead." He was forced to swallow back his words when Yang Qing shot a ferocious glare at him. Xiong Xiao put on a straight face and cupped his fists before slowly retreating to his original position. Miao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth saving the life of Yang Qing's daughter after all. Yuan Fong and the others outside the shack breathed a sigh of relief as well. Even though they knew the cave master was a ridiculous man, he was still a responsible man. He was able to stand up for everyone in the end. Just then, Yang Qing changed the topic. He gazed at Miao Yi indifferently and asked, "Have you prepared an explanation on the false report of Xiong Xiao attacking East Arrival Cave?" The crowd looked at each other, realizing that matters between Xiong Xiao and Miao Yi weren't finished. Both sides were claiming that the other had assaulted their territory. Miao Yi cupped his fists and replied, "Before the incident occurred, I made a report to Mannerhead first. It wasn't a false report because I was deceived into thinking that it was Xiong Xiao's doing." Yang Qing continued to ask indifferently, "Do you have evidence for that?" Miao Yi replied, "I have." Yang Qing looked at him with impassive eyes and said, "Bring it to me." Miao Yi had already prepared his evidence beforehand, and turned his head back to shout to someone outside, "Yuan Fong, bring him in." Not long after, Yuan Fong brought in a trembling cultivator with him. He was the one captured from Mount Returning Loyalty during the attack on East Arrival Cave. Translator's thoughts. Collade. Hey guys, I can't believe I stuck with STH for this long. For those who know me will know that I started out as a translator for the King's Avatar manhwa, before deciding to take up a novel on my own. I'm glad that GT was gracious enough to let me translate a novel back then despite the fact that I didn't have any prior experience in dealing with novels. But I have Soup Hunter to help me out ever since he joined the project earlier on this year, so I'm extremely grateful for that. He's a great translator. Now honestly, STH is my first work and I am not a reader of fan-translated novels. I prefer reading the ROS. So I have to admit, translating all these raw Chinese text into English is tough for me, but I think I did a decent job, else you wouldn't have stick around for this long. Tongue sticking out. Although this novel isn't that well received by many, I personally don't really care since this is a novel that I really like, so I don't let the ratings and comments get to me. But any support is greatly appreciated. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all again for following STH for this long. Bonsai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Demoted to a Horse Deputy. Chapter 210, Demoted to a Horse Deputy. Translator, Collade Editor, Tom Yummy. When the man was brought over, Miao Yi pointed at him and told Yang Qing, "His name is Qiu Xian, a subordinate of Su Biao, Mount Returning Loyalty's mountain chieftain of thriving 10,000 manor." Yang Qing lifted his gaze to look at him. "Qiu Xian? Are you the subordinate of Su Biao?" Before Qiu Xian could reply, Miao Yi had already flipped over his hand and drawn out the inversed scale spear. Jabbing the spear at him, he warned, "Mannerhead is asking you a question. If you dare to say even one false word, I will surely kill you without mercy." Understood. Qiu Xian was terribly frightened. Turning back to Yang Qing, he quickly bowed and said, "Yes." Yang Qing leveled a gaze at Miao Yi. "I don't need you to cut in while I am questioning him, but..." "Of course." Miao Yi nodded to indicate that he understood. Yang Qing continued to question Qiu Xian, What level of cultivation are you now? And what position do you hold in Mount Returning Loyalty?
Xiao Xian invoked his arts slightly, revealing the shadow of a 3-petal white lotus between his brows, before replying, White Lotus 3rd grade. Under the command of Morning Storm Cave and Mount Returning Loyalty.
No position. Yan Cheng asked again, why did you attack East Arrival Cave? Xiao Xian answered a little nervously, I don't know the exact reason for the attack. I've only heard from my superiors that Qin Weiwei, the mountain chieftain of Mount Comingxi, was in East Arrival Cave. They said that whoever killed, or caught Qin Weiwei alive would be rewarded generously, but... After these words were spoken aloud, all the mountain chieftains glanced at each other in dismay, immediately realizing that the attack on East Arrival Cave was actually targeted at Yang Qing's adopted daughter. It was obviously an act by Lu Jingtian to get revenge on Yang Qing for the past humiliation. Qin Weiwei pursed her lips and glanced at Miao Yi. She had brought trouble down on him once again. Yang Qing gave a slight nod. A cultivator at White Lotus 3rd grade from the low-level caves would only take orders, and not be privy to details. If Qiao Xian claimed to truly know Lu Jingtian's intentions like the back of his hand, Yang Qing would have suspected the credibility of his words. He asked again, when you fell into Cave Master Miao's hands, did you confess the truth? Xiao Xian's heartstrings tensed up. He was instructed on this matter some time ago. If he did not repeat what he was told, Miao Yi, who was currently standing behind him, would not let him live. He hesitated for a second, then forced himself to answer, I didn't confess the truth. When I was caught, I told the cave master of East Arrival Cave that I belonged to Mountain Chieftain Xiong Shao of Mount Shaotai in South Edict Manor. Yang Qing's eyebrows rose slightly. Why would you say that? Xiao Xian replied, it was all because Cave Master Miao was heavy-handed in my capture, and I began holding a grudge against him. I heard that Mountain Chieftain of Mount Shaotai, Xiong Shao, and the Cave Master of East Arrival Cave, Miao Yi, were at odds, so I wanted to provoke them to get revenge, but... Yang Qing's glance swept across the faces of Xiong Shao and Miao Yi, as he sneered, it looks like the notorious internal power struggle between my subordinates is already known by everyone outside. Xiong Shao and Miao Yi remained silent. Yang Qing continued questioning once more, then why did you tell the truth later? Xiao Xian replied, the reason is that later on, Cave Master Miao found that something wasn't right, and that there were some inconsistencies with what I said. When Cave Master Miao tortured me, I had no choice but to confess. So that's the reason. Yan Cheng humped, and without expressing an opinion, asked Miao Yi, Cave Master Miao. Is what he said the truth? To answer Manor Head, yes, this was exactly what happened. He didn't say anything wrong, said Miao Yi, cupping his fists at Yang Qing with his spear in hand. Then he turned to glower at Xiao Xian, and began angrily shouting, you despicable little shit. Daring to drive a wedge between us, almost causing Mountain Chieftain Xiong and I to begin having internal conflict. Everyone sneered inside their mind, you two were embroiled in strife since the very beginning. What's the need for others to instigate? But before they could react to it, they heard Miao Yi shouting again, scum! How can I let you live? A cold glimmer flashed in his hands. The sharp spearhead pierced directly into Xiao Xian's heart from his back, and 3 streams of blood shot out violently from the grooves of the triple-edged spearhead. You? Xiao Xian's eyes widened. He strove to turn his head back, and pointed at Miao Yi with his hand, as if he wanted to say something. However, Miao Yi didn't leave him a chance to continue speaking. The spearhead was twisted, and slashed across, cutting him open right from the chest, with blood gushing out to pool below. As Xiao Xian fell to the ground, looking as though he had died without getting justice, his wide eyes continued staring at Miao Yi. The other person clearly said that as long as he followed instructions. Miao Yi shook off traces of blood from his spear, and placed it back into his storage ring, then turned back and said, get him out. Yuan Fong stepped forward and quickly dragged away Xiao Xian's corpse. Only the puddle of blood was left on the ground, with the stench of blood gradually filling the air in the room. All was quiet inside. Everyone glanced at each other.
A shiver ran across Xiong Zhao's heart. This person was truly merciless.
He initially thought that there were quite a few holes in Xiao Xian's statement and wanted to question him further. But he never expected that Miao Yi wouldn't even give him a chance to do so. Just then, Miao Yi glared at him. Sparks flew between their eyes, and they quickly turned to avoid looking at one another. The hostility was clear even without words. Yang Qing didn't yet express his stand on the matter, and glanced at Qin Weiwei's face before finally asking Miao Yi, "If you were aware later that Xiao Xian lied, why didn't you quickly report it?" Miao Yi was caught by surprise. Wasn't that matter already settled? Why was he still holding on to it? While he was busy thinking of a response, Qin Weiwei had already stepped out of line, and cupped her hands towards Yang Qing, reporting to Manor Head. "Miao Yi did report to me afterwards, it was I who forgot to report it again." After these words, even though the other mountain chieftains did not feel anything, Yang Qing was actually startled. Something flickered in his eyes. Others might not be able to tell truth from lie, but how could he not know? Even if she forgot to report to him at the time, after she met up with him and he mentioned this matter before, wouldn't that have been enough to jolt her memory into reporting it? Is she trying to help Miao Yi out? Yang Qing muttered in his head. Isn't she at odds with this guy all this time? Miao Yi lowered his head, and pondered over it as well. What is this woman trying to do? Help me out? Is it even possible for her to be this kind? Yang Qing quickly stood up, and began shouting. Whatever the case may be, he didn't do his due diligence beforehand. He carelessly reported without clearly knowing what happened, and almost made me misjudge the state of the enemy. How can such a serious matter be overlooked as a careless oversight? If everyone handled their work so carelessly in the future, won't our two manors be in imminent danger? This can't be excused so easily. Miao Yi's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at him. Can't be excused easily? Does he plan on punishing me? Everyone else also raised their head, and stared at him. Only Xiong Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened. Qin Weiwei's red lips were slightly apart, staring at Yang Qing in astonishment as well. Yuan Fong and Lai Yuhan were waiting for orders outside the room. They looked at each other in dismay, their ears perked. Yang Qing's gaze fell onto Miao Yi's face, then he waved his hand and ordered, "From now on, Miao Yi will be dismissed from the position of Cave Master of East Arrival Cave." Miao Yi was instantly in a daze, feeling as though he had misheard it, even though he knew that he hadn't. The Cave Master of East Arrival Cave, a position he had fought so hard for with his life, gone, just like that? He clearly knew it in his heart. Yang Cheng always had the power to do this. He was not like Yang Qing back then when Lu Yu wanted to dismiss him, and transfer Yang Qing to South Edict Manor. At that time, Yang Qing managed to revolt in anger, but what would happen if he, Miao Yi, dared to revolt? Watching Miao Yi carry a stunned expression on his face, Xiong Xiao almost failed to hold back his laughter. Who asked you to make up flawed arguments? You thought you could get away just because there was no evidence? All mountain chieftains were experienced men. They knew very well the difference between a normal cultivator and a cave master. Not to mention the abundance of power and wealth one had from having 10,000 followers on hand. One could easily receive at least 10 low-grade orbs of will each year, if one paid close attention. Even the normal servants of a manor head would not receive such treatment, though additional benefits were another matter. Everyone clearly knew that if it was anyone else here today, this sort of punishment would be difficult to accept. The change in their perceived standing would be more painful than killing them, especially for someone like Miao Yi. After covering all the loose ends on Xiong Zhao's side, he was let down by the manor head because of a small flaw. No wonder Manor Head didn't get to the bottom of the matter earlier. He was actually waiting for Miao Yi to arrive to this point. It seemed like he had long since prepared to drive Miao Yi out of his position. Yang Qing swept his formidable gaze across, and everyone, including Xiong Xiao, felt a cold shiver in their hearts. They realized that he was using Miao Yi as a warning to everyone. The fact that he could deal with Miao Yi in such a way meant that he could deal with others the same too.
If anyone dared to deceive their superiors like Miao Yi, treating young Qing as though he was blind or deaf, this was the example that they should take heed of. East Arrival Cave is the territory of your Mount Comingsi, therefore, you should select its cave master yourself. Yang Cheng said to Qin Weiwei. Qin Weiwei wanted to say something, but hesitated. She did not wishing to make the manor head lose face in front of everyone else. She simply cupped her hands and said, "As you command." As she stepped back, she shot a glance at the motionless Miao Yi.
Xiong Xiao. Your subordinate is here.
Xiong Xiao stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands.
You heard what Qiu Xian just said. The strife between you and Miao Yi has already become infamous to outsiders. And whatever was going on between the two of you.
If I discover any more of your underhanded schemes, you should be prepared to give up your mountain chieftain position and surrender it to someone else. Yang Qing said coldly. What he was really saying was, don't think that I don't know what you have been doing behind everyone's back. The fact that I haven't blamed anyone for it before does not mean that I won't ever do it in the future. Forcing the punishment onto Miao Yi was in consideration for you being a senior subordinate of mine.
There won't be such preferential treatment next time.
Yes. The reply was a little forced from Xiong Xiao. He was reluctant to let Miao Yi off like this. It was much easier to deal with Miao Yi now, since he had fallen out of power.
Yet he didn't dare disobey the order, otherwise he could lose even more. Manor head.
Miao Yi suddenly spoke, as he cupped his fists. I'm willing to withdraw from the immortal records. I plead that Manor Head can write off Miao Yi's immortal records, and Miao Yi is willing to roam freely in the world as a loose cultivator.
Everyone shook their heads secretly. Young people truly tended to act on impulse.
He was holding a grudge in his mind, and didn't wish to work under Yang Qing any longer.
It was true that Miao Yi was rather despondent. Damn! I tried to save your daughter with all my might, and this is how you treat me? I would be better off going with Yao Ruoxian.
As for this stupid cave master post that stresses my mind, I call it quits. Qin Weiwei immediately paid attention to both sides.
She didn't know if Manor Head will ever agree to this. What kind of place do you think this is, that you can come and go as you wish? Yang Qing said scornfully, being defiant. Then I will add more to it. Continue to listen to orders in East Arrival Cave. Mountain Chieftain Qin, you should make arrangement after you go back and let him be the horse deputy of East Arrival Cave.
Yes. Qin Weiwei had no choice but to obey in front of everyone else. Miao Yi's eyes widened until he almost lost himself to the rage. From a horse deputy in Transient Light Cave to a cave master of East Arrival Cave, and now he was being degraded from a cave master back to a horse deputy. While everyone else had progressed as they lived, he ended up living backwards.
Caring for the horses of his former subordinates? How embarrassing that would be.
Yang Qing waved his hand. Only Mountain Chieftain Qin shall stay.
The rest of you may leave.
Under the order of the manor head, everyone cupped their hands and excused themselves. Under the eyes of all the mountain chieftains, Miao Yi left the shack with a long face and strode down the mountain, not even sparing Xiong Xiao a second glance, as he stared coldly at Miao Yi from the side. Yan Xiu had just come back then with Qian Er and Shui Er. They returned after the cave master Miao had sent men to inform them, and were waiting at the foot of the mountain just then. Seeing Miao Yi coming down, the three of them cupped their hands together. Cave master.
Miao Yi waved his hand and said sourly, I dare not.
The cave master of East Arrival Cave has switched hands.
Call whoever you wish in the future.
He strode off, leaving the three of them aghast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 211, is everyone together on this? Chapter 211, is everyone together on this? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. Snow coated the verdant mountains, its trees covered in frost.
As she walked out of the wooden shack, Qin Weiwei stood by the doorway, gazing at Miao Yi's departing figure for a moment. Then she turned back and said, "Stand down.
All of you."
Understood. The men beside the doorway heeded her orders, cupping their fists before leaving. When Qin Weiwei turned back, she found Yang Qing had been standing behind the doorframe with his hands behind his back. She moved to stand by his side.
Dressed in her snow-white dress, Qin Weiwei gazed down the mountain, and couldn't help but ask, "Man or head, didn't you always regard him highly? Why did you repeatedly demote him this time?"
Yang Qing narrowed his eyes at the figure leaving with great strides down the mountain, then moved his gaze to his daughter beside him, and intentionally avoided the subject. "Do I need a reason?"
Qin Weiwei stayed silent for a moment, but in the end she still asked, "Father, I wish to know the reason."
She wouldn't have suspected that Yang Qing was probing her attitude. He looked at this daughter of his, she would never publicly call him father. Yet here she was using her status as his daughter to ask for his advice. He immediately concluded that Qin Weiwei had indeed been trying to help Miao Yi earlier. He was somewhat curious as he asked, "As far as I know, you have not always seen eye to eye with this East arrival cave master, and always desired to demote him.
Why do you want to help him now all of a sudden?"
Qin Weiwei's gaze flittered a little at those words. "He helped me to dodge a bullet this time, and foiled Lu Jingtian's plan. You could say that he has accomplished some merit. Furthermore, he has already saved my life once before. I do not wish to be indebted to him." Yang Qing had expected something along this line of thought, and asked, "Then how do you think I should punish him?"
"How he should be punished is up to you, father. I am simply curious why you kept getting on his case this time. This brat is becoming more and more lawless.
Just because he had some men on his hands, as a mere cave master, he would dare lead them to attack a mountain chieftain time and again. It seems that in father's heart, Xiong Xiao is still more important than he is." "Is this how you see it?" asked Yang Qing, as he turned to regard her.
Qin Weiwei asked in return, "Have I misread your intentions, father?" "Not."
Yang Qing shook his head, and replied, "Based on their positions alone, Xiong Xiao is naturally more important than Miao Yi. It is true that I was biased towards Xiong Xiao when facing the mountain chieftains of the other domains. I can only be biased towards him. If I weren't biased towards a trusted aide that followed me for many years, and instead chose to support a new member, it would alienate the hearts of the others.
Who would choose to risk their lives for me then? However, that was just for appearance sakes. If it weren't for my leniency, where would he have the men to battle against Xiong Xiao? Let me ask you again, do you think he is Xiong Xiao's opponent right now, Qin
Weiwei solemnly replied, "Before the arrival of the forces from the three major sects, with the forces he had, I'm afraid that even Xiong Xiao was a little fearful. That Miao Yi was able to launch an assault on Mount Shaotai, and kill Xiong Xiao's two personal handmaidens is proof of this. However, now that Xiong Xiao's forces have been replenished with disciples from the three major schools." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Qing interjected, "This is precisely the point.
Right now, that brat Miao Yi is at a disadvantage.
This brat was lawless to the point that things escalated this far, giving Xiong Xiao ample reason to get rid of him.
Since he could use this ploy, how could Xiong Xiao not? With Xiong Xiao's current forces alone, along with the fact that the brat just handed him an excuse to act, do you think Xiong Xiao would let him go again? If it were not for the debt that I owe Miao Yi for saving my daughter, I would have kept one eye open and the other closed this time, and just allow Miao Yi to fool me. After that, I would see how Xiong Xiao teaches him a lesson." Qin Weiwei immediately realized his intent, and looked at Yang Qing with an admiring gaze. She couldn't help but be impressed by his ingenious methods. With Yang Qing's clarification, she immediately understood everything. At this moment, Xiong Xiao had a powerful army that far surpassed Miao Yi's forces, and once Xiong Xiao decided to return the favor, Miao Yi would most likely perish. With that, Yang Qing borrowed Xiao Xian's reason of how Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao's internal enmity had spread, and become infamous, as an excuse to be furious and forcibly punish Miao Yi. He even ordered Xiong Xiao not to privately act against Miao Yi in the future. It would seem like he was biased towards Xiong Xiao, and was punishing Miao Yi, but in truth, at that point,
he was looking for an excuse to deal with Miao Yi so he could help him. With this, not only could he use the high-handed method of punishing Miao Yi as an excuse to instill some fear into Xiong Xiao and the rest, threatening Xiong Xiao not to covertly act against Miao Yi in the future, helped Miao Yi eliminate the danger he would have to face, all while leading everyone to believe he was biased towards Xiong Xiao. Therefore, both his subordinates' hearts and his objectives were not lost. If he really wanted to get rid of Miao Yi and support Xiong Xiao, Yang Qing could have easily allowed Xiong Xiao to eliminate Miao Yi afterwards. Once the matter was finished, he could have just given Xiong Xiao a couple of words of warning and be done with it. Once Qin Weiwei understood everything, she pursed her lips and said, "I'm just afraid that Miao Yi does not know the underlying reason and is holding a grudge against you for it."
Would it be best to find an opportunity to explain to him? Explain? What is there to explain?
Yang Qing scoffed, before coldly saying, "That brat's path has been a little too smooth.
It is also time to give him a good smack in the head."
That dogfight between him and Xiong Xiao left both of them with tufts of fur their mouths, those I can close an eye to, but why look at what he has done? Right now, he is becoming more and more audacious, daring to make a false report of the enemy to me, and trying to pull the wool over my eyes right to my face. It was obviously thriving 10,000 manner that attacked East Arrival Cave, yet he still dared to pin the blame on Xiong Xiao. As a cave master that oversees a domain, he actually disregarded the safety of both manors all for the sake of some petty personal vendetta. This has already crossed my bottom line.
If I hadn't realized it sooner, who knows what could have happened? What else would he have done? This is all because I have been too forbearing with him. This time, it is precisely because I want to teach him a lesson. I have already granted him mercy by letting him be East Arrival Cave's horse deputy. If it wasn't for the fact that he saved your life, just see how I would have dealt with him. Qin Weiwei knew that Yang Qing was in the right, but from Miao Yi's perspective, that might not be the case. However, what else could she say? She could only smile wryly. What is that brat trying to do now? Showing off the final vestiges of a cave master's authority?
Yang Qing said, pursing his lips as he gazed at the foot of the mountain. Qin Weiwei looked back, only to find that, next to the rubble of the East Arrival Grand Hall, the forces of East Arrival Cave were gathered once again. She turned back to ease the manor head. It should be nothing. They aren't capable of causing any damage.
Damage? Yang Qing coldly mocked. Does he still think he is a cave master? This time, I'll let him know how cold the world truly is. Without the position of a cave master, let him see who will still heed his orders. With this opportunity, he will be able to see who was loyal to him and who was simply pretending. It might not necessarily be a bad thing. Even though Manor Head Yang had an exceptional wit, he was still oblivious to the truth. At the foot of the mountain, after hearing the truth from Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan, Yan Xiu was a little dumbfounded. The manor head actually gave the order himself, to have the cave master discharged and even demote him to a horse deputy again? Miao Yi sat atop a ruined platform, clearly displeased. He had truly suffered major losses this time. Not only was he unable to rid himself of Xiong Xiao, he even lost his treasured cave master seat. On hearing the terrible news, both Qianer and Shui'er's eyes also reddened. On was behind him, helping to massage his shoulders, the other was crouched down in front of him, helping him to pound high legs. They were using their actions to comfort the person who had now become a former cave master. The changes in East Arrival Cave may affect other people, but to both of these young ladies, at most they would not be able to enjoy the treatment of an elder auntie and little auntie anymore. It still would not change the fact that they were Miao Yi's handmaidens. The forces of East Arrival Cave were all also gathered in front of him. I am no longer the cave master of East Arrival Cave. From now on, I will be caring for everyone's steeds. I wonder what you all think about that. As he lazed atop the platform, Miao Yi was being a little secretive. While he enjoyed the service of the two handmaidens, his gaze constantly swept across everyone's faces. Under his casual demeanor, lay a trace of a piercing scrutiny. After being the cave master for so long,
whatever remained of his once imposing authority still held weight in East Arrival Cave.
Everyone kept quiet. What opinions could they possibly have?
Seeing how everyone keeping silent, Miao Yi began directly calling out their names. Yuan Feng, Yuan.
Both of you have the highest cultivation here. I want you both to speak out first, tell me your thoughts.
The both of them looked at each other.
It would be a lie to say that they did not have any opinions at all.
The both of them had the highest cultivation here, and were also the most likely candidates to succeed as East Arrival Cave Master.
Everyone's gaze all gathered on the two of them. Chen Aaron Shui's hands also slowed down.
The two young ladies were no longer as ignorant as before, and also watched both of them warily. This scene made the both of them feel quite pressured.
Yuan Feng cupped his hands and replied, "Cave Master." "Don't!"
Miao Yi immediately raised his hand and cut him off, then scornfully said, "I am unable to bear such responsibility.
I am now East Arrival Cave's horse deputy, not its cave master. Do not call me by such a title again in the future. From now on, just call me horse deputy now. All of you can rest assured, I am a big-hearted person of considerable magnanimity. A mere title will not make me to throw a fit of anger from the shame. I will be sure to put in my best efforts to help raise all of your dragon steeds. I can guarantee that I will raise your steeds to be plump and robust.
He swept his hand out and pointed towards the not-so-distant charcoal as he said, "I am not bluffing. You can tell just by seeing how fat I have raised my steed to become that everything I've said is true.
I am sure that all of you will be very satisfied." To the side, Yin Xiu was sweating buckets.
Charcoal being so fat is due to his own laziness.
How could you raise him to become that? All of them were not fools.
They could tell that the cave master carried some grievance deep inside, and was being sarcastic. If anyone really went along with it, with the audacity that this former cave master had, it was likely that everyone's steeds could forget about peaceful days in the future.
Yuan Feng cupped his fists again and said, "We do not have any opinions." "You really don't have any opinions?"
Miao Yi narrowed his eyes, and immediately laid everything bare. "You and Yuhan have the highest cultivation here.
In the past, I was there to suppress you both.
But now that I've stepped off the pedestal, you two are most likely to succeed as the cave master of East Arrival Cave."
The two that were called out glanced at each other once again.
Lai Yuhan cupped his fists and smiled wryly as he replied, "We do wish that it would be so, but as you are aware, just from our school of Blue Jade background, this good fortune will not land on either one of us for the time being.
There is a high chance that someone from the outside will be transferred over. It is good that you know. I thought that the both of you still didn't understand this, and was about to give you a reminder." Miao Yi remarked as he waved his hand. Chen Aaron Shui soon backed away.
He stood up to face the rest of them, and sighed, "If it was either one of you succeeding as East Arrival Cave's cave master, I would have accepted it. After all, we are acquainted with one another, I would have obediently raised your steeds.
However, the both of you don't have this opportunity. I can't accept someone else coming over. It was due to my efforts that East Arrival Cave's forces grew to be so powerful. What right does another have to reap these benefits? Which is why."
His tone abruptly changed, even his entire being looked to be brimming with vigor as he said, "I will make matters clear now. Since I am unable to remain the cave master of East Arrival Cave, then whoever succeeds afterwards can forget about having it easy. We should all band together and take care of whoever comes. Thus, we can ensure that we would still have the final say in East Arrival Cave in the future."
Is everyone together on this?
Indeed, after his stance changed, even the way he tackled problems was different from before. When he first arrived in East Arrival Cave to report for duty, and Song Fu was trying to cause trouble for him, the cave master, he immediately took care of Song Fu. Right now, his methods were actually no different from Song Fu's. It was merely a test of who was more unfortunate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 212, he's involved, again? Chapter 212, he's involved, again? Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy.
Before they could voice out their opinion, everyone wanted to survey the situation first and see how it would unfold. But judging from the present circumstances, if the cave master seat were to be taken by someone else, the new cave master wouldn't be able to afford them either.
They still needed to rely on the former cave master.
Primarily, they were here because Elder Hong Changhai had heavily entrusted them with a mission.
Having no other choices left, everyone nodded and answered this former cave master, all right. However, Yuan Fang still attempted to give him a reminder: if we've caused trouble and provoked the superior's wrath, what should we do if we're distributed between the two manor's respective regions? Miao Yi waved his hands disapprovingly and replied, that isn't a problem.
I have signed the commandment of conformity with the School of Blue Jade. Regardless of whether I have violated the agreement on my side, you can report it directly to the Manor of Conformity and make a complaint against me. So long as someone from the Manor of Conformity gets sent over, I'll immediately admit that it's my fault.
You can seize the opportunity to withdraw and return back to the School of Blue Jade. With the existence of the Commandment of Conformity, nobody can do anything to you. In any case, I'll bear all responsibility. So just put your minds at rest, and follow me without fear as we wreak havoc. Apart from Cave Master Miao, we'll never acknowledge anyone else in East Arrival Cave. Yuan Fang's words were pleasing to hear. Everyone immediately followed suit to respond, causing former Cave Master Miao to beam with joy. Hands clasped behind his back, he nodded continuously. They were fine with disregarding the title as long as someone bore responsibility should anything happen.
That didn't seem bad at all. He had already made plans, thinking that once the new cave master claimed the seat, it was time for him to secretly teach a lesson to mount returning loyalty. This was because if anything were to break out, it would rest on the new cave master's shoulders. Yan Xiu let out a sigh of relief in his heart because things had ended up with Miao Yi still in control of East Arrival. He could continue his days here without difficulty. The only problem was which unfortunate soul would be the one to take over as the cave master of East Arrival Cave. Due to Miao Yi's hoodlum integrity, he'd won over the forces of East Arrival Cave, and now the new cave master was screwed. Shen Er and Shui Er looked at their master with gazes filled with admiration and respect. Their master was still as amazing as ever. Even if he couldn't be a cave master, he still had the final say in all matters concerning East Arrival Cave. Didn't this mean that even if there were a new elder auntie and little auntie, they would still be considered inferior to their own positions at East Arrival Cave? The statuses of the handmaidens would change with their masters. Both of them knew of this principle all too well. Yang Qing still thought that former cave master Miao wouldn't be able to wreak any havoc after suffering a setback and losing his power. Little did he know that before the future East Arrival cave master had yet to take his post, the former cave master Miao had already instigated his men, waiting to cause trouble. At suppressing Second Hall, within the hall master's quarters, Wu Lingxiao was dressed in thin gray robes with his hair bound by a jade hairpin. He held the jade archive that Yang Qing had presented, reading it while he walked out from the silent cultivation quarters.
East Arrival Cave. East Arrival Cave Master Miao Yi. He's involved, again? This brat is truly unfortunate. Why is he always on the short end of the stick? Shaking his head, Wu Lingxiao mumbled, should I meet with him one day or assign him to a safer position? I'd start to feel anxious for him, otherwise. Accompanying him, handmaidens Tian Yu and Lu Xing knew he was ridiculing the former cave master, so they couldn't restrain a smile as though in understanding. After examining the contents of the jade archive twice, he waved it in his hand as he turned around to laugh. Last time, Wu Menglan barged into my place and blackmailed me. This time I want to make her spit out those 10 high-grade orbs of will and fork out the interest. Lu Xing, order Feng Jihuan and He Yanni to come and see me. Understood. Lu Xing went off cheerfully. Not long after, Lu Xing led Feng Jihuan and He Yanni into the palace, meeting the approaching Wu Lingxiao in the yard.
The two advisors bowed together, exclaiming, "Greetings, Hall Master."
Huo
Lingxiao nodded and ordered, "Both of you accompany me on a trip down to suppressing Third Hall." The two exchanged silent glances with each other.
Feng Jihuan then cupped his fists to ask, "Might I be so bold as to ask the Hall Master for what reason are we going there? Suppressing Third Hall's men have invaded my territory.
Come with me to teach Wu Menglan a lesson." After Huo Lingxiao finished, he flung his sleeves, and a plume of light encapsulated him. A gale swept past the surroundings, and the shroud of light was launched into the air with a whoosh.
Feng Jihuan and He Yan stared at each other in astonishment.
Afraid to lag behind, they both shot to the skies together in hot pursuit. The three shrouds of light resembled round eggs enveloping the three people, with one at the front while the other two followed closely from behind. They quickly cut through the horizon, instantly vanishing into the far-off distance. Riding dragon steeds would probably take days of travel. For the trio, not even half a day had passed by, and already they'd crossed the lands, descending onto the summit of the vast ranges of snowy peaks. Currently, Huo Lingxiao's face was as cold as ice, as he led his two advisors to barge through the palace gates of suppressing Third Hall. The guards at the gate attempted to obstruct them but were instead pushed away by Huo Lingxiao.
A thunderous, furious roar erupted, shaking the heavens. "I demand Wu Menglan to get the F***CK out and see me this instant."
Those who were on the side of justice had the confidence.
With such a loud voice, was there still a need to send word?
Before the guards from suppressing Third Hall could run to the Hall Master's quarters, the shapely Wu Menglan had come out, dressed in a fur coat, with her two handmaidens in tow.
Wu Menglan's expression was beyond sour. Prior to this, Lu Jingtian had yet to report to her of the amazing deed he'd done. She'd only found out not long ago after Lu Jingtian's defeat, which couldn't be concealed any further.
It would have been fine if Lu Jingtian had vented out his frustrations on the previous matter. She would have praised his capability and won back her reputation. However, not only did that trash Lu Jingtian fail to take revenge and erase the humiliation, he had suffered a crushing defeat and as a result, had completely thrown away the face of suppressing Third Hall.
She was almost overwhelmed with fury.
She would have dismembered Lu Jingtian's body into a million pieces, but was mindful of the fact that killing her subordinates over a loss would only prompt others to ridicule her. They would mock her foolish choice in subordinates, and would say that she only knew how to vent out her pent-up frustrations on those who served her. This would only cause harm to her aloof and remote graceful demeanor. She had already made the decision that once this matter gradually died down and after everyone had forgotten about it, she would kick that useless trash off the manor head post. Anyway, he was no match when faced against Yang Cheng.
If not, she wouldn't even know how many times he'd continue to humiliate her.
Deep down, she understood that this situation wasn't because Lu Jingtian had been incompetent. Those who could be manor heads weren't at all useless. It was only because Yang Qing was too sly.
Anyone else would fail to be a match against Yang Qing too.
It was precisely because of this reason that she hadn't replaced Lu Jingtian back then. What infuriated her further was Lu Jingtian's behavior. If he lacked the capability to take on Yang Qing, he shouldn't have pretended otherwise.
Don't humiliate her in the process.
Hallmaster, suppressing Second Hall's Hallmaster Huo Lingxiao. Before the incoming guard could finish his announcement, Wu Menglan had already brushed him off with a wave of her hand and said, "I know."
How could she not be aware?
Huo Lingxiao's voice was too loud, and the entirety of suppressing Third Hall had heard him.
It would have been odd if she hadn't heard him at all.
From his point of view, he was in the right and had come to pay back the incident from last time to slap her right in the face. But back then, the critical point was that she also hadn't reaped many profits from him since Yang Qing had already prepared a contingency in advance for suppressing Second Hall. The suppressing Third Hall's blockhead of a litigant had given handwritten testimony as solid proof. This meant that suppressing Second Hall had strong grounds to oppose any objection she might have and could even ignore her completely.
However, this time around, suppressing Third Hall was completely in the wrong.
On top of that, they were also at a disadvantage.
Being slapped in the face after suffering a loss would leave them with an unpleasant aftertaste.
But the moment she saw the sunken-faced Wu Lingxiao striding over with his 2 advisors in tow, Wu Menglan refused to lose out in portraying an elegant demeanor. She beamed, "Hall Master Hua has personally come to suppressing 3rd Hall.
What a rare visitor."
Wu Lingxiao scoffed coldly, unrestrainedly throwing her a rude look.
"Look at what your suppressing 3rd Hall has done." Wu Menglan pretended to ask in surprise, "What has happened to anger Hall Master Hua to this extent?" "Wu Menglan, are you planning to make me argue with you publicly with so many in plain view?"
Wu Lingxiao laughed coldly, implying that if she weren't afraid of being humiliated, he wouldn't mind as well.
He. Those who arrive here are guests. How could I neglect you?"
Wu Menglan's light and casual words were enough to dispel the embarrassment the other party had put her in. She turned to face the main hall's entrance, extended her hands, and said, "Go on in." Leaving Feng Jihuan and He Yanni behind, Wu Lingxiao went into the main hall with her. The moment he sat down in the main hall, Wu Lingxiao chucked Yang Qing's report at Wu Menglan.
"Look at what you lot have done."
And so they spent the remaining time, both of them fighting and arguing with the other.
Of course, when considering the big picture, incidents occurring between their subordinates weren't worth influencing the rapport shared between the two. However, when it came to matters where one was in the wrong, they must provide an explanation. "The men on your side ran all the way to my territory to wreak havoc for no apparent reason. How can I pretend nothing has happened?" There's no logic in that. After the matter was settled, Wu Lingxiao came out with an appeased look on his face.
Wu Menglan wasn't in the least bit interested in sending him off. After meeting his 2 advisors, Wu Lingxiao shot a backward glance, the corner of his lips curled into a slight trace of ridicule. Yang Qing had helped him earn 1,000 low-grade orbs of will. Not only did he get back the 10 orbs he'd lost back then, but he'd also earned an additional 1,000 in return.
This wasn't a small sum.
His subordinate had helped him reap such benefits, so Wu Lingxiao didn't mind personally taking the trip himself.
He had no problem taking extra trips either, since he wasn't the one being embarrassed. He could still come forth to give a slap and reap more profits. What could he have against it? He was right to protect Yang Qing all this time. Wu Lingxiao turned to order, "Let's head back." The 3 glowing shrouds encased the trio, before launching swiftly into the sky. Below them, Wu Menglan's voice rang out in the main hall as she ground her teeth in hatred. "Bring Lu Jingtian to me." Yang Qing's report was as clear as day. Wu Lingxiao already knew where Yang Qing's forces were gathered, which was the east arrival cave he'd intended to visit. But realization soon dawned on him. Swiftly flying through the sky, Wu Lingxiao mumbled to himself, "East arrival cave, Master Miao Yi, little brother." Shaking his head with a smile, he ultimately gave up his thoughts of heading to East arrival cave. Up in the sky, he wrote a jade archive containing his orders before chucking it at Feng Jihuan, who was flying behind him. "Send orders to Yan Qing. Command him to withdraw his men and lay this matter to rest." 3 streams of light flew over East arrival cave. 2 streams among them didn't stop over and flew off into the distance, shocking Yao Ruoxian, who was hiding in the mountain forest, as he lifted his head to take a peek. The other ray of light revealed Feng Jiuan's true form as he descended upon East arrival cave. More than 2,000 men shifted their attention over in unison. A countless number of them were in awe and envious of those who had a cultivation where they could soar through the skies. Yang Cheng appeared before Feng Jihuan in quick steps. He greeted him with cupped hands. "Yang Qing pays his respects to advisor Feng. The hall master has ordered you to withdraw your men and lay this matter to rest." Feng Jiuan's face was devoid of all emotion when he handed the jade archive to Yang Cheng. To this man who had abandoned him, he didn't know what feelings Feng Jihuan currently harbored. He wasn't able to tell much from the surface either. After examining the jade archive, Yang Qing cupped his hands in the direction of suppressing second hall and exclaimed, "Yang Qing obeys the hall master's orders." Feng Jihuan didn't say much.
Now that Yang Qing was under the direct care of the hall master, it wasn't his place to make any remarks. Now that he'd completed his task of delivering orders, he quickly took to the skies. Yang Qing cupped his hands at the sky to send him off. By the time the light disappeared, he immediately issued an order to withdraw his forces made up from both manners. He was truly carrying out the decree of the hall master without hesitation. This point alone was worthy of being studied by the deceitful Miao Yi. Upon losing the war, Lu Jingtian fearfully arrived at suppressing Third Hall. He didn't dare to conceal any more details, and explained the whole sequence of events. Sitting upright, Wu Menglan furrowed her brows and mumbled to herself, "East Arrival Cave's Cave Master Miao Yi, meow." After listening to the honest accounts from Lu Jingtian, she didn't think that there were any critical issues in Lu Jingtian's scheme to seek vengeance. The primary cause was that he had bumped into a nail at East Arrival Cave.
Otherwise, there shouldn't have been any difficulties. Due to her previous defeat, she made clear of everything that happened because she didn't want to be at a foolish disadvantage again. Back then, Ever Peace Manor's Zhang Diqing's strategy was said to be meticulously planned, but in the end, his scheme was foiled at the hands of the cave master of East Arrival Cave. This time, Lu Jingtian had also lost to that measly East Arrival Cave's cave master. She could argue the first time had been due to luck, but this had already happened twice. She was instantly a little interested in that insignificant East Arrival Cave's cave master. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, Cave Master Yan. Chapter 213, Cave Master Yan. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy.
The two hall masters had settled the matters accordingly, which had resulted in ending all wars.
The troops from both South Edict Manor and Ever Peace Manor promptly left East Arrival Cave and returned to their bases.
Qin Weiwei personally commanded the Mount Comingsi troops and escorted Yang Qing from East Arrival Cave. She wasn't in a hurry to leave just yet since East Arrival Cave was still part of her jurisdiction. After escorting Yang Qing away, she turned around and gave orders to the cave masters to return to their respective caves at once. She made her troops stay behind because she still had to settle the personal affairs of East Arrival Cave.
The position of Cave Master of East Arrival Cave couldn't remain vacant forever. East Arrival Cave consisted of 19 cultivators, including Miao Yi.
They followed Qin Weiwei into the cave master's shack, which had been set up as a temporary meeting room. Since Miao Yi had been relieved of his position as cave master, Shen Er and Shui Er had lost their rights to enter the residence with them. Qin Weiwei sat on the cave master's throne and surveyed the two columns of East Arrival Cave's forces in front of her, before finally moving her attention to Miao Yi. Cave Master Miao Yi hid among the last row of the forces, seemingly ashamed to face anyone. He was actually protesting silently in his heart for what had happened to him.
Everyone knew what would come next. Perhaps it was time to announce a new cave master for East Arrival Cave. Initially, Qin Weiwei had wanted to say a few words, but as she glanced at Miao Yi, who was concealing himself from the eyes of the troops, she held back her words in the end. She then proceeded to take out a piece of a jade archive and swiftly invoked her art to write down her orders, before sealing it with her insignia. She held the jade archive in her hand and swept a glance across the faces of the troops. Everyone's attention was focused on that piece of jade archive, knowing that the name of the next cave master was written down somewhere amidst her orders. Yan Xiao. You are now cave master of Mount Comingsi's East Arrival Cave.
The troops did not blink, so focused were they with every word she spoke. Qin Weiwei announced her final decision, stating one word at a time without haste. When she had finally revealed her orders, everyone was stunned. Miao Yi, who was hiding behind the troops, quickly whipped his head up with a surprised expression, thinking that he might have heard her wrong. His eyeballs darted rapidly, looking across the room. Everyone thought they'd mistakenly heard her orders.
Their attention turned to Yan Xiao in an instant. The cave master of East Arrival Cave was now Yan Xiao? How could this be? No one had Yan Xiao in mind when it came down to the appointment of the next cave master.
Most of them had thought that after Miao Yi's termination, the next cave master would be someone else from the other division. Even if the position were to be selected from the East Arrival Cave Forces, no one would think of Yan Xiu as the next possible cave master. She hadn't even taken into consideration the capabilities of everyone at East Arrival Cave before making her decision. These men were the ones who had dared to attack a mountain chieftain. Most of them possessed a cultivation base of White Lotus 5 grade and above. Even the former cave master had a cultivation base of Blue Lotus and below, and he dared to charge into battle like the brute that he was. What virtues or abilities did Yan Xiu possess? How could he even control anyone? Yan Xiu was a bit dumbfounded too. I am the cave master? Suddenly, he felt as if his back had been stabbed with a needle, and not just one at that. He meekly turned around to look at the troops and realized that all of them were staring at him with a strange expression. At that moment, he felt a huge feeling of pressure pressing down on him. What are you still waiting for? Come take your orders. Qin Weiwei snapped, still holding the jade archive in her hands. Yan Xiu quickly cupped his fists and rejected her orders, his words filled with profound respect and humility. Mountain chieftain, Yan Xiu cannot take on the position to be the current cave master. I'm afraid that I cannot live up to your expectations. I earnestly request that the mountain chieftain choose someone more capable than myself. His tone of rejection was strongly adamant. He spoke as if he had touched a piping hot sweet potato. He had to let go of it swiftly. A great opportunity had been bestowed on him, yet he wasn't happy in the slightest. This opportunity was just too much for him. It wouldn't have mattered if those from outside the cave knew nothing of his situation. He could still remember quite vividly the lecture that the former cave master had given during that recent meeting below the mountain. He had been amongst the men being lectured. All members of East Arrival Cave had agreed that they would go against the new cave master. While they claimed they would do so, if the new cave master weren't a cultivator at Blue Lotus or above, he or she wouldn't be able to control the entire East Arrival Cave by themselves. If he really took on the position as a cave master, the only thing he would be courting was death. The position was akin to a pit. To accept would be like knowingly jumping in. Should the troops decide to take care of him, it would be nothing less than a death sentence. He had seen what the former cave master was capable of. The former cave master was always ruthless and daring, and he was not. Before the announcement had been made, he'd been trying to figure out which unfortunate fool would become the next cave master of East Arrival Cave. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected to be that unfortunate fool. How could he take up the position now? He was well aware of his own capabilities. If he picked a random person to fight amongst the troops of East Arrival Cave, he would never be able to defeat them. Not everyone would be able to control these men like Miao Yi could. If he had the highest cultivation base in East Arrival Cave or Miao Yi was transferred to another division, he would perhaps be bold enough to take this opportunity to become the next cave master. Having Miao Yi remain in East Arrival Cave would be like an act of defiance against his father. Obviously, these men would only listen to Miao Yi's orders. He turned around to look at everyone. As expected, they wore expressions that said, "Good thing you know what to do." Qin Weiwei's expression turned cold as she asked, "You dare defy my orders?" Yan Xiu went pale and replied, "Yan Xiu wouldn't dare to." Helpless, he was forced to go forward and receive the jade archive from Qin Weiwei's hands. Yan Xiu slowly retreated to his position without saying any respectful words of thanks to the mountain chieftain. Miao Yi. Qin Weiwei spoke up and looked at the former cave master, who was rubbing his chin while glancing at Yan Xiu. "I'm here." Miao Yi stepped forward and cupped his fists. Qin Weiwei said nonchalantly, "Give the cave master's storage ring to Yan Xiu." Miao Yi chuckled, sticking out his lips as he stared at Yan Xiu and said, "I was aware that I wouldn't be the cave master for long, so I've already passed the storage rings to Cave Master Yan. See, I was the one who gave him the storage ring in his hand." Miao Yi's words sent Yan Xiu shivering. The words Cave Master Yan had his hairs standing on end. The former cave master had spoken.
Following this statement, Yan Xiu quickly showed the storage ring on his finger to Qin Weiwei and confirmed, "It is indeed as he said." Qin Weiwei caught Yuan Fan and the others making teasing looks at Yan Xiu. This made her understand that a certain someone was still in charge of East Arrival Cave after all. She was impressed at that person for being able to manage East Arrival Cave so solidly, as if he was born to be the School of Blue Jade's nemesis. Starting from when he'd killed off the School of Blue Jade's disciple Song Fu, he would always be able to take care of the School of Blue Jade's men splendidly. Despite this situation being within her expectations, she still needed to help Yan Xiu make a good impression. She then said, "Everyone in East Arrival Cave is required to obey Cave Master Yan Xiu's orders. Everyone has to be united. If someone intends to make a ruckus, don't blame me for being harsh with you. If you slip up the handover of the Orbs of Will before the year ends, all members will be punished together. We will respectfully follow the Cave Master's orders." Miao Yi took the lead and shouted from the top of his lungs. It was obvious that he was the leader when the others quickly followed him as well. On the surface, he seemed sincere. However, no one really knew what he was thinking deep inside his heart. "Yan Xiu, stay behind. The others may leave." The mountain chieftain had given her orders. The others left, and Yan Xiu was left alone with a feeling of immense pressure on his back. It was necessary for a mountain chieftain to brief the new cave master on their position. At the end of her briefing, Qin Weiwei suddenly said, "The reason that East Arrival Cave was able to turn the tide even after 2 assaults is all due to Miao Yi's contribution. Should you encounter any difficulties, you might want to listen to Miao Yi's opinions and suggestions." Yan Xiu raised his head and looked at her with a stunned expression. Qin Weiwei did not explain further and waved her hand. "You may leave. Tell Miao Yi to see me." "Understood." Yan Xiu retreated, his mind filled with suspicion. Not long after, Miao Yi came and greeted the mountain chieftain with respect, acting like he was listening to orders while looking self-assured. "There's no need to be pretentious. Do you think I still don't know what kind of person you are?" Qin Weiwei thought as she gnashed her teeth with hatred. Miao Yi, who was pretending to be well-behaved, thought that Qin Weiwei was going to warn him not to cause mischief for Cave Master Yan Xiu. However, it seemed that Qin Weiwei had no intention of staying. As she swept past him in her white dress, she halted momentarily. She then turned her head towards him slightly and said, "It's not exactly a bad thing to relieve you as Cave Master. The Manor Head wants me to pass this message to you. Xiong Shao will not come for you for now. You should take this time to improve your cultivation base with some peace of mind. Don't go around causing trouble." Yang Qing had actually never said those words. He wanted to take this opportunity to knock some sense into Miao Yi's head, so there was no reason for him to say this to Miao Yi. However, Mountain Chieftain Qin did not want the former cave master to harbor ill intentions towards Yang Qing, which was why she'd used Yang Qing's name to impart Miao Yi with some advice. Moreover, Yang Chang would never have expected Qin Weiwei to appoint Yan Xiu as cave master. It would be impossible for Yang Qing to not know about Yan Xiu's character. How could Yan Xiu control the unruly troops of East Arrival Cave? If she appointed Yan Xiu as the cave master, how was that knocking some sense into Miao Yi? This would only fuel Miao Yi's arrogance and insolence. He would definitely cause trouble of some sort to everyone. If Yang Cheng knew Qin Weiwei had made such a decision without his knowledge, he would be at a loss for words. All his efforts to become the bad guy would certainly be wasted. Miao Yi was immediately stunned. Qin Weiwei had no obligation to be direct with him, and she hadn't fully explained Yang Qing's intentions, but Miao Yi was certainly no fool. He'd been reprimanded to the point of realizing the truth. Perhaps Yang Qing was taking this opportunity to protect him. The hatred he'd harbored for Yang Qing vanished instantly in a puff of smoke. What did he have to say now that a manor head was considering the situation just for him? When he'd returned to his senses, Qin Weiwei's beautiful figure had already drifted away. The subtle scent of a natural body fragrance was the only thing that lingered. Miao Yi wasn't able to escort the mountain chieftain in the end.
By the time he managed to reach the foot of the mountain, Yan Xiu had already brought a few men to escort Shan Weiwei from East Arrival Cave. When everyone turned around and saw Miao Yi approaching, each had a strange expression on their faces. Yan Xiu felt extremely awkward. He didn't know what to say to Miao Yi when facing him like this. Miao Yi watched the troops fading into the distance, wearing an expression as if in deep thought. After that, he became aware of his surroundings and settled his gaze towards Yan Xiu. He quickly adjusted his clothes, glared at the others and said, "What are you all so dazed for? Now join me in paying respect to the cave master." The group of men was caught by surprise but promptly went behind Miao Yi with smiles on their faces. They followed Miao Yi by cupping their fists and greeted, "Cave master." Standing nearby, Shan Hai and Shui were also looking at Yan Xiu in a well-behaved manner. Both of them were conflicted, however. They would feel extremely awkward and would be forced into a difficult position should their owner and master crossblades with each other. Yan Xiu didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. He thought, everyone stood by you when you called to them. What's the use of having me as the cave master? Shan Weiwei's words from before had banished the shroud of confusion in his head. He finally understood why she had chosen him as cave master. Yan Xiu didn't dare act contemptuously as he quickly moved forward to hold Miao Yi and said, "Cave master, please don't tease Yan Xiu anymore. I can't bear it." "How can you not? You are the cave master of East Arrival Hall, who was officially conferred by the mountain chieftain in front of everyone. Aren't you making fun of me by calling me cave master?" Miao Yi let out a bellow of laughter. There was no need for Yan Xiu to continue holding him, so Miao Yi quickly pushed him away. Miao Yi turned to face everyone and gave a thumbs up before pointing at Yan Xiu and said, "Everyone, from now on, I won't be in charge of your affairs anymore. You must look for Cave Master Yan next time. I'm only in charge of your steeds now. I will guarantee that your mounts will be plump and sturdy, like the steed I have now." Everyone laughed and jeered brazenly in response. If Miao Yi wasn't here to support Yan Xiu, who'd even fear this cave master in future? The mountain chieftain had just left this territory, yet they'd already begun to make a ruckus. Yan Xiu was left feeling the extreme helplessness of the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, List of Remunerations. Chapter 214, List of Remunerations. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Yet, some things couldn't be stated so clearly in front of everyone. Yan Xiu could do nothing but grab Miao Yi's arm and secretly send a voice transmission. "Cave Master, my Cave Master status is just for the sake of keeping up appearances. Just now, the mountain chieftain has already reminded me to heed your opinions more often." When he heard this, Miao Yi no longer had a heckling expression as he turned around and narrowed his eyes at him. He had been jeering only because he wanted to see if Yan Xiu could read the mood or not. It was not uncommon for someone to lose sight of their goodwill in the presence of personal gain. If Yan Xiu was someone who could become full of himself despite obtaining so many benefits from him, then Miao Yi himself could not be blamed for putting their relationship aside. He thought to himself, should that happen, I might not dare to retaliate openly against you, the mountain chieftain's appointed cave master, but I will have plenty of chances to make my move covertly. Why don't you take a look and see who actually holds East Arrival Cave in his grasp? Would you dare challenge me alone? Seeing as Yan Xiu understood it all, Miao Yi stopped making things difficult for him. He waved his hands towards everyone and said, "Meeting, now." Following the lead of the East Arrival Cave's horse deputy, everyone re-entered the shack. As he stood next to the cave master's esteemed seat, Miao Yi made no move to sit upon it and instead turned around and asked, "Cave master, should I speak while standing or sitting?" Yan Xiu smiled bitterly and said, "Please sit down. This was originally your seat, to begin with." With everyone's gaze upon him, Miao Yi did not hold back and sat down. He saw Shan Hai and Shui's heads peering just outside the door, so he called out, "Come inside, you two girls." Xian and Shui both knew that the only handmaidens who had the qualifications to enter the assembly hall were the elder auntie and little auntie of East Arrival Cave. Now that their master was stripped of his cave master position, both of them did not dare to enter. But after hearing their master's words, the two ladies were a little excited as they walked inside once more. Once again, they stood beside Miao Yi, sharing his honor. With Yan Xiu in front, everyone cupped their fists once again and said, "We greet the cave master." This group of people was completely lawless. They were simply ignoring Yang Qing's decree and had appointed a cave master themselves. If Yang Qing were to find out, he would probably explode with rage. This was an open challenge to the manor head's authority. Miao Yi was no fool as well. He waved his hand and pointed towards Yan Xiu as he said, "Don't call me that carelessly. Yan Xiu is the cave master that was appointed by the mountain chieftain. From now on, just call me horse deputy. Calling me cave master is highly inappropriate. If the upper heads catch wind of it, I'll be in serious trouble. The only reason I am sitting here is because cave master Yan lacks experience and has ordered me to act on his behalf. Since the cave master has ordered me to do so, how could I, the horse deputy, disobey his orders? Once cave master Yan becomes familiar with the situation, we'll still have to do things in accordance with the rules." When they heard these words, everyone chuckled as they thought, with you being the representative, cave master Yan is unlikely to ever get the chance to familiarize himself with the situation. However, the hearts of the East Arrival Cave members quickly settled down. Yan Xiu, however, could only smile bitterly as he thought, is this what it's like to be a whore but at the same time build a monument to validate one's chastity? The cave master has already assigned a separate task to me, but I find it difficult dividing my time doing two duties. I may not understand the grand scheme of things, but I can still comprehend some minor reasonings. I understand that my own matters are of little importance and the cave master's matters are paramount. I also can't forsake my duty because of personal circumstances. Thus, I'm afraid that I will have to put the matter of caring for everyone's horses on hold. How about we continue as we were for the time being? Miao Yi asked. Who could still expect the former cave master to care for their horses? Everyone naturally cupped their fists and replied, "Understood." With the threat of the manor head hanging over them, then even with Xiong Zhao's mighty forces, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on East Arrival Cave for the time being. Therefore, the matter of rebuilding East Arrival Cave has to be sped up, Miao Yi said. He looked towards Yan Xiu and added, "Yan, cave master, you will continue to be in charge of this." "Understood," said Yan Xiu, cupping his fists. "Even if Xiong Zhao won't dare to act carelessly, we cannot be too careful against scoundrels. Compared to the other abodes of immortals, we still have a sufficient number of troops at East Arrival Cave. The matter of our defenses shall go on as it were. Do not delay. Otherwise, everyone will pay the price with their lives. Our enemies outside are watching us closely, so all of you must be united." "Understood." Everyone cupped their fists again and acknowledged the order. "Cave Master." "Here." The hierarchy of the positions in East Arrival Cave had already gone completely awry. A dignified cave master was actually at a horse deputy's beck and call. Yet, none of them found it strange. They all felt that this was how it should be. Otherwise, East Arrival Cave might really be thrown into disarray, and no one would be able to cultivate in peace. Use your status as cave master to send a Jade Archive requesting for compensation to mount returning loyalty on the other side. They ambushed my East Arrival Cave, so they should compensate for the damages my East Arrival Cave has suffered. They must shoulder all the casualties and deaths in battle as well as the cost of rebuilding East Arrival Cave. Send someone to deliver the message to them later on. Ah! This. Yan Xiu panicked as he thought to himself, "You must be joking. I'm already putting on the act of a cave master because I could not object to it and have even returned the actual authority back to you. You still want to use my name to stir up trouble? Aren't you just trying to set me up like this?" Everyone cast pitiful looks towards Yan Xiu. Apparently, the former cave master was still brooding over this incident. "What are you thinking about now?" said Horse Deputy Miao Yi as he stood up from the treasured seat of the cave master. With his hands behind his back, he furrowed his brows and added, "For my East Arrival Cave to be met with tragedy twice is mostly because of East Arrival Cave's impractical geographical location. Every time someone has a problem they usually start off with my East Arrival Cave. If I just took this lying down, how much more will I endure? Dare I ask all of you, what should we do when someone just randomly attacks us again in the future? Have we not been wronged? We must let these outsiders know that our East Arrival Cave won't be so easily pushed around. Only then can we avoid calamity. Ever Peace Manor has already fallen under the command of the manor head, so it is unwise to choose to settle the score with them. Therefore, we can only retaliate against Mount Returning Loyalty. He had always wanted to create a safe domain. Without a safe haven, he didn't have the courage to look for his little brother and little sister, considering what a dog-eat-dog world the cultivation realm could be. Even if he did find them, he lacked the confidence to receive them. For the sake of one day fulfilling his responsibility as the eldest sibling, he had always worked hard. To this end, he did not mind being ruthless. He also wanted to have a peaceful and stable life. No one liked doing anything that could endanger their lives. Nobody understood the reason behind his melancholy state when he silently watched the starry skies on his own. "May I know what the cave?" Yuan Fan felt his words were a little awkward sounding as he cupped his fists, so he rephrased himself, "May I know what the horse deputy intends to do?" "I just said it. Have them compensate us." "What do we do if they decide not to offer remunerations?" "Don't tell me we are really going to take action?" The consequences of inciting conflict between two halls is not something we can shoulder. I don't expect them to compensate us at all. It is not a convenient time to take action now either. I am just looking for an excuse. Once the right opportunity comes along, we will use this as a pretense to make our move. If we can use this to provoke them into striking first, that would be even better. When that happens, we won't have to worry about shouldering any consequences, mocked Miao Yi coldly. He waved his hand, pointing towards Yin Xiu and added, "Just do as I said and send the list of remunerations over to them. If they ignore it, then we will send one every year. We must not let this matter be gradually forgotten. Keep sending it until we have the chance to take our revenge. When that happens, we won't even need to look for an excuse." Yan Xiu said worryingly, "The hall master has just ordered this matter to be hereby resolved. Won't it be inappropriate for us to do something like this?" Miao Yi shrugged and replied, "The hall master is someone that sits high above. How would he know the struggles of those of us down below? 3 people from my East Arrival Cave have died in battle, and I don't see the hall master providing any compensation for it. Furthermore, we are not stirring up trouble. We are just courteously sending out a list of remunerations over to them. If they do not compensate us, we are in no hurry to be rash as well. Of course, if the other party is displeased and finds the list annoying to even look at, and therefore chooses to pick a fight, then we are no longer to blame for what we do in return." Seeing as he had it all planned out, Yan Xiu felt a little relieved and cupped his fists to acknowledge the order. Afterwards, everyone discussed the amount that Mount Returning Loyalty should compensate. In the end, Horse Deputy Miao Yi once again made the decision for them. 3 of East Arrival Cave's troops had died in battle, so they would ask for a compensation of 300 orbs. Adding to that the other wounded members of East Arrival Cave, the total amount they were going to request was 400 low-grade orbs of will. They even held Mount Returning Loyalty accountable for the destruction of East Arrival Cave and requested an additional compensation of 300,000 gold crystals. The list of remunerations was personally delivered by a White Lotus 5th grade cultivator under Lai Yuhan's escort. As to why Lai Yuhan had to personally make the trip, it was because they were afraid that Mount Returning Loyalty would kill the messenger in a fit of anger. With Lai Yuhan's cultivation, they had some insurance at least. Mount Returning Loyalty's forces weren't fully replenished yet. The new mountain chieftain was called Wen Shishan. When his subordinate reported that someone from East Arrival Cave was requesting an audience, Wen Shishan felt that it was a little strange. Once he read what Lai Yuhan sent over, his face darkened.
Compensation?
The hall masters of both halls have already come to terms regarding the matter.
What is there to compensate? What qualifications does your little abode of immortals have to ask for compensation? If not for East Arrival Cave's fame, then with the difference in status between both parties, he wouldn't have bothered to even meet with them. However, Wen Shishan did not burst out in a fit of rage, because he was a little confused with regards to East Arrival Cave's intentions. He also knew that Lu Jingtian had already upset the hall master. The manor head himself was in a precarious position, so right now Wen Shishan did not want to cause any trouble. In the end, he decided to let the person who started it all, Lu Jingtian, handle this strange matter and then distanced himself from further trouble. Lai Yuhan was asked to return. He did not obtain a response. Very soon, the list of remunerations was brought over to Lu Jingtian. Once Lu Jingtian, who had constantly been sighing as of late, saw the list, he was taken aback with rage. Everyone dared to bully him. They really thought he could be easily pushed around. However, he knew his own situation. Even though East Arrival Cave was small, this incident involved two halls. Lu Jingtian himself no longer dared to involve himself between the two halls. In the end, he decided to bear with it. The list of remunerations was once again personally passed over, this time to suppressing Third Hall's hallmaster, Wu Menglan. He cautiously asked for her advice regarding the list. This East Arrival Cave again. Oh. Cave Master Yan Xiao? Was the cave master not Miao Yi? Who is this Yan Xiao? To actually be so bold.
Wu Menglan was surprised after looking through the Jade Archive.
How could she be bothered to remember a mere cave master? She only remembered Miao Yi, but now even Yan Xiao had made his way into the mind of Hallmaster Wu. According to my sources, Miao Yi made a false report and upset Yang Qing. Yang Qing has stripped him of his cave master position and demoted him to horse deputy. Yan Xiao was previously Miao Yi's subordinate. It is likely that he was unable to repress Miao Yi, and that East Arrival Cave is quite possibly still under the command of Miao Yi, Lu Jingtian cautiously said at her side. He, too, had never regarded the insignificant East Arrival Cave with any importance in the past. It was precisely because of this that he'd suffered a loss and henceforth was now paying more attention to it. And it wasn't easy for a manor head to keep a close watch on a cave master. Demoted to horse deputy? That is a pity. I found it strange as well and wondered how they could all be so bold. But now it seems that Brad is still causing trouble. A compensation of 400 low-grade orbs of will and 300,000 gold crystals. He actually dares to ask for this. Wu Menglan sneered. Pa! She crushed the Jade Archive in her hands and added, don't bother with him. I would very much like to see what this puny East Arrival Cave dares to do. I could not hope for anything more than someone impudent from that side to stir up some trouble. If they won't cause a fuss, how can I ask Huo Lingxiao for remunerations? Keep a close eye on him. Yes, understood. Lu Jingtian nodded repeatedly. Translator's thoughts. Collade. Translated by Soup Hunter. He's away at the moment, so posting on his behalf again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, A Word of Warning. Chapter 215, A Word of Warning. Translator, Collade Editor, Tom Yummy. Ever Peace Manor. Naturally, Yang Qing didn't know that the hall master of the suppressing third hall had been startled by the list of remunerations sent from the demoted horse deputy Miao Yi. In actuality, Miao Yi hadn't expected it to turn out this way either. At the moment, Yang Qing was sitting inside the waterside pavilion, shaking his head as he read Qin Weiwei's report. The matter of reassigning personnel for both manors would eventually go through Yang Qing in the end.
Meanwhile, one of the points in Qin Weiwei's report had mentioned that Yan Xiu had been ordered to become the new cave master of East Arrival Cave. This Yan Xiu might not be able to control Miao Yi by himself.
Xing Ju chuckled, standing at one side.
When she thought about how Miao Yi had been demoted to a horse deputy, that same person who'd looked so awkward as he covered his private parts during his bath, she couldn't help herself from finding the situation funny.
Yang Qing shook his head and sighed. Even though I'd like to repay Miao Yi's kindness, there will be a time for that. That being said, she can't do things like this. This girl Wei Wei is still too inexperienced. She didn't take Xiong Zhao's feelings into consideration. In fact, does she think him a fool?
By doing so, she's exposing my true objectives to Xiong Zhao.
He won't endure such treatment. I really can't do anything about this girl.
She's nothing like me, she's more like her mother. When Qin Weiwei's biological mother was mentioned, Xing Mei and Xing Ju, who knew of the matter, were instantly solemn. Yang Qing stood up and looked around before saying, I enjoy the views seen from the mountaintop, so I have a preference for the South Edict Manor's domain.
Dispatch my orders, set up the headquarters for both manors back at South Edict Manor.
Setting up their headquarters at South Edict Manor just because he enjoyed the views from the mountaintop, Xing Mei and Xing Ju speculated that his decision had something to do with Qin Weiwei's recent appointment.
Xing Mei tried her luck and asked, Are you sending someone to explain to Xiong Zhao that the decision was made by the young miss, and had nothing to do with you? Explain? Wei Wei is my daughter, and so any appointment of hers is a reflection on me. Do you think Xiong Zhao will believe our explanation? And do I really need to justify myself to him? Is his approval necessary for my daughter's appointment of a subordinate?
Yang Qing sneered. His words affirmed what they'd always assumed. The manor head was in fact awfully fond of the young miss despite his scrupulous impartiality when it came to work and personal affairs. Even if the young miss had done something wrong, this great father would never raise his voice at her. He would deal with the aftermath of her problems in secret while being careful not to hurt his daughter's heart, and he would find another way to compensate for his mistreatment of her. Although he was helping to absolve Qin Weiwei from blame, yet moving to South Edict Manor now would make Xiong Zhao think that matters regarding East Arrival Cave were Yang Qing's own idea.
The manor head would take on all responsibility. He wanted to intimidate Xiong Zhao by moving back to South Edict Manor and prevent him from causing harm. If the manor head confronts the matter directly, Xiong Zhao might harbor hatred towards you in his heart, warned Cheng Mei. Then now would be a good time to plan ahead and consider someone else to take over Xiong Zhao's position. Yang Qing muttered casually. Xing Mei and Xing Ju looked at each other for a while. If the manor head followed his urges, it would lead to the dismissal of mountain chieftain Xiong Zhao. The only thing left was to observe Xiong Zhao's reaction to Yang Qing's decision. However, a frown appeared on Yang Qing's forehead as he said, This time, Wei Wei's actions are a bit illogical. Do you two think there's something fishy going on? Xing Ju asked, Isn't the young miss just trying to repay her debt to Miao Yi for saving her life? There are many ways to repay his kindness. This is not Wei Wei's style of doing things. Yang Qing suddenly turned around and said, Send someone to watch over Wei Wei for a while, to keep her safe from possible mishaps. Mishaps? The two ladies were stunned. What sort of mishaps? Yang Qing mumbled, I'm worried that Miao Yi has used an underhanded method to coerce Wei Wei. If he really has done such a thing, I will never forgive him. The two ladies were caught by surprise, but managed to nod their heads before they went away to quickly make the arrangements. His worries were not entirely without reason. As expected, Xiong Zhao was furious when he received the news of Miao Yi's demotion and Yan Xiu's subsequent promotion as the new cave master of East Arrival Cave. He was no fool. By doing so, Qin Weiwei clearly wanted Miao Yi to continue managing East Arrival Cave. That *TCH Qin Weiwei can only rely on Yang Qing's support. Isn't she thinking too little of me? Is she trying to make things difficult for me? Xiong Xiao cursed angrily under his breath like an enraged lion. He paced around the grand hall, wondering suspiciously if this had been Yang Qing's idea. By contrast, the two new young and beautiful handmaidens were trembling with fear, to the point that they were afraid to take a single breath of air. Just then, the sound of gusting wind was heard from outside. A spirit eagle had landed in its nest on the horizontal bars under the roof outside of the grand hall. What news is there now? Xiong Xiao thought as he turned around to look, waiting for his personal handmaidens to fetch the message. In the end, the new handmaidens remained motionless where they stood. Xiong Xiao then realized that these two were new, so they did not understand what they needed to do in that situation. He felt dazed, and couldn't help but think of his departed handmaidens, Chun Shui and Dong Shui. Xiayi, Zhou Yu, go fetch the jade archive inside the message tube on the spirit eagle's leg for me, Xiong Xiao said with a sigh. The girls, both around 10 years of age, immediately affirmed his command and went outside to fetch the jade archive. However, when they saw the spirit eagle perching ferociously on the horizontal bar, they felt quite anxious as they didn't know how to retrieve the jade archive from it. Both of them couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. A pair of fair-skinned hands shivered as they extended their arms towards the spirit eagle. Just then, the spirit eagle turned its head and let out a screech, which frightened the handmaidens into pulling their hands back immediately. This type of vicious bird enjoyed bullying the weak, yet it was slightly angered when the handmaidens had recoiled in reaction, as if they were trying to provoke it. Suddenly, the eagle pecked at them, its sharp curved beak snipping skin, causing blood to flow. Ah! Xiayi cried in pain as she held her wrist and retreated backward a few steps. The back of her delicately fair hand was bleeding profusely, a portion of her flesh torn away. Zhou Yu was frightened and retreated as well. Xiong Xiao appeared and was left speechless when he saw what had occurred. These handmaidens couldn't even manage such a minuscule job. This made him yearn for Chun Shui and Dong Shui even more than ever. He took out a small elixir bottle, grabbed Xiayi's hand, and poured the white powder onto the bleeding wound. He beckoned Zhou Yu to lead Xiayi away to recover. He then personally took the jade archive from the message tube on the spirit eagle's leg and started inspecting the archive as he walked into his residence. It would have been better if he hadn't read it, and for a while, he stood buried in deep thought. His expression twitched, and he slammed his palms down quickly. Crack! The table was smashed into pieces. Xiong Xiao gritted his teeth in anger and said, Yang Qing and his daughter, they've pushed me too far. The message on the jade archive was about something else, specifically the news of Yang Qing moving the headquarters of the two manors back to South Edict Manor. Yang Qing. You're the one being heartless now. Don't blame me for the damages that I'll inflict upon you. I, Xiong Xiao, am not one to resign myself to death. Chun Shui, pick someone suitable and let them go with Gong Sun Yu. He immediately froze, his sentence unfinished. He turned to look at the empty grand hall and saw no sight of Chun Shui. Chun Shui and Dong Shui were already dead by Miao Yi's hands. He was still not used to the absence of his two former handmaidens. Shan Lufang, the cave master of ancient cave at Mount Shaotai and one of Xiong Zhao's generals, was an old acquaintance of cave master Gongsun Yu of Long Viridescent Cave at Mount Kamingxi. They often met each other from time to time. This time around, Shan Lufang had come to Long Viridescent Cave with some matters to attend to. It was a common practice for him to impose whenever he passed by the territory of his old friend. Both of them were quite familiar with each other. Moreover, they were both of equal standing and were both cave masters. It was natural that Gongsun Yu would abandon his cultivation and attend to his old friend personally. Preparing a table for a feast and wine was a must. The two of them chatted and raised their cups with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, Shan Lufang signaled Gongsun Yu discreetly, asking him to dismiss the handmaidens beside them. Gongsun Yu was unhappy with this gesture. His personal handmaidens were his trusted subordinates, and they would never sell him out regardless of the situation. There was no need for him to do anything that would arouse their suspicion. However, the guest had requested for their dismissal.
Gongsun Yu didn't want to upset him, and at the same time, he wanted to know why Qian Lufang was behaving suspiciously. He finally dismissed his handmaidens before asking, "Brother Qian, what's the problem?" Qian Lufang chuckled. He raised his cup and clinked it against his old friend's before gulping down its entire contents. As he personally refilled Gongsun Yu's cup, he said with a smile, "The manor head's daughter Qin Weiwei is excellent in both appearance and charm. Too bad no one can live up to the power and influence of the two manors. Otherwise, she could be a great partner for dual cultivation." In the midst of talking, he could see a frown creasing on Gongsun Yu's forehead. Qian Lufang quickly switched topics by saying, "I heard that Brother Gongsun has pursued Qin Weiwei for many years. I have been meaning to ask but had no opportunity until now. While we're still in high spirits from the wine, I'd like to ask Brother Gongsun whether this is true or false. If it's true, how will you progress with your approach? I don't think Brother Gongsun will hide this from me. His tone hinted of one teasing an old friend, so Gongsun Yu finally relaxed his frowning expression. He was a bit embarrassed as he let out a cough. "It's all just rumors. The mountain chieftain is a person of integrity. How can I be disrespectful to her like that?" "So they're just rumors?" Qian Lufang nodded, and he seemed occupied with his own thoughts. He continued, "Since we are friends, I want to warn Brother Gongsun on this matter. Qin Weiwei, but, then again, it's all just rumors. I might be thinking too much. It's better if I don't say it." Gongsun Yu froze. Suddenly, he couldn't gulp down his wine. He put down his cup and asked, "What do you want to warn me about?" Qian Lufang only cared for his wine. He shook his head without replying. Gongsun Yu asked again, "Is this something to do with Mountain Chieftain Qin?" Qian Lufang only nodded his head, still without uttering a single word. After knowing it had something to do with Qin Weiwei, Gongsun Yu felt an itch in his heart. He grabbed Qian Liufang's wrist and said with widened eyes, "Why is Brother Qian being ambiguous? Perhaps I have not treated you well enough. Since there is nothing between Brother Gongsun and Qin Weiwei, there is no need for me to cause problems by telling tales. Perhaps Brother Qian doesn't trust me. Are you afraid that I will tell everyone? Brother Gongsun is thinking too much. Brother Qian, only you and I and the heavens above will know of this conversation. I will not spread this around to anyone outside these walls." Qian Lufang still shook his head and refused to say anything. Gongsun Yu's expression twitched, and he finally forced himself to confess, "To be honest with Brother Qian, I did, in fact, admire the mountain chieftain for a long time. I'm only saying this because it has something to do with the mountain chieftain. Please forgive me, Brother Qian. Why didn't you say this earlier?" Qian Lufang stared at him in anger. He immediately put down his cup, looking as if he was making a great sacrifice as he spoke without reserve. He looked around suspiciously before he leaned his head against Gongsun Yu's and said, "The manor head has received the hall master's favor and taken responsibility for the two manors, and now he controls their cultivation resources. After thousands of years pass, the hall master may be fortunate enough to receive a promotion. During this time, if the respective manor heads of suppressing second hall cannot outdo each other and there is no improvement to their cultivation base, then the hall master will certainly give his recognition to Yang Qing instead. This means that Yang Qing will be appointed as the next hall master of suppressing second hall. If you become dual cultivation partners with Qin Weiwei, how can the manor head not take care of you? Naturally, Brother Gongsun will be given the power to wield one manor." Gongsun Yu released his grip on Qian Liufang's hand. He thought he had something more serious to say. How could anyone not see that even if Yang Qing did not become the hall master, he would definitely take good care of whoever became Qin Weiwei's dual cultivation partner? Was there a need to even explain such a thing? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Failed to Run Away. Chapter 216, Failed to Run Away. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy.
Is this what Brother Qian wanted to talk about?
Gongsun Yu asked, a frown creasing his brow. Qian Lufang was not bothered by it and continued to speak. If anyone else were to try to take advantage of this relationship, I'm afraid that the manor head would still be worried.
However, it's a different case for you, Brother Gongsun.
You have been the manor head's faithful aide from the start, and you've gained his heartfelt trust.
Not to mention, you've been acquainted with Qin Weiwei for many years. Only the thin veil of the paper window stands in your way.
You could say that, compared to other people, you could attain twice the results with half the effort.
On account of our relationship, I am naturally in support of your success. But alas, there has been a development in the situation, and I cannot help but worry for you, Brother Gongsun.
Development?
Gongsun Yu asked dubiously, what kind of development?
Qian Lufang was stunned and replied, don't tell me you are this naive, Brother Gongsun?
Do you not know of the words love rival, ?
Love rival?
Gongsun Yu asked.
Anxiety was reflected in his eyes as he asked his friend to elaborate.
Let me ask you this, are you aware that Qin Weiwei promoted Yan Xiu as East Arrival Cave's cave master?
Yan Xiu?
Evidently, Gongsun Yu already knew about this matter. When Qin Weiwei had been in danger at East Arrival Cave, he had bumped into Yan Xiu. He still clearly remembered how he'd made the man kneel with a single strike of his spear.
Gongsun Yu felt utter contempt for that old man who choked as he called himself decrepit and incompetent.
Gongsun Yu asked, the love rival that Brother Qian mentioned isn't referring to Yan Xiu, right? With his capabilities, how can he hope to manage East Arrival Cave? It's not likely to go smoothly, and does he think Miao Yi is a pushover? You know how Miao Yi is.
He has no regard for even your mountain chieftain Xiong Shao.
How can that mere Yan Xiu ever hope to restrain him? If my predictions are correct, I'm afraid Miao Yi is still calling the shots at East Arrival Cave. Yan Xiu can forget about getting involved. Do you think that old coot is worthy of the title love rival? Brother Qian, you haven't drunk too much wine, have you?
Muddle-headed.
You are absolutely muddle-headed.
Qian Lufang exclaimed with a distressed expression on his face.
He pointed at Gongsun Yu repeatedly and added, I am not talking about Yan Xiu. The one I am referring to is precisely Miao Yi. Don't tell me you cannot see it?
Miao Yi?
Gongsun Yu was surprised, but soon after, he shook his head and laughed. I am more aware of the matters at Mount Coming Sea than you are. It is not possible for Miao Yi. He was on the edge of mentioning that Miao Yi was an egotistical bastard and had always been at odds with Qin Weiwei. If it weren't for Yang Qing restraining their actions, they would probably be at each other's throats already. How is it not possible? Qian Lufang then explained, can Brother Gongsun not see it? Since Brother Gongsun is aware that it is not possible for a man of Yan Xiu's caliber to manage East Arrival Cave, then why did Qin Weiwei break custom and promote him to cave master? The reason is obvious, Qin Weiwei is looking out for Miao Yi. Why is she looking out for Miao Yi? I've heard some rumors outside saying that Qin Weiwei has been in love with Miao Yi ever since he risked his life to save her, which is why she's taking care of him this time. If Brother Gongsun has affection for Qin Weiwei, how can you not notice this? What rumors? And falling head over heels? It was all just nonsense that he'd fabricated. He was actually under Xiong Zhao's instructions to incite conflict. Qian Lufang, don't tell me you were sent by Xiong Zhao to try and sow discord?
Gongsun Yu shouted as he suddenly slammed the table and stood up, a menacing cold gaze in his eyes. The grudge between Xiong Zhao and Miao Yi was already public knowledge. For him to come over at this time and talk about this, it was hard not to be doubtful. Gongsun Yu was no fool, after all. You really treat my goodwill with malice. Qian Lufang also stood up brusquely. He pointed at Gongsun Yu's nose and shouted, I did not want to say it, but you were determined to make me speak. Once I did, you then accuse me of sowing discord. Humph. Gongsun Yu, don't you think you're too full of yourself? Sowing discord?
Even if there was a grudge between our mountain chieftain and Miao Yi, would I need to look for you in Sao discord? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Sowing discord between you two? Are you able to kill Miao Yi? Are you a match for Miao Yi?
For him to be sent over to Sao discord, he clearly had a couple tricks up his sleeve. Even a patient man had his limits. Gong Sun Yu's face darkened at being so belittled, and he said, I shall not send you off.
Goodbye.
Qian Lufang slammed the table as well. He turned around and kicked the chair over, fuming with anger as he left. As he saw the figure disappearing outside the hall, Gong Sun Yu's expression eased slightly, yet remained dark at the same time. As his anger dissipated, he thought about what the other person said and figured his words were not wholly unfounded. He was indeed not a match for Miao Yi, so did Xiong Xiao really need to look for him as someone to sow discord with?
Miao Yi?
Gong Sun Yu was deep in thought as he remembered the scene back at Mount Calming Sea. At that time, Qin Weiwei seemed to have lost her composure because of Miao Yi.
Why did she lose her composure? Could it really be?
Some things should not be contemplated because the more they're thought about, the easier it is to become paranoid, to find them more suspicious, and one ends up fixating on them more and more. After being egged on by Qian Lufang, Gong Sun Yu's mind was full of even more doubt. When he came to his senses, Gong Sun Yu was surprised to find that he had no idea when he'd made his way to the courtyard.
A messenger azure eagle flew off from the mountain forest near to East Arrival Cave. It was headed towards the School of Blue Jade. The biggest difference between this kind of messenger azure eagle and a spirit eagle was that the former could only send a message between two predetermined locations, whereas the spirit eagle was more flexible. In the forest, after quietly releasing the azure eagle, Yuan Fan and Lai Yuhan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Their master Hong Changhai had been very anxious about them. Yet little did he know that the former cave master was a restless person, who constantly dragged everyone into vicious battles and stirred up trouble. It was not easy for things to finally settle down for the time being, and some matters could not be explained so quickly. The reconstruction of East Arrival Cave continued on under the blazing sun. 3,000 common folk labored to cut wood and chisel stone.
One after the other, large logs were transported down the mountain and giant stones were gathered.
The entire East Arrival Cave became one large construction site. Miao Yi went to the nearby mountains and found Yao Ruoxian to complain to. Senior Yao, I have decided to leave with you. You have made up your mind? That's right. I have made up my mind.
To be demoted from a cave master to a horse deputy, I am completely disheartened.
There is no longer any meaning in staying here. Please take me away. You should have done this in the first place. What good is there in being some crummy cave master? Go and remove your immortal records first. Afterwards, I'll take you to see the broader world outside. It's definitely better than being cooped up here. There is no way to remove it.
Since I've been demoted from a cave master to a horse deputy, you should know that I've lost the affection of my manor head. Previously, I did ask to have my immortal records removed, but the manor head was not willing. But
Yao Ruoxian's face darkened as he thought, what kind of joke is this? If I brought you away, someone who has an immortal record, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? When that happens, I will have to suffer the same punishment. Brat, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Don't think you can intimidate me with this.
Let me tell you, if the tiny mantids still don't heed my commands once the 10-year period is up, I will butcher you.
I know. I didn't mean anything by it. I was really just bored from staying here. Since there's no way forward, I decided to make other plans. Why don't you bring me with you and we can run away secretly? Beat it! Miao Yi's scream suddenly echoed.
He then walked miserably out of the mountain forest, cursing and swearing, wearing a large footprint stamped on his rear end. The weather grew warmer, and spring fell upon the land as the mountains turned green and the flowers bloomed crimson.
After 2 months of hard labor from the East Arrival City's crew of 3,000 skilled craftsmen, the rebuilding of East Arrival Cave was finally complete. Its size was now much larger than it was before. After all, the forces of East Arrival Cave had expanded as well. Cave Master Yan Xiu did not have the luxury of staying in the most extravagant courtyard in the entire East Arrival Cave, seeing his horse deputy Miao Yi had claimed it already. The funds for rebuilding East Arrival Cave all came from horse deputy Miao Yi, so naturally, he'd confidently decided to stay there. As soon as he stepped into his new residence, still smelling of paint, Miao Yi called Qianer and Shui'er over and said, "From this day forth, I will be in closed-door cultivation. Both of you have to work hard as well and quickly raise your own cultivations to the great scale. That way you can help me more effectively." "Understood," the two girls said. Miao Yi turned around and left. He entered into his silent quarters, sat cross-legged on the stone couch and tossed a mid-grade orb of wool that was the size of a pearl into his mouth. And from that day onwards, Miao Yi entered into a tranquil, closed-door meditation state, which was difficult to attain. He let Yan Xiu handle most matters, and unless it was something very important, he did not allow anyone to disturb him. At the moment there was nothing going on that was very important either. To a person in cultivation, once they became focused, a year's time could pass by like the flick of a finger. He shut his ears to the affairs of the outside world. In the blink of an eye, snow started to fall again. Within the silent quarters, Miao Yi was still sitting cross-legged on the stone couch, his eyes closed like a stone statue. Then, he noticed Qianer coming inside to report, "Master, the cave master requests your presence." His eyes still closed, Miao Yi murmured, "What is the matter?" Qianer replied, "East Arrival City's harvest for this year has already been gathered. The cave master is asking about the matter of heading to Mount Comingxi for the handover. I am now East Arrival Cave's horse deputy, so there is no need for me to go. Let him bring someone else. Have Yuan Fong and Lai Yuhan escort him." "Understood. Go make something delicious and then find a way to invite Senior Yao to stay over for a couple days." Now, it was worth mentioning that Qianer and Shui'er had already familiarized themselves with Yao Ruoxian. This was because the two of them were always sending food over to Yao Ruoxian. Miao Yi would sometimes toss over a flagon of fine wine and have the two of them go off to improve their acquaintance, causing Yao Ruoxian to praise the wine and always eagerly await the two girls' visits. After some time, it seemed that the two girls had caught his interest, and they would actually receive some pointers on their cultivation from Yao Ruoxian. It was not known whether Miao Yi's fine wine had any effect in this. There was one time when the two girls came back and reported that Yao Ruoxian had actually asked them to give up on the cultivation method handed down to them by Yan Xiu, then offered to hand down a much better method for the both of them to cultivate in. When Miao Yi heard this, he was a little suspicious as to whether that old zombie was eyeing his handmaidens. After some further questioning, he realized that he was being overly sensitive, and instantly gave his approval. In terms of cultivation, Yao Ruoxian was definitely much better than Yan Xiu, so Miao Yi was happy to see what they would become. He was just a bit disgruntled, wondering why that old demon was not this nice to him. Now that he'd let Yan Xiu bring away the cave's experts, there was no one to protect it, and it was no longer safe. Therefore, he could only have the two girls lure Yao Ruoxian over. In case something happened, he was not counting on Yao Ruoxian's help, but on account of the two girls, as well as the fact that they could be said to have somewhat of a master-student relationship, there was the possibility that he'd at least warn them beforehand, right? Understood. As soon as Qianer left his silent quarters, Miao Yi did an internal examination of the progress of his cultivation. When his cultivation had risen to White Lotus 3rd grade, he realized that he would still need 20 low-grade orbs of will to raise his cultivation to White Lotus 4th grade. Since his journey to the Sea of Constellations, he had refined about 5 orbs. And he'd almost refined half of the orb of will currently in his mouth from the closed-door cultivation this time. He should be almost there after refining another 10 orbs of will. With his current speed of refining 1 low-grade orb of will every 2 months, it should take less than 2 years' worth of time. As they trod through a path of wind and snow,
Yan Xiu was leading a group of 6 steeds straight towards Mount Comingxi. He was just about to reach Mount Comingxi when he was stopped by someone right at the entrance of the mountain. To be exact, he was not stopped. It was more like that person had been waiting for the people of East Arrival Cave to arrive. And that person was none other than Long Viridescent Cave's Cave Master Gongsun Yu.
Cave Master Gongsun. Yan Xiu replied, feeling somewhat cautious as he cupped his fists.
He had come with the tribute.
If anything happened, he couldn't shoulder the responsibility.
One must know that he was now the cave master of East Arrival Cave. If something were to happen, he would be the first person to be blamed.
But after seeing the 2 bodyguards at his side, Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan, his heart was slightly calmer. Gongsun Yu really did not hold Yan Xiu in any regard.
After casually cupping his fists and replying to Yan Xiu's greeting, he cast a probing gaze at the troops behind Yan Xiu. When he did not see the person he wanted to see, he could not help but ask curiously, "Cave Master Yan, why do I not see Brother Miao with you?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 217, Discreetly Cultivating. Chapter 217, Discreetly Cultivating. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy.
The brother Miao he was referring to was obviously Miao Yi. He completely didn't regard the current East Arrival Cave Master as an equal, and instead focused on the former Cave Master, making the others feel somewhat awkward. Even Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan glowered a little at Gongsun Yu. Both of them were now also part of East Arrival Cave. Gongsun Yu's words and actions appeared to be slighting East Arrival Cave. After all, while Yan Xiu was out, he represented East Arrival Cave.
However, Yan Xiu was self-aware.
He knew that in the scenario where a butcher hangs a goat's head but sells dog meat, he was the goat's head.
He wasn't too offended and replied, "He is currently in closed-door cultivation." Gongsun Yu replied with an "Oh." When he noticed the cold gazes from the 2 Blue Lotus experts, his nerves were shaken. Without another word, he turned his dragon steed around, and led his men in a gallop to Mount Comingxi. Yan Xiu also gathered his men and followed suit. As soon as they reached Mount Comingxi, the 2 of them were brought by little Auntie Lulu into the loft where Mountain Chieftain Qin Weiwei handled the daily affairs of Mount Comingxi. After the tributes were handed over, Qin Weiwei held onto East Arrival Cave's Jade Archive report, appearing a little distracted, before asking, "Horse Deputy Miao Yi has not been giving you trouble, I hope?" To the side, Gongsun Yu immediately cast a scrutinizing gaze over at Qin Weiwei, and observed the changes in her expression. Yan Xiu laughed bitterly to himself. Even though he was officially the cave master of East Arrival Cave, but evidently, the one in East Arrival Cave that truly deserved everyone's concern was still Miao Yi. How could they not?
Miao Yi twice led the defense of East Arrival Cave against assaults from formidable foes, and forcefully turned the tides.
Miao Yi's battle record was outstanding.
Between the 2 manors, and in thriving 10,000 Manor, his fame was widespread. When East Arrival Cave was mentioned, everyone seemed to acknowledge the former cave master more. At least, this seemed obvious to Yan Xiu for the short time that he had been representing East Arrival Cave, and brushing with the outside world. Faced with the mountain chieftain's question, Yan Xiu replied, "Horse Deputy Miao is very dutiful to his task, and is very cooperative with me."
Qin Weiwei nodded, and asked, "Did he come with you this time?"
Yan Xiu replied, "No, he did not." Gongsun Yu was quietly observing, and noticed a hint of something within Qin Weiwei's gaze, disappointment, as if she was a little disappointed that Miao Yi hadn't come.
What was she disappointed about? Don't tell me she wanted to see Miao Yi? He thought.
Gongsun Yu felt something pull on the back of his mind. He appeared to have noticed something from his fixation. Qin Weiwei raised her head to look at Yan Xiu, and asked, "What has he been doing for the past year?" Yan Xiu replied, "Besides doing his own duties, he practically never left his quarters and was always in closed-door cultivation." As soon as she heard this, Qin Weiwei was a little hesitant to speak. For the always mischievous Miao Yi to actually be so obedient, she couldn't help but suspect that he was still brooding, displeased over being demoted to horse deputy, and expressing his resistance with silence.
However, in the end, she didn't say anything strange by asking about it.
To Gong Sun Yu, she looked a little too concerned.
Does a mountain chieftain like yourself need to be so concerned with the horse deputy of a single abode? Hong Mian and Lulu also quietly shared a glance. After completing his duty of handing over the tribute for this year, Yan Xiu hadn't yet earned the right to accompany the mountain chieftain to deliver it to South Edict Manor. However, he did manage to bring back a piece of unfavorable news for Miao Yi. It seemed Xiong Sha was also spending most of his time cultivating. His cultivation had undergone another breakthrough, and reached Blue Lotus first grade. I see. Don't forget to send a list of remunerations over to Mount Returning Loyalty every year. Regarding Xiongxiao's cultivation breaking through to another level, Miao Yi was not surprised at all.
It seemed that being in a state of focused cultivation for nearly a year had allowed Miao Yi's temperament to mellow.
Miao Yi only came out to say a few words and meet with everyone.
After he handed over the expected wages, he returned back to his closed-door cultivation. He made it impossible for Yuan Fang and the others to try digging up any dirt, because they barely had any chance to even see Miao Yi's face.
Miao Yi had truly immersed himself in a state of closed-door cultivation. He now had sufficient orbs of will, a temporary safe haven to cultivate, and a bunch of subordinates to protect him. He also had 100,000 followers supplementing him with cultivation resources, as well as the care of his handmaidens, so it was a given that he was well provided for. He also did not need to waste his time dealing with affairs that demanded the cave master presence. Yan Xiu was there to handle these. In a manner of speaking, he had nothing to worry about, and could focus single-heartedly on his cultivation. Such a state of cultivation was coveted by many loose cultivators, and disciples of the various sections. Even Miao Yi himself could feel it as he mellowed.
Not only did loose cultivators lack 100,000 followers to supplement every aspect of their livelihood, the safety of their environment was always a constant worry, and they had to fight for limited cultivation resources. Normally, loose cultivators did not dare to steal from the people under the jurisdiction of the six sages either, so the poor and miserly could only fight amongst themselves. It was a negative cycle of poverty and brutality, creating a difficult environment to survive in, let alone having the necessary amount of orbs of will. That was, of course, unless they had a patron to support them.
This was also the reason why many loose cultivators dreamed of entering the system.
In normal situations, there was at least no need to worry about ensuring their safety. They would even be able to earn a fixed amount of cultivation resources. Even if the disciples of the various schools had slightly better livelihoods than loose cultivators, the schools themselves required a source for their cultivation resources to support those disciples of theirs. Not only did those disciples need to handle menial chores, they had to go around and handle various tasks for their masters.
Fighting and killing, mining, or even things like gathering herbs were commonly done.
Otherwise, no school would have their cultivation resources simply fall into your lap to support you. Miao Yi lay unmoving like a stone statue in his silent quarters, while time outside just flew him by.
Another year passed and the time for tributes had come again. It was still Yan Xiu leading the troops over.
Miao Yi was again nowhere to be seen. It was as though he was slowly fading away from the eyes of the people within both manors. For him to suddenly become so inconspicuous to the point that there was barely any news of him at all prompted Mount Comingsi to send Hong Mian over from their side to investigate. When all the people of East Arrival Cave were called to assemble, Miao Yi arrived for a brief moment. He hid the furthest behind everyone else, alone and quiet, as though he was truly a lowly horse deputy. Hong Mian ground her teeth slightly at the sight of this.
As soon as Hong Mian left, Miao Yi continued his closed-door cultivation. After Hong Mian returned to Mount Comingsi, she was immediately met with Qin Weiwei's interrogation. "How is East Arrival Cave's situation?" Qin Weiwei asked.
Reporting to the mountain chieftain.
"Everything is normal. Miao Yi did not cause any trouble for Yan Xiu, I hope?"
Xin Weiwei always beat about the bush, and used this as an excuse to dig up some information on a certain someone's situation. Hong Mian more or less understood her intentions, and knew what she was concerned about, so she replied, "No, he didn't. All I saw was that all of East Arrival Cave's affairs were handled by Yan Xiu."
Miao Yi was being very low-key, to the point that he was unwilling to meet me. It seemed he didn't have even the slightest intention of speaking with me. Xin Weiwei fell silent. After a moment, she solemnly asked, "Did it seem to you that he was unresigned about being demoted to a horse deputy?" Hong Mian shook her head and replied, "It didn't seem that way."
From his words and actions, his entire being seemed very tranquil, but
Xin Weiwei creased her brows and asked, "Then could it be that, against our expectations, Yan Xiu has completely taken over East Arrival Cave? Could Yan Xiu be suppressing him?"
Hong Mian did not know whether to laugh or cry as she thought, "If you really want to go have a look, then go make the trip and see for yourself.
Even though you are the mountain chieftain, there is no need for a woman to be this rigid, right? If you want to let the other person understand something, then you should just directly express it to him. If you don't say it out loud, how would you know how the other person feels? If you are always this rigid, how would the other party know how you feel?"
Lu felt a little helpless. Even though she already had some idea of Qin Weiwei's feelings, she thought that it would be unwise to directly ask her about it. She was scared that this seemingly strong and dauntless mountain chieftain would be intimidated back into her shell.
"I didn't see any signs of him enduring any suppression.
Even though he was very discreet, I could see the way the rest of them treated him, it was still very respectful. Even while he was being discreet about it, his position within East Arrival Cave is still very high. The resident manor that belongs to the cave master is still occupied by him. Yan Xiu had nothing to do with it."
Hong Mian replied.
Qin Weiwei's teeth gently pressed down on her red lips, she was speechless. It was not only her. Even manor head Yang Qing was a little surprised. Even though Yang Qing treated Miao Yi favorably, but for himself, he had to deal with two manors.
He couldn't always focus merely on Miao Yi.
There were still many people and affairs within the two manors that were much more important to Yang Qing than him. However, after not hearing any news of Miao Yi for some time, a day naturally came when he recalled Miao Yi's existence. He inquired a little from Qin Weiwei, but she would not reveal that anything was amiss, and would only say that Miao Yi had been very obedient, that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Qing immediately felt that it was strange, so Cheng Ju had to inadvertently take a quick look at East Arrival Cave.
It was almost the same as when Hong Mian came to East Arrival Cave.
Miao Yi still hid at the back of the crowd at all times. It was absurd how discreet he was being, he didn't have any intention of meeting Cheng Ju.
Cheng Ju clearly had a more blithe personality than Cheng Mei. Using the fact that they knew each other to her advantage, she took the initiative to stop him and have a conversation, asking, "How does it feel to become a horse deputy?" Miao Yi courteously replied, "Not bad." "Not bad?"
Cheng Ju rolled her eyes, then smiled as she said, "Do you want me to say a few good words in front of the manor head, and help reinstate your position?" Miao shook his head, and replied, "I am grateful for little auntie's kind offer, but I am quite satisfied with where I am now." Regardless of how Cheng Ju asked, Miao always maintained a courteous manner while replying, and seemed little perturbed by anything, not allowing Cheng Ju to discern any of his feelings. As soon as Cheng Ju returned to South Edict Manor, her report to Yang Qing was pretty much the same as Hong Mian's. Yang Qing immediately found it strange, and said, "Did this brat really turn over a new leaf, or did he become obedient after being punished by me?"
It was not important what the people outside thought.
For Miao Yi himself, he had to make the most of his time, and raise his own strength.
"I don't give a rat's ass about reinstating my position. I'm no longer interested in the cave master's seat.
If I had to choose, I would choose to be a mountain chieftain. There would be a day when he would exhaust the resources in his hands. He could not simply go to the Sea of Constellations and rob again. After going there once, he understood that he may not be lucky enough to come back with his life every time he went to the Sea of Constellations. It would be best to first obtain a stable position with a high income.
For example, the mountain chieftain's position.
He knew that his major disadvantage was that his cultivation wasn't high enough. Right now, he had to take advantage of his surrounding environment to quickly raise his own cultivation. Only when he himself had unfaltering strength would he truly have capital. Continue to pay out of his own pocket for a group of men to protect him wasn't viable in the long run. He couldn't afford it.
However, he knew he had an advantage.
So long as he had enough orbs of will, his cultivation speed would be much faster than the average person. He still had a chance of eliminating Xiong Xiao. Furthermore, after gaining some experience, he had slowly matured.
He now had a long-term plan in mind.
The next time he made a move against Xiong Xiao, he would not simply kill him off. There was no need to do something that benefited others. If he killed Xiong Xiao now, he would be doing exactly that. Then next time he wanted to be promoted, he would have to clash with someone again. Why go through all that trouble? Therefore, if he were to actually make a move, he would take Xiong Xiao's life and his position for himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 217, Discreetly Cultivating. Chapter 217, Discreetly Cultivating. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy.
The brother Miao he was referring to was obviously Miao Yi. He completely didn't regard the current East arrival cavemaster as an equal, and instead focused on the former cavemaster, making the others feel somewhat awkward. Even Yuan Fong and Lai Yuhan glowered a little at Gongsun Yu. Both of them were now also part of East arrival cave. Gongsun Yu's words and actions appeared to be slighting East arrival cave. After all, while Yan Xiu was out, he represented East arrival cave.
However, Yan Xiu was self-aware.
He knew that in the scenario where a butcher hangs a goat's head but sells dog meat, he was the goat's head. He wasn't too offended and replied, "He is currently in closed-door cultivation."
Gongsun Yu replied with an "Oh." When he noticed the cold gazes from the two Blue Lotus experts, his nerves were shaken. Without another word, he turned his dragon steed around and led his men in a gallop to Mount Calming Sea. Yan Xiu also gathered his men and followed suit. As soon as they reached Mount Calming Sea, the two of them were brought by little Auntie Lulu into the loft where Mountain Chieftain Qin Weiwei handled the daily affairs of Mount Calming Sea. After the tributes were handed over, Qin Weiwei held onto East Arrival Cave's Jade Archive report, appearing a little distracted, before asking, "Horse Deputy Miao Yi has not been giving you trouble, I hope?" To the side, Gongsun Yu immediately cast a scrutinizing gaze over at Qin Weiwei, and observed the changes in her expression. Yan Xiu laughed bitterly to himself. Even though he was officially the cave master of East Arrival Cave, but evidently, the one in East Arrival Cave that truly deserved everyone's concern was still Miao Yi. How could they not?
Miao Yi twice led the defense of East Arrival Cave against assaults from formidable foes, and forcefully turned the tides.
Miao Yi's battle record was outstanding.
Between the two manors, and in thriving 10,000 Manor, his fame was widespread. When East Arrival Cave was mentioned, everyone seemed to acknowledge the former cave master more. At least, this seemed obvious to Yan Xiu for the short time that he had been representing East Arrival Cave, and brushing with the outside world. Faced with the mountain chieftain's question, Yan Xiu replied, "Horse Deputy Miao is very dutiful to his task, and is very cooperative with me."
Qin Weiwei nodded, and asked, "Did he come with you this time?"
Yan Xiu replied, "No, he did not." Gongsun Yu was quietly observing, and noticed a hint of something within Qin Weiwei's gaze, disappointment, as if she was a little disappointed that Miao Yi hadn't come.
What was she disappointed about? Don't tell me she wanted to see Miao Yi? He thought.
Gongsun Yu felt something pull on the back of his mind. He appeared to have noticed something from his fixation. Qin Weiwei raised her head to look at Yan Xiu, and asked, "What has he been doing for the past year?" Yan Xiu replied, besides doing his own duties, he practically never left his quarters and was always in closed-door cultivation. As soon as she heard this, Qin Weiwei was a little hesitant to speak. For the always mischievous Miao Yi to actually be so obedient, she couldn't help but suspect that he was still brooding, displeased over being demoted to horse deputy, and expressing his resistance with silence.
However, in the end, she didn't say anything strange by asking about it.
To Gong Sun Yu, she looked a little too concerned.
Does a mountain chieftain like yourself need to be so concerned with the horse deputy of a single abode? Hong Mian and Lulu also quietly shared a glance. After completing his duty of handing over the tribute for this year, Yan Xiu hadn't yet earned the right to accompany the mountain chieftain to deliver it to South Edict Manor. However, he did manage to bring back a piece of unfavorable news for Miao Yi. It seemed Xiong Xiao was also spending most of his time cultivating. His cultivation had undergone another breakthrough, and reached Blue Lotus first grade. I see.
Don't forget to send a list of remunerations over to Mount Returning Loyalty every year.
Regarding Xiong Xiao's cultivation breaking through to another level, Miao Yi was not surprised at all.
It seemed that being in a state of focused cultivation for nearly a year had allowed Miao Yi's temperament to mellow.
Miao Yi only came out to say a few words and meet with everyone.
After he handed over the expected wages, he returned back to his closed-door cultivation. He made it impossible for Yuan Fang and the others to try digging up any dirt, because they barely had any chance to even see Miao Yi's face.
Miao Yi had truly immersed himself in a state of closed-door cultivation. He now had sufficient orbs of will, a temporary safe haven to cultivate, and a bunch of subordinates to protect him. He also had 100,000 followers supplementing him with cultivation resources, as well as the care of his handmaidens, so it was a given that he was well provided for. He also did not need to waste his time dealing with affairs that demanded the cave master presence. Yan Xiu was there to handle these. In a manner of speaking, he had nothing to worry about, and could focus single-heartedly on his cultivation. Such a state of cultivation was coveted by many loose cultivators and disciples of the various sections. Even Miao Yi himself could feel it as he mellowed.
Not only did loose cultivators lack 100,000 followers to supplement the every aspect of their livelihood, the safety of their environment was always a constant worry, and they had to fight for limited cultivation resources. Normally, loose cultivators did not dare to steal from the people under the jurisdiction of the six sages either, so the poor and miserly could only fight amongst themselves. It was a negative cycle of poverty and brutality, creating a difficult environment to survive in, let alone having the necessary amount of orbs of will. That was, of course, unless they had a patron to support them.
This was also the reason why many loose cultivators dreamed of entering the system.
In normal situations, there was at least no need to worry about ensuring their safety. They would even be able to earn a fixed amount of cultivation resources. Even if the disciples of the various schools had slightly better livelihoods than loose cultivators, the schools themselves required a source for their cultivation resources to support those disciples of theirs. Not only did those disciples need to handle menial chores, they had to go around and handle various tasks for their masters.
Fighting and killing, mining, or even things like gathering herbs were commonly done.
Otherwise, no school would have their cultivation resources simply fall into your lap to support you. Miao Yi lay unmoving like a stone statue in his silent quarters, while time outside just flew him by.
Another year passed and the time for tributes had come again. It was still Yan Xiu leading the troops over.
Miao Yi was again nowhere to be seen. It was as though he was slowly fading away from the eyes of the people within both manors. For him to suddenly become so inconspicuous to the point that there was barely any news of him at all prompted Mount Kangxi to send Hong Mian over from their side to investigate. When all the people of East Arrival Cave were called to assemble, Miao Yi arrived for a brief moment. He hid the furthest behind everyone else, alone and quiet, as though he was truly a lowly horse deputy. Hong Mian ground her teeth slightly at the sight of this.
As soon as Hong Mian left, Miao Yi continued his closed-door cultivation. After Hong Mian returned to Mount Kangxi, she was immediately met with Qin Weiwei's interrogation. How is East Arrival Cave's situation? Qin Weiwei asked.
Reporting to the mountain chieftain.
Everything is normal. Miao Yi did not cause any trouble for Yin Xiu, I hope?
Qin Weiwei always beat about the bush, and used this as an excuse to dig up some information on a certain someone's situation. Hong Mian more or less understood her intentions, and knew what she was concerned about, so she replied, no, he didn't. All I saw was that all of East Arrival Cave's affairs were handled by Yin Xiu.
Miao Yi was being very low-key, to the point that he was unwilling to meet me. It seemed he didn't have even the slightest intention of speaking with me. Qin Weiwei fell silent. After a moment, she solemnly asked, did it seem to you that he was unresigned about being demoted to a horse deputy? Hong Mian shook her head and replied, it didn't seem that way.
From his words and actions, his entire being seemed very tranquil.
Qin Weiwei creased her brows and asked, then could it be that, against our expectations, Yan Xiu has completely taken over East Arrival Cave? Could Yan Xiu be suppressing him?
Hong Mian did not know whether to laugh or cry as she thought, if you really want to go have a look, then go make the trip and see for yourself.
Even though you are the mountain chieftain, there is no need for a woman to be this rigid, right?
If you want to let the other person understand something, then you should just directly express it to him.
If you don't say it out loud, how would you know how the other person feels?
If you are always this rigid, how would the other party know how you feel? Lu felt a little helpless. Even though she already had some idea of Qin Weiwei's feelings, she thought that it would be unwise to directly ask her about it. She was scared that this seemingly strong and dauntless mountain chieftain would be intimidated back into her shell.
I didn't see any signs of him enduring any suppression.
Even though he was very discreet, I could see the way the rest of them treated him, it was still very respectful. Even while he was being discreet about it, his position within East Arrival Cave is still very high. The resident manor that belongs to the cave master is still occupied by him.
Yan Xiu had nothing to do with it. Hong Mian replied.
Qin Weiwei's teeth gently pressed down on her red lips, she was speechless. It was not only her. Even manor head Yang Qing was a little surprised. Even though Yang Qing treated Miao Yi favorably, but for himself, he had to deal with two manors.
He couldn't always focus merely on Miao Yi.
There were still many people and affairs within the two manors that were much more important to Yang Qing than him. However, after not hearing any news of Miao Yi for some time, a day naturally came when he recalled Miao Yi's existence. He inquired a little from Qin Weiwei, but she would not reveal that anything was amiss, and would only say that Miao Yi had been very obedient, that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Qing immediately felt that it was strange, so Cheng Ju had to inadvertently take a quick look at East Arrival Cave.
It was almost the same as when Hong Mian came to East Arrival Cave.
Miao Yi still hid at the back of the crowd at all times. It was absurd how discreet he was being, he didn't have any intention of meeting Cheng Ju.
Cheng Ju clearly had a more blithe personality than Cheng Mei. Using the fact that they knew each other to her advantage, she took the initiative to stop him and have a conversation, asking, how does it feel to become a horse deputy?
Miao Yi courteously replied, not bad.
Not bad?
Cheng Ju rolled her eyes, then smiled as she said, do you want me to say a few good words in front of the manor head, and help reinstate your position? Miao shook his head, and replied, I am grateful for little auntie's kind offer, but I am quite satisfied with where I am now. Regardless of how Cheng Ju asked, Miao Yi always maintained a courteous manner while replying, and seemed little perturbed by anything, not allowing Cheng Ju to discern any of his feelings. As soon as Cheng Ju returned to South Edict Manor, her report to Yang Qing was pretty much the same as Hong Mian's. Yang Qing immediately found it strange, and said, did this brat really turn over a new leaf, or did he become obedient after being punished by me?
It was not important what the people outside thought.
For Miao Yi himself, he had to make the most of his time, and raise his own strength.
I don't give a rat's ass about reinstating my position. I'm no longer interested in the cave master's seat.
If I had to choose, I would choose to be a mountain chieftain. There would be a day when he would exhaust the resources in his hands. He could not simply go to the Sea of Constellations and rob again. After going there once, he understood that he may not be lucky enough to come back with his life every time he went to the Sea of Constellations. It would be best to first obtain a stable position with a high income.
For example, the mountain chieftain's position.
He knew that his major disadvantage was that his cultivation wasn't high enough. Right now, he had to take advantage of his surrounding environment to quickly raise his own cultivation. Only when he himself had unfaltering strength would he truly have capital. Continue to pay out of his own pocket for a group of men to protect him wasn't viable in the long run. He couldn't afford it.
However, he knew he had an advantage.
So long as he had enough orbs of will, his cultivation speed would be much faster than the average person. He still had a chance of eliminating Xiong Xiao. Furthermore, after gaining some experience, he had slowly matured.
He now had a long-term plan in mind.
The next time he made a move against Xiong Xiao, he would not simply kill him off. There was no need to do something that benefited others. If he killed Xiong Xiao now, he would be doing exactly that. Then next time he wanted to be promoted, he would have to clash with someone again. Why go through all that trouble? Therefore, if he were to actually make a move, he would take Xiong Xiao's life and his position for himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 218, Master is a Tycoon. Chapter 218, Master is a Tycoon. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy.
Miao Yi had also been keeping tabs on Xiong Xiao's movements, utilizing the School of Blue Jade. Currently, the relationship between the School of Blue Jade and South Edict Manor was no longer as strained as it was before, so it wasn't that troublesome to get in touch with Yuan Fang and the others. What he found strange was that the situation on Xiong Xiao's end was almost similar to his. Xiong Xiao was using most of his time in closed-door cultivation. It seemed like he was also in a rush to raise his own cultivation, and wasn't hard-pressed on seeking Miao Yi out for revenge. Compared to taking revenge on Miao Yi, it seemed he prioritized raising his cultivation more. Deep in the mountains, in a waterside pavilion in the abode of immortals. Summer was coming to an end. Within the silent quarters, Miao Yi was sitting cross-legged like a statue when suddenly, the faint silhouette of a four-petaled white lotus shone from his forehead. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a mystifying glow. Originally, he would have needed little more than 3 years for his cultivation to break through to White Lotus 4th grade, but because of interference from several other matters, he spent nearly 4 years before finally breaking through.
Miao Yi was neither surprised nor delighted. It wasn't anything to be joyous about either.
The fact of the matter was, all his subordinates in East Arrival Cave have higher cultivations than him. Even Yanxiu had already broken through to White Lotus 4th grade last year. After he quietly conducted an internal examination, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, it doubled again. Based on his past experience, he estimated that it would require around 40 low-grade orbs of will if he wanted to break through to White Lotus 5th grade. 40 orbs wasn't such a large sum to him right now, but it was quite frightening that it would continue to double this way. Roughly calculating, if he wanted his cultivation to break through to the Blue Lotus realm, just breaking through from White Lotus 9th grade to Blue Lotus 1st grade alone would require over 1,000 low-grade orbs of will, and the amount necessary to break through from Blue Lotus 3rd grade to Blue Lotus 4th grade would be over 10,000 already. When he reached the later Blue Lotus stages, the amount of orbs of will he needed to spend would be numbered in hundreds of thousands. Miao Yi found it a little difficult to imagine how many orbs of will a Red Lotus cultivator such as those of the Hall Master rank would need to use. It was no wonder cultivation took so many years. Even if there were enough orbs of will, one would still need to persevere through an unreasonably great length of time before the results would slowly reveal themselves. Thus, it was easy to imagine what life was like for those cultivators who did not have much orbs of will. No wonder Yuan Fang and the others had already become old men with merely a Blue Lotus 1st grade cultivation. To begin with, cultivators did not age easily. One could well imagine the number of years that would need to pass for a cultivator to become an old man. Alas, even though a cultivator had long lifespans, they spent more of their time in solitary cultivation, and might not even be as happy as mortal in their short lives. There was no point in thinking about how to cross that bridge until one got to it. Why did he need to think so hard for? Weren't there a lot of cultivators who had high cultivations, but still looked very young? Since someone else could do it, there was no reason why he couldn't do it too. Miao Yi gave himself a little motivation, and invoked his arts to refine the remaining half of the mid-grade orb of will in his mouth once more. As expected, once he examined his speed of refining orb of will more closely after breaking through to White Lotus 4th grade, his refining speed had clearly become much faster. Initially, when he was at the 3rd grade, he needed almost 2 months to refine a low-grade orb of will, so he could only refine 6 orbs in a single year. Now it seemed like he would be able to refine 9 orbs in a year, essentially needing only around a month to refine 1 orb. Based on these calculations, it would only take him a little over 4 years to finish the 40 orbs of will necessary to break through to the 5th grade. As soon as he had a rough figure in his mind, he was about to continue cultivating, when he was surprised by good news. Shan Hai and Shui Er voices called out from outside the silent quarters, and said, "Shan Hai, Shui Er, we request to see Master." Still seated in his cross-legged posture, Miao Yi slowly opened his eyes. He could feel there was something different about the 2 girls' tone, so he said, "Enter." The 2 girls entered side by side. When they reached the pond, they separated and circled around from the sides. They came to a stop in front of the stone seat, before standing together once more, and lowered their bodies in greeting. Both of them had an ecstatic expression on their faces, and their eyes held a brilliant shine.
"What is the matter?" Miao Yi asked.
The 2 lively girls shared a look and nodded. When they looked towards Miao Yi again, a ripple of transcendence energy surged from their bodies as the shadow of a single-petaled white lotus flower shone on their foreheads. Miao Yi was taken aback at first, but soon let out a hearty laugh. "It turns out that both of your cultivations have entered the great scale."
Good, good, good. Truly one joyous news after another.
Seeing their master happy, the 2 girls revealed brilliant smiles as well, thinking that the consecutive news he was referring to was how the both of them had broken through to White Lotus 1st grade together. They didn't know that Miao Yi was referring to how his own cultivation had also broken through to White Lotus 4th grade. The 2 joyous news was referring to how both master and handmaidens had broken through together. After he finished rejoicing, Miao Yi studied the 2 girls once more, feeling a little melancholic. Their cultivations were truly at White Lotus 1st grade. Thinking back to when the 2 girls first began following him, he had only just arrived in East Arrival Cave, and his cultivation was only at White Lotus 1st grade then. Now, the 2 girls had also broken through to White Lotus 1st grade in their cultivation. He remembered back then, the 2 girls were still a pair of snot-nosed brats. However, now they had already grown into very comely figures. They dressed with elegance, and were both charming on the outside, yet intelligent inside. Their skin was fair and soft, their lips lusciously red. They were poised and graceful, their bright eyes shining with a gleam that was all too alluring. Both of these fine young ladies had truly become women. How many years had passed already, Miao Yi sounded a little hesitant as he asked, "The both of you have followed me for almost 7 years now, right?" The 2 girls also suddenly realized the same after hearing him speak. They looked at one another, then nodded simultaneously and said, "A little over 7 years.
7 years, muttered Miao Yi.
He remembered how back when he was cultivating on the island, he only spent 4 years to break through to White Lotus 1st grade. On the other hand, the 2 girls spent a whole 7 years for their first step. It seemed they were much slower than he was back then. He wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for Yao Ruoxian giving them advice midway, and if the 2 girls had continued to only cultivate under Yen Xiao, they would probably have spent over 10 years for this first step. Seeing their master so quiet, the 2 girls were somewhat restless because they had been pushed to come in by Yao Ruoxian. He was just outside. After reminiscing for a moment, Miao Yi snapped back to reality and chuckled, both of you are White Lotus first grade already.
In the future, it will be more convenient for you two to help me do tasks. A reward for the both of you. He reached into his robes and took out 2 storage rings. He held one in each palm and smiled. Take it. With your transcendence energy now, you will be able to use it. It will also be more convenient when you two need to take items.
The 2 girls both stepped forward and reached out with both hands to receive the rings. Then they excitedly said, "Thank you, Master." Originally, the both of them always addressed him as Cave Master, but recently, Miao Yi had the 2 of them change it. He told them that right now, Yan Xiu was still the Cave Master after all. It seemed to be a little lacking to just gift them with 2 rings. After Miao Yi gave it some thought, he reached into his storage ring again and took out 4 mid-grade orbs of will that gave off a gentle glow. As of now, both of you already have the ability to refine orbs of will. This orb of will help you to quickly raise your cultivation. For now, both of you will each take 2 orbs to use. It should last you two for some time. Come find me to get more when it isn't enough. If you two have anything you do not understand as you are using them, you can look to Senior Yao for advice. The 2 girls excitedly received the items and thanked Miao Yi again. You two don't have to worry about not having sufficient orbs of will to use. Just use them as you like. What's most important is to work hard and raise your cultivation. Only when your cultivation is high will you be able to better help me accomplish tasks. Miao Yi smiled as he swept his hand out and said, "Go then. Focus on your cultivation." Understood, the 2 girls excitedly left the silent quarters and no longer bothered his closed-door cultivation. As the 2 girls left the silent quarters and made their way into the courtyard outside the house, they saw Yao Ruoxian in the pavilion sneakily waving his hand at the 2 of them. The 2 girls immediately skipped over. Each girl held onto one of his arms as they excitedly said, "Teacher. Master really rewarded us." These 2 girls got along extremely well with Yao Ruoxian. Even though Yan Xiu was considered half their teacher as well, their time with Yan Xiu was a little more restricted. It wasn't because they wanted to play up to Yao Ruoxian due to his higher cultivation, but because Yao Ruoxian had a frivolous nature to begin with. He wasn't one for formalities, so the 2 of them found that they liked him. It was normal for youngsters to be playful after all. On the other hand, because Yan Xiu had to be conscious of the 2 of them being Miao Yi's handmaidens, he would always treat them like elder auntie and little auntie. He abided by the formalities closely, making both parties feel somewhat distant from one another. In contrast, Yao Ruoxian did not care about differences in status. Even the former cave master Miao would have to endure a beating when facing him. "Don't act like some pretentious cave master before me. I will beat a cave master up, just as I would beat anyone else up. Didn't I tell you? I already said that you two would be rewarded if you went inside to tell him the good news. That brat isn't a virtuous man, but he is still quite soft towards the people by his side," laughed Yao Ruoxian as he stroked his mess of a beard. "Hurry up and show me. Let me take a look at what that brat gave you too." The 2 girls immediately flashed out the items in their hands. On each of their palms was a storage ring and 2 mid-grade orbs of will. Normally, this reward was considered quite good for someone who just entered the White Lotus first grade. If it were anyone else, how would they be able to get a storage ring? 2 mid-grade orbs of will were already equivalent to 20 low-grade orbs of will. Yao Ruoxian took the storage rings from both their hands and imbued his transcendence energy inside to take a look. He thought that there would be something inside at first, but it turned out that they were empty. After he placed the storage rings back on the 2 girls' palms, he began grumbling peculiarly, "I thought he gifted you two something good. You two are his personal handmaidens after all, yet he only gifted so little. That brat is unbelievable. It seems he needs a beating." The 2 of them immediately stuck their tongues out in response. Shui'er shook her head and said, "Teacher, these 2 gifts are already quite significant. Many in East Arrival Cave don't even have a storage ring.
Xian'er also nodded and said, "That's right.
2 mid-grade orbs of will are equal to 20 low-grade orbs of will.
The others in East Arrival Cave won't even be able to obtain so many orbs of will in a year.
It is already enough for us to use for a long time."
Put.
Short-sighted girls.
You already consider these mere trinkets as treasures?
Yao Ruoxian rolled his eyes and sneered whilst he stroking his beard. "That master of yours is a small tycoon, he is practically swimming in wealth. Back when he was in the Sea of Constellations, he alone killed off 72 second-grade Yao cultivators and gathered all the treasures from the bodies of those 72 fort masters. In just storage rings alone, he has a staggering 200 pieces."
The two girls were shocked.
Now, they were aware that a second-grade Yao cultivator was on par with a Blue Lotus Realm cultivator. They couldn't imagine that their master had killed 72 of them by himself.
However, their master never mentioned this to them before. Nonetheless, the two of them always revered Miao Yi, and believed that it was normal for Miao Yi to be impressive. They had never seen Miao Yi not being able to accomplish something before. "Now do you know how rich your master actually is? This is fine and all, but most importantly, that brat has an immortal herb. Not your average immortal herb, but a divine treasure that is hard to come by even in tens of thousands of years. Just that immortal herb alone is worth more than my entire fortune. He is swimming in riches, yet he only gifted these few things to his personal handmaidens. He truly is too unbelievable. It's as if he's trying to brush you two off like beggars with just a few trinkets." Xian'er waved her hands and said, "It's not like this. Master said that we could just use the orbs of will as we please, and that we can go ask for more from him if we don't have enough. What's the use of just having orbs of will?" Yao Ruoxian said as he clapped his hands together. Then he shrugged and said, "You two are too simple-minded. Transcendent artifacts. What about the transcendent artifacts? The two of you should have your own transcendent artifacts at least. That way, you two will be able to protect yourselves somewhat in the event of danger, and not be sitting ducks." He swept his hand to the two of them, and added, "Go, go, go. That brat has plenty of materials for refining transcendent artifacts on him. Go ask him for more, and have him gift you two with some materials for refining transcendent artifacts. After that, I will personally refine a piece of transcendent artifacts for you two to call your own. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 219, Accidentally Consuming a Yao Core. Chapter 219, Accidentally Consuming a Yao Core. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. The two girls were a bit reluctant. Their master had gifted them so many things just now, so they didn't have the nerve to go inside again and disturb their master. On top of that, these two weren't Yao Ruoxian, they weren't as thick-skinned as he was. However, because both of them knew Yao Ruoxian for quite a while now, they had a few tricks up their sleeves in dealing with him. Shui'er quickly grabbed onto his arm and started swinging it innocently, then tried to switch the topic by saying, "Teacher, what are the materials used for refining transcendent artifacts?" On this topic, Yao Ruoxian was an expert, and naturally answered reflexively, "First, you naturally need the essence powder refined from crystal coins. Once you have enough essence powder, you will be able to smelt it into the initial form of the artifact. After that, you will require the appropriate Yao core to match it. Obviously, the blaze resins are necessary as well. That brat has a whole bunch of these. Go ask them from him quickly. Don't hesitate. I know that kid, if both of you ask for those items, he will definitely give them to you, but..." Xian'er immediately grabbed onto his other arm, and fluttered her eyelashes. "Teacher, what are blaze resins?" Yao Ruoxian flipped his hand over to show 3 pieces of crystals. He picked each of them up and explained, "This red one is the red blaze resin, the blue one is the blue blaze resin, and the gold one is the gold blaze resin. The gold one is the best." After he finished explaining the 3 types of blaze resins,
Shui'er swung his arm again and asked, "Teacher,
what does the Yao core look like?"
The girls secretly stole a look at each other. They were prepared to ask Yao Ruoxian to teach them the process of refining artifact using the Yao core, after he was done explaining the fundamentals of the Yao core.
Essentially, they would continue to ask questions until Yao Ruoxian had a headache.
Naturally after that, he would avoid their questions and run away.
Yao Ruoxian flipped his hand over once more, holding a pure white Yao core between his fingers. He proceeded to explain to the girls, "This is a first-grade Yao core. A blue color would mark one as a second grade, the red color, a third grade, the purple color is a fourth grade, and the gold color, a fifth grade. However, at the present, I have only seen the fourth grade Yao core, not the fifth grade Yao core. My guess is that the fifth grade Yao core is a bit impossible to encounter in the cultivation world, because after killing a Yao cultivator, the Yao core retrieved from them would decrease by a grade. For example, the second grade Yao cultivator will only yield a first grade Yao core. Think of the concept of retrieving a gold color fifth grade Yao core." He continued giving a detailed explanation to the girls. Charcoal let out a sneeze from under the roof, and turned to look at them. When Charcoal saw the Yao core on Yao Ruoxian's hand, its eyes widened and shone.
In one swift movement, Charcoal rose and began moving its hoofs. The dragon steed marched into the pavilion, and circled the three of them, nudging its head at Yao Ruoxian every now and then.
Because of Qianer and Shui'er, Yao Ruoxian would often come by to visit. Recently, he would occasionally stay for the night, which was why Charcoal had become familiar with him. Quite unlike the first time, when Charcoal would show fear around Yao Ruoxian.
Once he noticed Charcoal nudging at him and disturbing his teaching session with his disciples, Yao Ruoxian swiftly gave Charcoal's head a lump with a swing of his fist, and said, "Fat thief! Go off to the other side." Charcoal withdrew his head, and circled them once more, before going back towards Yao Ruoxian again. It nudged its head against him, with its nose sniffing at the Yao core on Yao Ruoxian's hand.
Yao Ruoxian was amused. "Fat thief, what do you think you're doing? You think this is something edible?"
Charcoal sneezed as if in reply to him. Then extended its slimy tongue, and licked the Yao core that Yao Ruoxian was still holding, as if it were a child licking candied haw on a stick. After Charcoal finished licking, it smacked its lips as if it had tasted something extremely appetizing. Yao Ruoxian was so disgusted with Charcoal's actions that he quickly wiped the slippery saliva off his hands onto his clothes. He kept holding onto the Yao core feeling annoyed, but he was a little amused at the same time.
"You really want to eat it? Harump!"
Charcoal nodded in reply, as if stating that it badly wanted to eat the Yao core.
Yao Ruoxian was instantly amused by Charcoal. With an evil expression, he said, "Fat thief! You really do want to eat it? Alright, I will give this to you. Don't blame me if you die after eating it." He casually tossed the Yao core over. Charcoal's response was fast, extending his neck. Charcoal swung its head and opened its mouth, catching the Yao core at the right moment, and gulped it down in an instant. Then he flicked his snake-like tail in a satisfied manner, and turned to leave. "Ha ha!"
Yao Ruoxian revealed a smirk as he watched Charcoal leaving. The girls glanced at each other. Shan Hai decided to ask, "Teacher,
you just said it might die from eating it. Will Charcoal be fine after eating the Yao core?"
Yao Ruoxian chuckled. It would be weirder if Charcoal was fine.
"What do you take the Yao core to be? Food? Of course it will die after consuming it. That fat thief is full of fat."
One look is all it takes to realize that this is the result of eating without consideration. Today I will give it a long hard lesson and help it lose weight. Shan Hai and Shui'er was stunned by his words and began to panic a little. "Teacher, this won't do. Charcoal is Master's mount. He treats Charcoal like his little brother. If anything bad were to happen to Charcoal, Master would be furious."
"Furious?"
Yao Ruoxian said in a disdainful tone. "He can throw a fit in front of you girls, but if he tries to make a scene in front of me, I will crush his skull into pieces."
"You can't. Make him spit it out quickly."
Shan Hai and Shui'er went into full panic mode. and ran towards charcoal to make it spit out the Yao core. They didn't expect Yao Ruoxian to suddenly block them from going forward, laughing, "Don't panic." He was willing to eat it, but I wasn't willing to give it to him. "Don't worry, he will not die. Charcoal will feel pain inside stomach, and when the pain is unbearable, he will spit it out. I only want to give this fat thief a lesson, that's all." After they listened to Yao Ruoxian's words, the girls let out a sigh of relief. They felt that Yao Ruoxian would never think of troubling them, and make their lives worse than before. However, Shan Hai was still uncertain about it, so she asked, "What if he doesn't spit it out?" "Doesn't spit it out?" "Then the energy of the Yao core will eat through his stomach and damage his inner organs. If that happens, the only path for charcoal will be death." "Ah!" The girls were once again shocked. "No need to panic. This fat thief isn't a fool, he's cunning. When he feels pain, he will naturally spit it out." Yao Ruoxian took out another Yao core and said, "Come. We will continue with the lecture." They decided to continue the lecture of the Yao core, but the girls were preoccupied in another matter. They occasionally checked on charcoal laying under the roof, flicking his tail every once in a while. When they realized that charcoal was fine, both of them eased down a little, and continued to listen to Yao Ruoxian's explanation of the Yao core. However, things never always went well. After charcoal nodding off a while ago, he suddenly widened his eyes, and stood up abruptly, then began galloping around the courtyard. The trio inside the pavilion turned their heads to watch charcoal's movements. Not long after that, they could all see that charcoal was moving erratically, like a drunkard. He then started flailing its head, as if in a drunken fit, making the hair at the nape of his neck into a complete mess. His movement became increasingly erratic. Charcoal swayed and swayed. Yao Ruoxian sat inside the pavilion and snickered, "Fat thief. Do you learn your lesson now? Teacher. Is he okay?" Shan Hai and Shui Er had nervous expressions on their faces. Yao Ruoxian confidently brushed their concerns aside, and said, "Don't worry. He will be fine once he spits out the Yao core. He should spit it out soon." However, there were moments where even an expert senior in the cultivation world would miscalculate. They could all see charcoal was breathing heavily as he swayed. He seemed to be losing his balance. The huffing breath began to sound more like a wind belt, horrifying those who heard it. Charcoal struggled to open its heavy eyelids, but they kept closing on their own as if he was sleepy. When he sought his old nest, the dragon steed tried to step towards his place while wobbling about. After making an effort to climb onto the platform, charcoal continued to sway towards his permanent resting area until his limbs gave out. "Dawn!" Charcoal flopped onto the ground without hesitation. Charcoal curled his limbs into a fetal position, and tried its best to curl its body so that its head would meet the tail. Once charcoal curled into a ball, his eyelids that were fluttering to open, gave out as he lost control. In the end, charcoal tightly shut its eyes and didn't open them again. The only thing left was that horrifying huffing as charcoal continued to breath steadily. Shan Hai and Shui Er's eyes stared with wide eyes, as they waited for charcoal to spit out the Yao core it had consumed. They didn't even notice that right beside them, Yao Ruoxian's face was twitching as he ground his teeth in anger. "Is this fat thief crazy? He won't spit it out despite being in pain. He really is seeking his own death." When they heard those words, Shan Hai and Shui Er began to panic. It wouldn't be a funny joke if they managed to cause the death of their master's mount. "Teacher. What is happening? There won't be a problem, right? Don't rush. I will make him spit it out." Yao Ruoxian lifted his arm and calmed himself. Then in a flash, he landed beside charcoal and violently kicked his body twice. "Fat thief. Give back Grandpa's Yao core. Are you still asleep? If you keep on sleeping, you will die. Wake up. Quickly spit out that Yao core." However, charcoal remained motionless as if he were dead, no matter how much Yao Ruoxian kicked him. If it wasn't for the huff-huff labored breathing like a wind belt, the others would have thought that charcoal had really died. Shan Hai and Shui Er came running towards them, before pleading in panicked voices.
Teacher! Please quickly save him. Don't rush me. I will invoke my art, and force it to spit it out.
Yao Ruoxian immediately knelt beside charcoal, and pressed his palm against charcoal's abdominal area by invoking his art to check inside.
Ha!
He would never have known if he didn't check first, but once he did, he noticed something abnormal was happening inside charcoal's body. It made him exclaim in shock involuntarily. After invoking his art into charcoal's body, he discovered that the intestines and stomach had been automatically sealed. The orifices inside its body had been sealed as well, and the intestines seemed to have curled into a tight knot, like a ball. He had no idea how the jumbling happened, especially the tight knot around the intestines. It would be quite difficult for him to untie the intestines, even if he tried to invoke his art to do it. It wasn't entirely impossible for him to force the knot loose. However, doing so would definitely damage charcoal's internal organs. Moreover, charcoal's dragon steed heart was contracting at quite an alarming speed. The rate of blood flow inside his body was up as well. The blood was circulating at an abnormally high speed. Most importantly, charcoal's body temperature felt hot to the touch when his hand rested on its body. Yao Ruoxian was still shocked. Even with years of experiences and knowledge, he had never seen such strange phenomena before.
Teacher! What happened? Cough, cough. Yao Ruoxian let out a dry cough before he continuing to say, this is a bit strange. I fear it won't be easy to retrieve the Yao core like this. The best way to retrieve it now is to dissect this fat thief and take it out.
What?
Xian Er and Shui Er cried out at the same time.
Don't worry, I have celestial fruits. After cutting him open and retrieving the Yao core, I will start healing him immediately.
There won't be a problem. Teacher! Are you certain?
The girls began to show signs of distrusting his words.
How could teacher lie to you? Yao Ruoxian forced a quick laugh.
He turned his attention back to charcoal, and pressed his palm against its abdominal area once more. He invoked his art to look for the Yao core located somewhere in that position. In the end, time continued to pass. There was barely any result from his investigation, yet his face had been twitching continuously from the start. In the time it took for an incense to burn, droplets of sweat began forming on Yao Ruoxian's forehead. His hands were still stroking charcoal's body. Even with his cultivation base, he wasn't able to find the location of the Yao core inside charcoal's body. The high circulation of the blood inside charcoal seemed to have triggered some sort of mysterious energy, which actually stopped Yao Ruoxian from prying into charcoal's body further. Even with Yao Ruoxian's transcendence energy, he wasn't able to penetrate through this mysterious energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 220, A Horse's Mouth on a Cow's Head. Chapter 220, A Horse's Mouth on a Cow's Head. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. Such an incident had already exceeded Yao Ruoxian's scope of knowledge. He didn't have a clue about what was happening. It was too abnormal. So much, that he was a little fearful of simply tearing open charcoal's belly to find that Yao core. That was in the case if anything did happen to charcoal, but now it didn't seem like there was a problem. It just seemed as if it was sound asleep. However, Yao Ruoxian was a little unsure of how he would explain things to the two girls, and just continued crouching there, feeling about charcoal's body with an awkward expression. He was too ashamed to look at them. Time and time again, he had guaranteed that things would be fine, that he would be able to deal with it. In the end, he failed to pull through. How would those two girls think of him now? His image of a teacher in the two girls' hearts was probably ruined by now. The two weren't idiots after all. After being around Yao Ruoxian for so long, they were aware of the kind of person Yao Ruoxian was. As soon as they saw him dawdling around,
they knew he couldn't resolve it. The two of them stopped putting their hopes in him, and anxiously made their way towards Miao Yi's quarters.
"What do you two think you are doing?" said Yao Ruoxian, as he strode ahead of the two girls, and stopped them. "We've caused trouble," Shui'er said miserably. Xian'er added, "We will inform Master, and ask him to punish us." "What is there to inform him about?" "I will obviously settle the matter," Yao Ruoxian assured them, and patted his chest. However, the two girls had very little confidence in his words now. Shui'er bit her lip, and asked, "Teacher, can you assure us that charcoal will be fine?" From her tone and words, she was obviously implying to Yao Ruoxian, "If anything else happens, we will never trust you again." This was asking Yao Ruoxian to give them a final promise. Yao Ruoxian was quite reluctant to do so. On the off chance that he couldn't deal with it, he would be trampling on that last ounce of respect he had in those two girls' hearts. Yet, even he himself couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, so it was a little difficult to make such a promise so easily. With that moment's hesitation, the two girls were sure now. Teacher doesn't have any confidence at all. In a quiet voice, Xian'er said, "Master has many ideas. If we let Master know now, maybe charcoal can still be saved." Shui'er nodded her head vigorously. The two girls had absolute faith in Miao Yi. Yet, Yao Ruoxian was displeased by those words. Why did it seem like he wasn't as capable as that brat? He glared at them and said, "Him? Do the two of you think that I would be less capable than him?" The two girls did not have the mood to dally along with him. "Who cares if you're more capable or not? We need to save charcoal urgently." They circled around Yao Ruoxian's sides, ready to head inside the silent quarters to ask for aid, and be punished. Yao Ruoxian was anxious now. Once again, he flashed in front them both and stopped them. He scanned his surroundings, then lowered his voice to whisper, "Both of you are such idiots. That brat won't leave his closed-door cultivation if nothing happens. So long as we keep quiet about this matter, how will he know what happened? If he ever asks, both of you can just simply say that had no idea. What could he do then? We dash." Before he could finish, he found himself unable to continue. The way the two girls were looking at him now was loaded disappointment, as if to say, "Teacher, how could you be this kind of person?